by the motive force. Author: SpiraSpira. Synopsis: Piper Eversly is the daughter of a small-time noble family in a feudal world in Warhammer 40k. The life of this prideful tomboy takes a change when she receives a version of the gamer's power, albeit a nerfed version. Departure: Segmentum Pacificus.
Espacio rami sector.
Orkney System. Orkney 4. I sat atop the hay loft, amidst straw up to my shoulders, while I watched my father, my older brothers, and a couple of servants loading all of our belongings into the wagon. They had already attached the collars and harnesses to two of our largest Trixit and were probably about to connect them both to the wagon, which was probably a sign I had hidden long enough. I wasn't the youngest. Those would be my two baby brothers, but they would be looking for me soon. They would likely be starting to load the carriage soon, and no doubt I would be missed then if I wasn't already. I wasn't being lazy, precisely, but I was very much avoiding having to watch over the two youngest of my siblings. When you're the fifth child of 7 children, you're a girl, and you have at least seen your 7th summer, then minding the little ones became a chore that was difficult to avoid, and I detested it. I had managed to avoid it for most of my life on account that there was a large gap between my birth and the birth of my 2 young siblings. But now my big sister was ensuring I did my fair share of minding. "Piper, Piper, where is that girl?" shouted my mother, and I sighed, standing up and carefully using my fingers as a comb to get the few random straws of hay out of my hair. Of the 7 siblings, only my eldest sister and I were girls. I was clearly an inferior product to her, as she had always been a model girl. Certainly, she was prettier than I ever would be, and she seemed to be very interested in all of the things I found dreadfully boring. Smoothing down my skirts, cleaning them of the hay as best I could, I hopped onto the side of the barn and scaled down the side of the building like a little spider monkey. The fact that the ladder to the hayloft had been broken for several months was of no obstacle to me, and, in fact, made this my favorite place to hide. Nobody suspected that a little girl like myself could get up there without the ladder in place. Once I got to the ground, I dusted myself off carefully once more and quickly put on my soft shoes, which I always left on the ground, hidden behind a barrel. They wouldn't survive going up and down the side of the building repeatedly, and I would be in serious trouble not only with my mother but Mrs. Robbins as well, and although I could often smile cutely out of punishment with my mom, the old hag that was our governess and maid was completely immune to my charms. It wouldn't do to answer my mom immediately, though. Instead, I darted sneakily over to the side of the barn, grabbed a small sack, and walked over to the 2 Trixit. As if sensing what I had, the 2 both started chuffing, turning in their harnesses to stare at the sack I carried. I petted their skin, which was warm, smooth, and scaly, and began hand-feeding the large creatures some oats from the bag. It wasn't their favorite treat, which was universally pear apples, but oats were a close second. "Piper, oh, there you are. What have you been doing?" demanded my mother, in a tone I could only describe as exasperated. I turned to her and, in my most innocent of tones, said, "I was just feeding the Trixit, Mother. We're going to be on the road all day, and they need a little bit of a treat." I let each one have one last handful of oats before petting each of the large beasts of burden one more time. She sighed and said in a tone only a tired mother of 7 could produce, "Go inside and help your sister with the babies. We have to leave soon if we're to make Stoneburg by nightfall." I didn't particularly understand why that was important. We were going to be on the road for a week and a half, at least, and most of that time would not be near or in a town. We'd just have to make do, as all travelers did. Still, I knew enough not to be obviously unfilial and question my mother's orders, so instead, I sighed and said in a tone that could only be produced by a tween who has been wronged by her parents in life, "Yes, Mother." I pitter-pattered into our large stone house and quickly found my sister Alicia taking care of the twins. She saw me and said, "Finally, Pipes, change him if you would." I glanced at my youngest siblings. They were twins and, by all accounts, identical. They were only 6 months old and wouldn't have a name unless they survived another 6 months, but they were fat little goblins, and I didn't think there would be any problems with their health. The custom of waiting a year until you named your child was mainly a custom of the peasants, and it was something that everyone did now, even if the risks were low. As to my sister's request, I wanted to growl, but instead, I acquiesced without a word. As I was doing so, I watched Alicia glance left and right, and it was clear she was excited. She looked at me. Just think. The capital. Aren't you excited, Patty? I wanted to growl because I certainly wasn't excited in the same way Alicia was. She was 16, and our father's new liege had promised to sponsor her coming out in the capital. It was practically all she could talk about in the past weeks, and I was dearly tired of hearing it. No, I didn't give one whit about what the possible boys of the capital would be like. However, I would be lying to say that I wasn't interested and excited in other ways. The second daughter of a barely landed knight didn't have a lot of marriage prospects, but no doubt there would have been someone I would be betrothed to if we stayed around in the countryside. In landing, there were more options. I didn't know what I wanted, but I knew I wanted a life more than being someone's wife. These tentative plans were my precious secrets, though, and not something I shared with even my sister yet. There would be all kinds of hullabaloo if I declared my intent to try to become one of the very rare lady knights or, worse, become a nun. Hopefully, more than these two options will be available in the capital. So instead, I temporized, not really. And I think you'll find the boys just as stupid there as they are here. There will just be more of them. She looked at me like I was bonkers, and I felt it was because, by the time she was my age, she was already boy crazy, or so I had been told by our mom. Finally, she shook her head. I don't know what we're going to do with you, sister. You are too unique. At that moment, Mrs. Robbins walked into the room. She was old and had clearly not missed any meals in a long time, and those were the only good things I could say about her. She harumphed. Unique? Not bloody likely. Prideful tomboys are not exactly unprecedented in Orkney women. They've been happening 1,000 generations at least. Now, quickly girls, check your room and make sure you haven't left anything behind. You're not likely to be back for some time. You can? I'll take the wains. I glared at her black heart. I was also pretty sure she was factually inaccurate, as the priests, on the rare occasion that we saw them, were adamant that we settled Orkney from Holy Terra, at most, 15,000 years ago. That probably wasn't enough time to breed 1,000 generations of Orkney women. I certainly wouldn't be interested in having babies at 15, or ever. 15,000 years. I bet the sleepy little town of Stoneberg was exactly the same back then, too. The thought of that was unbearable to me for some reason. Still, I nodded, as I had already finished putting a new diaper on the youngest of the twins. I took the stairs 2 at a time, jumping from left to right and skittering down the hallway to my and Alicia's room. I didn't think I had missed anything, but the old harridan was right. It was better to be safe than to be sorry. I searched the room thoroughly, and although I didn't find anything of mine, I did find Alicia's pearl comb that she had lost a year ago behind the bed that we shared. She was inconsolable about losing it and had accused me of taking it at first, but then after looking at my hair, had taken the accusation back, looking pityingly at me. At the time, I didn't know what had offended me more. Still, it was made of silver and had a fair-sized pearl set into the handle. It had been her naming day present. I almost ran into her, leaving the room. I grinned up at her and held up the comb. Look what I found behind the bed. She gasped and grabbed it out of my hand and uncharacteristically hugged me. I wanted to wriggle free, but she pinched me when I tried. So instead, I just endured. Thank you. Thank you. I would never have found it. I had finally had enough and, with a spirited yell, "Let me go. Piper can't be contained." I wriggled free from my suffocating confinement, although the hugging kind of felt nice, I supposed. She laughed at me talking in the third person as I darted away, fleeing back down the stairs. I leapt the last step but shrieked in outrage when I was plucked out of the air and held up high enough into the air that my head was at risk of hitting the high ceiling and the hearth. Would these indignities not end? I glowered down at my eldest brother, Pierce, yelling but smiling at the same time. "Unhand me, you great big Egypt." He grinned up at me. "If Mrs. Robbins hears you talking like that, she'll scald your hide." Not ladylike, Although he was my favorite brother on account of the fact that he sometimes taught me swordsmanship, all he got from that out of me was a gimlet stare. Now, that's no way to treat your favorite brother. "Unless you don't want your going away present?" he asked me, with a grin, setting me down on the stone floor next to the hearth. That got my attention, and I asked him, Oh, what did my most favorite and special brother get little old me? He grabbed something from the table that I hadn't noticed and held it out. Here, let me put it on you. Was it a belt? No, wait. I grinned and asked, Pierce, you didn't. Isn't this a little worse than a couple of unladylike words? He buckled the belt around my waist, which was a little awkward since I was wearing a dress, but at the same time, some dresses were meant to be worn with a belt, just not the kind I was wearing, especially not with a sword scabbard hanging off of it on my left side. It looked like a short sword, although it seemed a lot longer to me. He chuckled. I didn't care. Plus, Dad okayed it. So long as you're not an idiot about it, You're not even 7 stone, soaking wet, so don't think you can actually fight anyone. Even if you see highwaymen, let Dad and his men and then your brothers handle it. Men? Plural? Is more than old Willis coming? Although we were technically a noble family, we weren't exactly very wealthy. Willis was our footman and technically counted as my dad's man-at-arms, but honestly, I was surprised even he was coming. I figured he would stay and help Pierce run the farms. No, he's staying here. But the laird is taking advantage of Dad going to the capital to send some armsmen that were demanded, Pierce said, rubbing his chin. You'll meet them at Stoneburg, and they'll be under Dad's command for the trip. Makes me feel a lot better, actually. I rolled my eyes. Although there occasionally were bandits around, not many would attack an obvious knight, even if he had to protect his family. Still, it was interesting to see how precisely these feudal obligations seemed to play out. It was a little unusual for the local baron to have to send armsmen all the way to the capital, I felt. Usually, the way it worked was he would send armsmen to his laird and so on down the line. Still, I didn't let that worry me. I carefully unsheathed the short sword and carefully touched the edge, with Pierce yelling, Careful! It's wicked sharp, you ken. Big brother. Swords are sharp. I would never have known that if not for ye. I told him as though he was one of those special people. He swatted my behind, and I narrowed my eyes at him. He was very brave, considering I was the one carrying a sword. Still, I carefully put it back in the scabbard, hugged him, and told him, I'll miss ye. If my plans, whatever they ended up being, came to fruition, I might never see him again, circumstances depending. And even if they didn't, who knows how long before I came back here? He ruffled my hair. I'll miss you too. Better get going, though. Everything's already loaded up. I nodded and ran out of the house. Mrs. Robbins squawked in outrage when she saw me wearing a sword, but I paid her no mind. My father was already set to mount his horse. My brothers had helped him put on his armor. He glanced at me and then nodded, clearly trusting Pierce to already have words with me about it. Still, it wasn't likely I would need it anyway. Even without the armsmen he was picking up, it was not so easy to ambush a knight when they could pull out their carbine and shoot you from a half-league away. Most of my elder brothers were riding horses as well, but I was forced to sit in the carriage with my mom, Mrs. Robbins, and Alicia. It was going to be dreadful. Dreadful it was. Although the Baron was kind enough to lend us his spare carriage, so the interior was spacious enough for all of us, plus the babies, they didn't particularly like the ride and were being fussy. If it was just Alicia and me, we would have likely played a number of games or told stories, but under the wilting gaze of our governess, we were mostly silent. For lack of anything better to do, Alicia and I practiced our embroidery, as that was considered a suitable activity for a young lady. I wasn't all that good at it, to be honest, and the bouncing of the carriage certainly didn't add any artistry to my work. Finally, after an interminable amount of time, we stopped. Sticking my head out the window of the carriage, I saw a good score and a half of men in a simple camp just short of the town, all wearing the outfits one would expect from yeoman armsmen. I raised my eyebrows at the fact that they were archers. I was expecting pikemen or something. As armsmen went, archers were at the top, just short of dragoons, who were just short of knights themselves as far as how expensive they were to outfit and train. My father pulled up to them and was greeted by one of their number, Sir Eversly. Good meet. The apparent leader of the men glanced up and asked, still a fair bit of light left in the day, Are ye gonna stop here for the night? My father shook his head. Good day to you as well, armsman. And we should press on, I think. Alicia, next to me, was aghast. How much extra time will trailing men marching add to our trip? Neither my mother nor Mrs. Robbins knew, so they just said it would take as long as it would take. But I said, not much, actually. Trixit aren't actually much faster than a trained man marching. Maybe an extra day. That got me a stare from Mrs. Robbins, but I had gotten good at ignoring the woman. I figured after we got moving and got joined by the armsman's baggage train and several wagons that we would blow right past Stoneburg, as there was a river past the town to the east where we could water the horses and Trixit. Instead, we pulled to a stop, and I started to hear my dad yelling. Alicia and I ignored Mrs. Robbins' complaint and looked outside. It looked like the entire town, such as it was gathered. My father yelled, "Goodman, what are you doing?" It was pretty apparent to me what they were doing, but the answer made Alicia gasp. Laird, we're burnin' a witch. And certainly, there seemed to be a stack of kindling and a wooden pole had been driven into the town square with a haggard woman tied to it. She looked at my father, furious. What? Did she want to be burned, then? I didn't understand her expression. Alicia muttered low to me, "Probably not even a proper witch, these superstitious rubes. It's the law that all witches must be brought to the capital. Has her foul magics killed anyone?" My father asked the mob, who ambled back and forth. The leader shook his head after a moment. "Well, no, but she is a witch." My father sighed and glanced over to the archers and said, "Arms men, cut her down. We'll take her to the capital with us, as is the law. Good lady, don't worry. We won't hurt you." If anything, she looked even more furious than ever and stared straight at my father. Finally, she shrieked, "Mind your own business, your corpse worshipper." Wait, she did want to be burned? My father looked as perplexed as I felt and said, "Good woman, witches who haven't killed must all go to the capital. It's the law." "As if I would let you send me off to that desiccated corpse," she shrieked again, pulling her hand free somehow from her bindings and pointing it at the leader of the mob who was about to set her on fire. With a large flash that caused me to see spots and hear a crack, a bolt of lightning jumped out of her hand and struck the mane directly on his chest, picking him up off his feet and throwing him good ways, smashing his body against someone's pear-apple tree. I gave Alicia a side-eye. She was gasping and working her way up to having a fit and said simply, "Looks like a proper witch to me." I ignored the calls from my mother and Mrs. Robbins to get back from the window, and at the same time, the woman turned to look at my father as if to say, "Is that enough?" She appeared shocked that instead of setting her on fire, though, he swiftly pulled out his carbine rifle from the scabbard on his saddle, took quick aim and shot her in the chest. She looked down at the wound, bleeding profusely, and shrieked, Ye have ruined everything." She tipped over, falling and tripping amongst the kindling that was moments before about to be used to burn her to cinders, and shot a look of pure hate at my father. "I curse ye to lose what you love the most." Then she looked past him to see me, and we briefly made eye contact. Suddenly, I felt vertigo and sharp pain in my head, and things started to appear in front of my eyes. They coalesced into words. New user detected. User has lost special skill rebirth by fire, LVMAX. User has gained special skill observe, LV1. What in all the hells? Had the crazy bitch actually cursed me? Wait, did that mean my dad liked me the best? That was the last thing that went through my head before I lost consciousness.
The light of the astronominum.
There were more words in front of my face when I came to the carriage with my head in my mom's lap, with everyone looking down at me concerned, but for now, I ignored them. "Piper, are you okay? Girl, you need to listen. It's not a wonder why you fainted, seeing that witch go crazy and then your father having to shoot her," my mom said, slight disapproval in her voice, although I thought it was mainly concern. Fainted? Yes, let's go with that for now rather than whatever actually happened, because everyone knows how much of a blushing maiden I was. I wouldn't live this down, but it was better than admitting the witch affected me in some way. I wondered why they thought it was the death of the witch that upset me, and not the death of that villager. He had struck someone's giant, hundreds of years old pear-apple tree with enough force that it stripped the bark off in a human-shaped area, leaving what amounted to a red smear behind as his broken body fell to the ground like someone had spread wildberry jam over a dinner roll. There was no way he survived that, But perhaps Alicia didn't see how much damage was done. If so, I wasn't about to point it out. She was much more delicate than I was, despite being older. I sat up slowly and said, trying to be contrite, "Sorry, Mother." I then sighed and said, "I guess we will be delayed here a little while." "Why?" asked Alicia, tilting her head to the side. "The witch is dead, for sure. Nothing more to do, eh?" I personally agreed with her sentiment, but I shook my head. You need to pay more attention to the priests, especially if we're going to be living in the capital now. I paused and then continued, "They'll burn the body and maybe even spread the ashes and bones over running water so that she can't come back." Both Alicia and my mom looked aghast, although Mrs. Robbins looked, for once, quite approving of me. She was devout and apparently liked that I listened. Alicia asked, "Come back? Surely that's not possible." Mrs. Robin frowned at her but remained quiescent for now, so I shrugged. I didn't think so, but before today I would have said it was impossible for a woman to shoot lightning bolts out of her fingers. Better to be safe than sorry, right? That had everyone's agreement, thankfully. I settled myself down in the padded seat and accepted a portion of some travel food, which consisted of some cured meat and cheese. Nibbling on a corner of some orange cheese, I finally gave the words hanging in front of my eyes since I woke up the attention they deserved.
Name: Piper Eversly.
Title: Noble Daughter. Strength: 5. Dexterity: 6. Vitality: 5.
Intelligence: 10.
Willpower: 7. Psi capability: 29. Zeta. I recognized most of the words, except for the line about whatever psi capability was, but it was my highest number. The only word there I recognized was capability. Vitality was a little confusing too, but finally, I remembered the High Gothic word vitalis, and combining that through context, I figured it was, perhaps, how healthy I was. But I felt healthier than a 4, although I had no reference for how low or high any of the numbers were. Following that, there was also a list of what was labeled skills, which included things such as reading to housework. They did seem to correlate to things that I had more than a little skill in, for the most part, and their values seemed arbitrary like the others, but it was clear that my reading skill was 3 times as high as my embroidery one, so that followed. 3 skills didn't belong, though. The first was one that was labeled Observe. If I hadn't seen the previous words right before I fell unconscious, I would have thought that it was simply a measure of my general observational skills, but thinking about the name caused more text to appear. Special skill, Observe. LV1, an undetectable, active skill to find a target's information, and the perfect skill for sneaky little girls like yourself. Every player receives one special skill. I blinked. Was this thing alive? Was I possessed by a demon? I certainly hope not, as that wasn't something that you really got better from what I could tell. While I certainly wanted to live as long a life as possible, I also didn't want to go bonkers and wake up one morning to find I was wearing my loved one's skin as clothes. Witches, actual witches as I had just seen for the first time, weren't very common, but from what I remembered, they weren't entirely unheard of either. And the priests were firm on the danger they presented, both to themselves and everyone around them. This would bear thinking on. If I thought I was going crazy, I would turn myself in or even do away with myself before I was too far gone. I'm sure if I was as pious as Mrs. Robbins, I would go outside and leap upon the dead witch's pyre right now, but I wasn't quite that devoted. The 2 other unusual skills were listed right next to each other. Gamer's Mind. LVMAX, you have a more calm disposition, helping you to examine things logically as if life is a game. You have a slight to very moderate resistance to corrosive mental effects and disorders. Gamer's Body. LVMAX, in order to help the user to live in the real world like a game, many injuries will be more rapidly healed. A game? Live life as though it were a game? That didn't sound like a good thing to do. Games didn't generally have consequences for winning or losing. They were just for fun. If you lived life as though there were no consequences, that was a fast, buggy ride to hedonism, heresy, and perdition. Or, even if you didn't care about those things, then getting shot by people who did. Perhaps that was why I was thinking so calmly and not having a mental breakdown despite being rather upset and full of emotion right now. Could I be imagining all of this? A delusion? I would need some information being given to me that I couldn't know. I thought about the observe skill and glanced down at the cheese I was eating, mentally trying to activate the skill. Text appeared right above the cheese, occluding part of my hand. Cheese? Oh, well, thanks. How useful. I thought it would tell me who made it if it was some sort of supernatural skill. I thought it would give me eerie, uncanny information I couldn't have figured out on my own. Then I could ask my mom to verify that information and have confirmation I wasn't being delusional. Sighing, I glanced at her. Human? Observe has gone up a level. Gone up a level? I considered the unusual sentence for a moment with my eyes closed before opening them. I tried it again. Human female? Looking at the cheese again confirmed to me that it was indeed cheddar cheese. Yes. Much better. Thank you, suspicious power. But that did answer a question about what the LV meant. Double-checking, I confirmed that it was now LV2. I had guessed that the numbers by each of these things were correlated to ability or proficiency, but I hadn't really considered using the term level to describe them as if I were using the levels of a building. However, that was a fair enough analogy and simple to visualize if you could imagine hypothetical buildings with dozens and dozens of floors in them. Intelligence has gone up a level. Wait, what? Had my smarts just increased after utilizing them? Although I could accept the idea that perhaps if I did constant physical labors using my body, then perhaps my strength would increase, I was almost certain you couldn't just think yourself smarter no matter how fast the mouse that powered your brain spun in its wheel. If you could, then certainly most of my brothers would be geniuses by now, as they have worked hard to understand even simple concepts. There was still no way to determine if I was suddenly 10% smarter, though. I would need some standardized way to gauge my intelligence to know for sure. I was Jared when the wagon started moving again. Had I been thinking for that long? I thought it would take at least an hour or two to deal with the remains of the witch and possibly the villager, too, as he had been exposed to her malevolent magic. I didn't particularly want to ask how long I had been wool gathering, so I remained quiet until our convoy stopped for the evening. After we did stop, everyone stretched their legs, and I was amused by the fact that both my brothers seemed like they could barely walk after riding a horse all day. They begged Alicia and me to swap with them in the morning, which I wanted to do anyway, but neither of us agreed until we received suitable bribes. With the stranger armsmen, Mrs. Robin was hovering over me, and Alicia was especially fierce, and I couldn't get away from her to try to get one of them to practice my swordsmanship with. The old hag hissed at me, "You stay away. Those men will eat you up." I decided to be intentionally obtuse, despite the fact that nobody growing up on a farm would be ignorant of the birds and the bees, and I knew exactly what she was implying. Probably not. I didn't have much meat on my bones. My stare was an implication that the plumper and more mature lady would be far better eating, which got me a swat. The next morning, I refused to use some ridiculous side saddle like Alicia and instead wore breeches. I liked riding horses, but I thought that this was going to get boring quickly. And it did. However, over the week and a half, I did some new levels, specifically over 10 levels of cooking skill as well as 2 levels in teaching while helping prepare dinner. The armsmen had their own supplies, but none of them really had any experience cooking, and at first, they had just been boiling meat in water like some kind of savages. I had also gotten 4 more levels of sword mastery, along with 3 of archery, all without being devoured, and last but not least, I had gotten 10 entire levels of observe from using it nigh constantly. Now it actually told me somewhat interesting information, including names of people, and I had already confirmed that it was true. Pretty good if I did say so for myself. The only entry to the island of landing was on an amazing quarter-league-long bridge. As I rode next to my father, he pointed at a mechanism near the middle of the bridge and said, "They can raise and lower a large segment of the bridge there, making it basically impossible for any force of men to get across the other side." I frowned. It sounded good on paper, but I asked, "Why do you say that? A small force could easily storm the bridge or sneak into the little house there and stop anyone from raising the segment." He grinned at me, clearly pleased with my idea. "That's my girl. Of course they could. However, the bridge can be raised and lowered from the capital itself, overriding control here. Even if a small force snuck in, the Duke at the capital could still open the bridge, and the people here couldn't stop him." I blinked, looking at the large gears. I could see the edge of the large toothed wheel on the other side of the bridge, mostly hidden by the little building, which I had thought controlled the mechanism. How? Through what mechanism? There was no way there could be a rod or chain that long. The island of landing was pretty big, and the city that comprised the capital was still leagues and leagues away. My father frowned and said, like a lot of things at landing, it is an electric. There are motives that move the bridge, but I don't know how they work. I was quiet while I considered that. As we got to the far side of the bridge, there was a large gate that would funnel people into a small area, which I thought was another obvious defensive feature. There were armsmen here, but I was shocked that they were all carrying what looked like rifles, although they looked much different than the carefully protected wooden and metal of our family's hereditary weapon. "Hold!" One of the men at the gate yelled, and our procession came to a stop. My father glanced at me, smiled, and then pulled ahead on his horse. The same man called out again, "Identify yourself." "Pierce Eversly and family. I am also escorting 25 armsmen from Baron Mackenzie," my father said in an equally loud voice, so that the guards could hear him over the 20 meters or so of open ground. The armsman in the unusual uniform glanced down at something in his hand for a few moments before nodding. "Knight Captain Eversly." "Well met, sir. Please proceed through the gate and set up temporarily to the west. You'll have to leave the wagons and beasts here, but some trucks are already on their way, sir." Father barked some more orders to the armsmen, and we ambled through the gate. There was an open grassy area with some posts, and we tied our horses to them. I asked Dad, "What about our horses and the Trixit? And what is a truck?" He rubbed the back of his neck. "A truck is a horseless carriage. It is propelled by electric motives, as I mentioned before. And the servants will take our horses and the wagons back home." No doubt that was why the Baron detailed 30 men instead of the 25 he was required to send. I had a terrible feeling like I was some small-town rube coming to the big city, which was exactly what I was. I knew my father served the Duke directly almost 20 years ago, being an officer in the Planetary Defense Force, and had nodded along when he talked about how much different things were at landing, but this was something else entirely. I hated feeling ignorant, though. He noticed my expression and chuckled, dusting the road dirt off of himself. "Don't worry. Everyone, even Alicia, is going back to school here. There was a limit to how much could be taught if you were not a citizen of Landing, but now our entire family is. You're not really much behind anyone." I wasn't sure how much of that I believed, but I knew I wouldn't stay ignorant for long. I saw one of the Duke's armsmen walk up and quickly used observe on him. Dan Simmons, adult male human, corporal of the Orkney Planetary Defense Force's 1st Regiment. He isn't looking forward to helping your family unload all of their belongings. The man stopped sharply before my dad and saluted, although it was with a stiff hand, with fingers pointing to his temple instead of the normal closed fist over his heart, which I recognized. Still, the gesture was obvious, and my father returned it before the man began speaking. "Sir, the trucks will be here in 15 minutes. Are these some of the new recruits? They've been arriving in drips and drabs for weeks now." My father nodded. "Excellent, Corporal. And yes, I believe so. When the trucks get here, I'll have them help us unload and reload everything. There is no need for your squad to be distracted from your duty." The man looked relieved, glancing at the large number of things that were in all of the wagons. Then he startled as if he forgot something and said, "Sir, I have this for you, but you will need to sign for it here with me." With that, he fished out a leather belt and pouch out of a small bag on his hip. He handed it to my father, who took it and immediately put the belt on. 1 Las pistol, 3 power packs, 1 belt, and a holster. "Sir, if you'd like to perform a function test first." My father nodded and pulled the Las pistol out of his belt. He fiddled with the obvious weapon for a moment before saying quietly to the weapon, "May your charge be strong and your shot be true, Ave Imperator." With that, he took aim at one of the dozen or so wooden posts and pulled the trigger. Instead of the boom and cloud of dense white smoke I was expecting, the weapon fired a brief red flash and put a smoking hole through the entirety of the post. I blinked, flabbergasted, as my dad replaced the weapon in the holster. That was as unbelievable as the witch shooting lightning out of her hands. He smiled widely. "Looks good to me, Corporal." The other man nodded. "Here, sir. If you just sign this data slate, I'll forward this to the quartermaster." They exchanged another object, and I couldn't see what happened, but I quickly used Observe again on the object. Data slate, good condition. An electronic device used to view, read, modify, and transmit documents. Currently loaded document pertains to acceptance of responsibility for military equipment. I decided to just roll with the punches, as it were, and stop trying to decipher every new piece of information I received. However, when the corporal left, I hissed at my dad and motioned to the post he had shot. What was that? My two brothers, having sidled up next to me, nodded. Although one was a year older than me and one was a year younger than me, I had long ago forced them to see things my way, so they mainly didn't try to take charge when I was around. He chuckled, "Children, the world we live in is just an unimportant speck in a far grander universe. I've taught you that much, if nothing else." That was true. I knew that we theoretically were part of an empire consisting of 1,000,000 worlds just like ours and ruled over by a divinity in human form. The latter was often a central subject of the subjects taught by Mrs. Robin. He pulled out the weapon again and held it in his open palm, letting us inspect it. Las Pistol, Civitas pattern, good condition. A Las Pistol is a weapon that fires coherent beams of light at high intensity. This is a Las Pistol. It's standard equipment for the Duke's Armsmen, the Planetary Defense Force. However, for a variety of reasons, I was not allowed to take anything like this with me when I was released from service 20 years ago. Instead of a bullet, this thing shoots light, he explained. My brothers Peter and Willie looked amazed and started jabbering back and forth about how it was impossible, but I just frowned. I glanced at the hole in the wooden stump. When Willie was 5 or 6 summers old, he had almost burned the barn down using our father's special magnifying glass that he had stolen out of his study, so I already knew that light could be dangerous. But that barely set some straw on fire, not burned a hole clean through a stout piece of wood. He shooed us away when the trucks arrived, and I just stood there watching something else amazing. The things moved without making hardly a sound, and I watched with my sister as the men quickly shifted all the belongings into the trucks. I was grinning because I didn't see anything resembling a truck version of a carriage, and sure enough, we all had to ride in the back of one of them. Although at least there was only us in the back of the entire truck. My father glanced in the truck bed and said, "All right, sorry about this, love, but it should just be a 10-kilometer drive or so. We'll be at our house in a half hour at most." 10 kilometers was about 2 leagues, so it really wasn't that far, but 2 leagues in half an hour was a lot faster than the best speed our convoy was making. My mother didn't particularly like the truck ride, as she seemed to hold my hand in a vice grip the entire time, but I thought it was quite interesting. Landing was a very large place, and a lot appeared to be built and sat empty, including almost all of the houses on our street. It was built directly up against a large cliff face, and my father said that there were at least 100 times as many rooms built into the mountain than the city itself, and almost none of it was used. He said that just the rooms in the 10 levels inside the mountain had enough rooms to house 10 million people. I didn't know how many people Landing had, but it couldn't be much more than 50,000. That was a lot of empty space. It made me want to explore. "It's bigger than our old house," Alicia said, pleasantly surprised, as we pulled up to the 3-floor building. Dad had the men unload everything into the foyer. He paused before pulling out his rifle from the belongings, and then handed it to me. "Landing is very safe, but just in case." I nodded at him. My older brother was beside himself that Dad had handed me the rifle despite the fact that he was literally a year older than me, and he was a boy. I didn't think he would damage it, as my dad had trained us all, even Alicia, in its use. But my dad knew I was the better shot and more responsible besides. Thinking about it, I told Peter, using my tone to make it sound like I was doing him a favor, "If you move all of my things up to my bedroom, I'll let you stand guard instead." He grinned and nodded and, with a quickness, started grabbing handfuls of my belongings and carrying them into the building, yelling, "Mom, where is Piper's room?" I yelled after him, "Be careful with all of that." Ah, brothers. So stupid. So easy to manipulate. While I was waiting, I carefully broke open the rifle and verified it was loaded with a single brass cartridge, along with around 8 similar projectiles that were loaded into a loop on the stock. Nodding, I sat there and waited. XXXXXX. "So, Piper, why don't you tell me what you know about the God Emperor?" said a matronly woman of middle age. I was sitting in front of her, alone, in her office. Chastity Joris, adult human female, sister missionary. Her duties include supervising the education of children in Landing. She despairs at the ignorance she encounters. I wasn't sure how high up this sister was in the church, but it certainly seemed in my first week that they, like everyone around, were ramping up operations. Her father said the Duke was raising an entire new regiment, of which he would be the commander, and intended to do the same thing year after year for at least the next 4 years. When you considered that before now, the Duke had at most one understrength regiment for, well, as long as anyone could remember, that was a new datum. Something was changing on the sleepy planet of Orkney, but I didn't know what it was. I suspected most commoners wouldn't even know there was an emperor, or that he was a god. But I had basically lived with someone who ought to be an honorary nun for years now. So I coughed into my hand and said, I didn't know anything about his early life, but I was told that he had been around since before humans invented writing. Perhaps he wasn't born at all, at least the way we would think of it. At first, she frowned at my summarization and speculation, but then got a thoughtful look on her face and nodded. I continued, I also didn't know what he did during the time after that, but eventually, he got fed up with the way things were and sought to unify humanity. Things went well for quite a while, but then didn't go as planned when his own son betrayed him, and ever since then, he has been sitting on his throne, glowing. She blinked at me. I had intentionally made my answer sound a little more childlike, as I could easily play that up a little bit. Most people like that, but I got the impression maybe I made a mistake here when she then rubbed the back of her neck. That's actually a lot more than I thought you would know, young lady. But he is not glowing. I tilted my head to the side, but I was told he lights up the astronomium, like a lighthouse, and that without that, trillions and trillions and trillions of people would die. For a light to be seen all the way from Holy Terra, he must be glowing really, really brightly. Apparently, it hurts more every second for him than I probably will hurt my whole life. That last was what Mrs. Robin emphasized, and I didn't have any reason to doubt that it was true, and if it was, it really did seem that only a god could be so selfless as to endure torture for thousands and thousands of years. She had been staring at me while I spoke, but something of what I felt must have bled through because her face softened, and she nodded, chuckling once. That's true. He does suffer immeasurably every single instant, all for us. For you, Piper. How does that make you feel? I feel like someone should make a better astronomium to give him a break, I quickly said, sure of my answer this time. However, that was, apparently, the wrong answer because now I had to spend 2 hours every weekday listening to sermons and reading mostly boring books. Oh, and apparently, it wasn't an astronomium. Still, on the bright side, I discovered I could get brand new skills. And this one, I detected a change immediately. Even at level 1, I noticed a noted improvement in my ability to remember the prayers I was supposed to recite out loud. Skill memorization gained at LV1. I also occasionally made up my own, but only when none of the nuns could hear me. I whispered, Emperor, deliver me from this church.
Name, Piper Eversly.
Title, Noble Daughter. Strength, 5. Dexterity, 6. Vitality, 5. Intelligence, 11. Willpower, 7. Psi capability, 29. Zeta. Skills, Gamer's Body Max, Gamer's Mind Max, Reading, 27. Cooking, 22. Hiding, 16. Housework, 15. Dissembling, 12. Observe, 11. Sword Mastery, 8. Acting, 6. Embroidery, 6. Sewing, 6. Marksmanship, Ballistic, 5. Teaching, 5. Etiquette, 4. Archery, 3. Athletics, 3. Lying, 2. Language, High Gothic, 1. And memorization, 1. Perhaps I've made a mistake. It took me a couple of weeks to learn what my psi stat was, of which I gained 5 more levels in memorization, 4 levels in High Gothic, and 3 levels in reading. I had been reading more than I had in recent memory. Books were something of a rarity for us. We only had, perhaps, 10 books, and 3 of them were reading primers of various levels. However, there were a lot more books available to me now, even if most of them were religious in nature. I sat there with the data slate open to a particular passage with a gaping, open mouth, in shock. The text read, M. While some among the ecclesiarchy have advocated for the destruction of all psychers as abominations against the natural order, the authorities of the Imperium have recognized that the use of psyker powers can be a valuable tool in defense of the Emperor's realm. Thus, the psychers are closely monitored and trained under the watchful eye of the Holy Inquisition and the Adeptus Astra Telepathica to ensure that their curse is used only in the service of the Emperor's will. Though mistrusted and feared, the psyker may yet find redemption in the eyes of the Emperor, for their gifts can be a powerful weapon in the fight against his enemies. As long as they remain vigilant against the corruption of the Immaterium, the malevolent entities that dwell within it and live under the utmost supervision, the psyker may yet find a place within the ranks of the Emperor's defenders. The use of psychic powers is a path fraught with peril, for the very nature of the Immaterium is one of chaos and corruption. The psyker must exercise great discipline and willpower in order to prevent themselves from being consumed by the malevolent entities that dwell within the warp, for such corruption can lead to their fall into darkness, damnation, and the embrace of the ruinous powers. It took me quite a while to parse the text, which was written mostly in High Gothic. I had been sitting there for the past hour with the data slate in each hand, one of which was a dictionary. Psychers were witches, and it didn't take a lot of guesses to figure out how the word psi was conjugated in my list of statistics. Psi was my highest number. No, I couldn't be a witch. My mind was roiling in shock, and I reached out to take a sip of water, only to find the cup that was sitting across the table suddenly jerk and fly into my hand, the sudden deceleration of the vessel causing water to slosh out and splash all over my face. Strong, skill warp resistance gained at LV1. Strong, skill telekinesis gained at LV1. Strong, quest, new quest, go your own way. Difficulty, B. You have discovered you are a psyker. Avoid being discovered by Imperial authorities until you can control your own powers, and probably after that too. Some psychers can detect the perturbations of the warp when warp-based powers are utilized. Strong, quest, rewards, 5 stat points, 3 levels in warp resistance skill, and 1 standard quality warp concealing equipment. Strong, quest, new quest, Imperium knows best. Difficulty, nominal. You have discovered you are a psyker. Turn yourself into the authorities. Strong, quest, rewards, 2 stat points, 1 level of warp resistance skill, loss of freedom, and the possible and likely death of body or soul. Strong, quest, on failure for either quest. Variable penalties include the possibility of, but are not limited to, being detained as a witch, possession, death, enslavement, transmutation into a living warp rift, loss of freedom, corruption of personality, mutation, etc. Strong, you have unlocked the quest system. For more information, utilize the standard method of focusing on an item. Strong. Well, poop. I casually cleaned my face off with my hands while thinking about this, staring at the glass of water in my hand. Also, I didn't realize that I could get additional information on everything mentioned in my brain, although perhaps I should have because I did it before for those special skills. But it just occurred to me that it would probably work on all of the skills, as well as this new quest. Looking up that word in the dictionary, I got a definition of an often lengthy or dangerous expedition made to accomplish a prescribed task, like a knight killing a dragon. Did that mean that just living without being discovered was akin in difficulty to killing a dragon? Sighing, I tried to focus on the new skills I had received. Strong, warp resistance, LV1 resistance to damage and corrupting effects of the warp. Training this skill without high willpower or self-discipline skill is not recommended. Strong, telekinesis, LV1 the ability to control, move, modify, destroy, fix, float, push, pull, and throw any object by the power of your mind and the warp. The precision of this ability is a result solely of telekinesis skill, while power is a result of a combination of telekinesis skill and PSI capability stat. although the precise formula is confidential. /strong. I didn't even notice Sister Joris looming behind me until she asked, "You're reading about witches?" Her tone was curious but not judging. I somehow managed to avoid jumping out of my skin in surprise, and instead, I glanced up at her. Yes. On the trip here, our family encountered one. I'm not sure if you're aware, I told her, quickly coming up with a reason as to why I would be interested. Strong? Dissembling has gone up a level. /strong? I frowned at that internally. Dissembling was one of my highest leveled skills, in the top 5 at least, but it wasn't as high as hiding was. It didn't particularly say anything good about me. I wasn't always sneaky around my mom, for goodness sake. Sister Joris smiled in a sympathetic sort of way and took a seat across from me. I heard a little bit about that. That must have been terrible to see, but your father did the right thing. Do you want to talk about it? I didn't, really. I knew my dad did the correct thing. You couldn't have people just walk around shooting lightning bolts out of their hands at other people. Things would get out of hand. Still, I told her about it, sparing only the details about my secret text that only I could see. Sister Joris winced as I described the fate of the villager. Specifically, my description of the smear he left on the pear-apple tree seemed to upset her. I thought it was just the explicitness of it, but she stopped me. You said that the witch's body was burned? What about the villager and this tree? I tilted my head to the side. I don't know about the villager. Maybe he was as well. He was hit directly with her magic lightning bolt. After all, I don't think they did anything to the tree. Is there a problem? The sister stood up and paced left and right. I'm not sure.
No.
Maybe, she sighed, to be safe. We would have cut down the tree as well and burned it, but it might not be necessary. I'll make a note and have the tree examined in a season. So long as the bark seems to be healing correctly and there is no foulness about it, it should be fine. I'll have to get someone to go look at it before it fruits again, just in case something is wrong and someone eats its fruits. She said the last bit quietly as if to herself. Then she shook her head a little bit and smiled at me. You must think I am being silly. I can see it on your face. She slid back into the seat. She continued, but I am not, I assure you. Just 10 years ago, we had an incident of a tree that was corrupted by a witch to the north, and it started to eat people. I blanched, worried. Does this sort of thing happen all the time? She smiled. This planet has an unusually high incidence of rogue psychers, yes? Right now, we have 11 people awaiting transport off-planet, and a black ship arrives at least twice a year. That's about average here. I frowned. I didn't know how common witches were. It didn't seem like they were very common, but one always heard about one around somewhere. Sister Joris asked, shifting her tone to a teaching or lecturing tone that I recognized. What do you suppose the total population of Orkney is, Piper? About 250 million people? I asked in a guessing tone. She blinked and asked, most children born here guess wildly low, but your guess is just over 3 times the actual total, which is something like 85 million souls. What made you guess so high? I had read that there were that many people on the continent in one of the other books in the church. I grinned sheepishly. My dad had a book that described the planet, an actual book, and it said that there were 4 continents. I just thought that there were a similar amount of people on each continent. She nodded, smiling. Good use of logic, Piper, but it led you down the wrong path this time. Remember that. There are only permanent settlements on this continent. About 20 Terran years ago, all of the settlements on 2 other continents were relocated to this continent. But there were only a couple of million people on each of those 2 continents anyway. The last continent is uninhabited except for specialized rangers and workers that harvest certain plants for shipment off-world. I nodded. I didn't know that we shipped anything off-world, and I couldn't imagine what could be worth shipping interstellar distances. I only learned that we actually had interstellar traffic a week ago. In fact, I just learned the definition of the word interstellar a week ago. I asked, so, 85 million? She nodded. And how uncommon do you expect witches to be? Pretty uncommon. I replied immediately. She shook her head sadly. No. Incredibly, terrifyingly common. The overall imperial rate of witchery is, well, it depends. Perhaps 1 per billion souls per annum, though, is a round enough number. Remember how many witches I said were here right now, waiting to travel off-planet? Now, keep in mind that for every witch delivered here, 3 to 4 are killed, and this is average for 6 months. So, that is about 80 to 90 witches per year, or very, very close to a rate of 1 per 1 million, 1,000 times more common than average. I let my mouth hang open, shocked, and she saw that and nodded. Yes, that is the main reason the Order of the Sacred Oath has a permanent mission on this planet. Of course, they're also here to defend the ecclesiarchy personnel, but in practice, they are out searching for witches most of the time, as there are really no threats here that the PDF cannot crush. The Great Holy Inquisitors come to this planet so often, at least once every other year, I'd say, that I'm on a first-name basis with 2 of them. She sounded very proud of that last bit. She sighed, shaking her head. If this planet wasn't so valuable, the Imperium wouldn't. She trailed off, then glanced at me and shook her head. Never mind that. Well, poop. I didn't even know what the Holy Inquisition was, but I knew who the terrifyingly devout sisters she was referring to were. They stayed around the monastery, and I saw them exercising, praying, or just running around landing in huge armor, carrying swords and giant guns. I had made, well, not friends, but I was the acquaintance of one of them. She seemed to like me, although she didn't seem to care for my brothers, and of that, I couldn't blame her. What's so valuable about Orkney? I asked, shocked that our sleepy backwater had value. I had just learned about Forge Worlds and couldn't imagine anything more valuable than that. She smiled. The plants we export contain a number of chemicals and proteins that are the primary ingredient in several different types of rejuvenat treatments. It's so important to the subsector that there is a permanent naval fleet, even if it is a small one, in the system at all times. We even have a Muggos biologist here on the planet who will give such treatments to citizens for, essentially, free. I'm not ashamed to admit I have taken advantage of it myself. These plants are also the reason the technology level of the planet is limited, although I don't understand the reason, just that it is imperative. My dad had mentioned something like that he and Mom were getting some kind of treatment to make themselves younger. It sounded magical. Was that then the wizard, I wondered? A few of the kids at school said that there was a wizard in the large tower next to the cliff face. I wanted to go see it, for sure. But if he was a real wizard, he might be able to tell I was weird too, and I had already decided to try to conceal and not use my witchery, if at all possible. When the reward for turning myself included possible death, Sister Joris smiled and said, "Join me in a prayer, and then you can head out for the day." I tried not to roll my eyes, but at least she selected one of the briefest of all the ones I had read in half a dozen prayer books. I held my hands together and said, "O great Emperor on the throne, in your shadow, I find my home. Guide me with your holy light, and keep me safe both day and night." All right, go on. Get out of here. Place the data slates back where you found them first, though, she said. My feet were already moving, and I called back, "Yes, Sister Joris," in the universal way that a kid would reply when a grown-up asked them to do something obvious. My mother had stopped coming to pick me up several days ago. At first, she was worried about my safety in a new place, but she realized that the place we lived in was very, very safe. Instead of going back home, I went exploring. Specifically, I found an entrance to what I was privately calling the Hive because it sounded cool, and I had just read about hive cities. In actuality, it was called the Orkney Auxiliary Accommodations, though. It was the massive complex built into the side of the cliff. Instead of the hive cities that I had read about, it was built into the ground and went down instead of built at ground level and going up. It was directly next to the Wizard's Tower, but I gave that a wide berth. Supposedly, 10 million people could be housed here in comfort, 1 million per accommodation level. That meant that there were hundreds of thousands of rooms per level. It would be physically impossible for me to explore them completely, even if I had years. From what I had overheard, the top level was partially utilized. But none of the rest were, except the bottommost level, which had no accommodations at all but had dangerous and interesting things like the fusion power plant that powered the entire city of Landing. As such, I avoided both the bottom and the topmost level, and after sneaking into the complex, I took the nearest elevator to the 5th level. I have been working here for the past several days. The problem was that most of the machines that created light were not working properly, but some were. My observe skill helped me a lot here. Strong, lighting unit, poor to fair condition, installed by the Orkney Enterprise LLC at time of planetary settlement. The unit is non-functional due to damage to the replaceable LED emitter matrix. Strong. Maybe about 1 out of 20 would be functional, I found, but I quickly discovered that I could take this LED emitter matrix out of the functional ones and place them into the ones that didn't work. I had about 30 of the working emitters now, and I had created a path for my exploration. I would get about every 4th light working, which allowed me to explore every room on this corridor, invariably getting more working lights. Most of the rooms were not only empty but incredibly dusty. That made sense as if my observe wasn't lying. These rooms were built at the time we settled in Orkney over 15,000 years ago. The doors opened automatically as soon as you approached one like they were magic. Well, most of the time, they did. This one I was standing in front of seemed to be having some issues. Frowning, I noticed something out of place. On all of the other doors, there was this little oval-shaped thing on top of the door, in the center, but in this case, it was hanging by wires. I triggered Observe on it. Strong, passive infrared motion detector. This device can be used to detect the infrared emissions from most living beings in order to activate a device, in this case, an automatic door. The device is currently misaligned. Strong. I giggled, quite excited despite not knowing what infrared was at all. It was something that living things emitted, though, so that was how the doors worked. Amazing. I had stopped observing everything I saw because I had not gotten a new level since a week ago, but I thought I was going to start again because it was clear that it was useful just on its own. I couldn't reach that thing, though, but I wouldn't let that stop me. I had stolen, borrowed a small stepladder that I had brought in with me. I wouldn't have been able to get half the lights working otherwise. I drug it over to the door, got on the top step, and grabbed the oval shape. Testingly, I held my other hand in front of the device and was pleased when the door slid open jerkily, sliding into the wall. A lot of these doors seemed like they could use some lubrication, like the axle bearings on a wagon that would squeak and creak if they were properly lubricated. It was a bit of a shame, I thought. I placed the oval back in the detent that it was supposed to sit in, but it fell out again. Sighing, I hopped down and slid the stepladder in between the doorway. I had learned that the doors wouldn't close if anything was in the doorway, even this stepladder. That meant it had to use some completely different mechanism, too, compared to the passive infrared, because stepladders weren't alive. I peered into the wall where the door slid into when it opened and tried to use Observe to see it, but I couldn't make anything out, and I could only use Observe if I could see, distinctly, an object. The inside of the room was completely dark, but I could already see that the room wasn't as empty as the others I had found. Grinning, I pitter-pattered back into the hallway and grabbed one of my working LED emitters and ran back into the new room. Lights in these rooms were placed at pretty much the same places in every room, namely in the ceiling and on the side of the walls. By touch, I found one of the devices built into the side of the wall and carefully unsnapped the faulty LED and sat it on the floor before sliding the known working one into the housing. Sure enough, it lit up brightly, illuminating most of the room. The first thing I noticed was I recognized the desk that was sitting off to one side of the room. It was almost identical to the desk that my father had in his study, and I had seen similar desks in the Baron's large house as well when we visited. How interesting. These were the stereotypical noble's desk? Did that mean they were just salvaged from the mountain? I peered at it. Strong, aluminum and steel desk, good condition. This desk was used by a health and safety police officer of Orkney Colony. Strong. I think I was right, and this was something like an office for the Arbites. Then, that was something new to me, as well. I was more familiar with a more feudal style of justice. For example, my father was the arbiter of justice for all crimes below a certain threshold, and above that, he had to bring the miscreant to the Baron. However, in landing, they had professional peacekeepers that did not have any other jobs besides that. Not that they were very busy, I felt. The single light fixture caused the light to be very dim, so I investigated the room quite slowly. In the corner of the room was a small closet which I found several items, which I pulled out and sat on top of the dusty desk, coughing when my movements caused a cloud of thin dust to elit into the air. The first object was a belt, but it was in terrible condition and about to fall apart. Strong, a leather tool belt, deplorable condition. This belt and its contents were left in the lost and found at the Health and Safety Office. /strong. The contents were a lot of hand tools that I somewhat recognized, like screwdrivers, pliers, snips, a roll of sticky tape called duct tape that still seemed sticky, something my observe called a tape measure. I quickly figured out how to use it and found out I was a little bit above 140 centimeters. Also, there was a small folding knife that still was quite sharp, which I put in my pocket, a small saw and two things that I identified as electronics that I set aside. Strong. Combination laser rangefinder and level, very poor condition. This device is used to find the distance between two objects within 100 meters, as well as ensure the level of a working area if utilized properly. The power cell is irreparably damaged. /strong. High lumen output flashlight, poor condition. On its highest setting, this device can output 100,000 lumens if used in the visible spectrum. Features an adjustable output power and wavelength from infrared to ultraviolet colors. Caution: high-intensity ultraviolet light is dangerous and may cause blindness and skin damage. There is corrosion in the power cell connection, preventing proper operation. /strong. Observe has gone up a level. /strong. Oh, that was the first time it had increased in a week. I think I needed to use it on more unique and interesting things in order for it to advance more. I was hoping I could just do it constantly, but that stopped working after a while. Wait, infrared was a color. I was pretty sure living beings didn't emit colors, but I'd have to look up all of these words in the dictionary, and hopefully, they would be in there. It wasn't complete, as I already noticed that. The last interesting item was the coolest of them all. Strong, stunner carbine, very poor condition. Health and safety officers carried only non-lethal weapons, and this is an example of one of them. Or it would be if it was in working condition. There is damage to the waveguide, there is corrosion on the electrical contacts on the power management board, and the power cell is irreparably damaged. /strong. I didn't know what any of that meant, but everything sounded cool. Although a boy might have been more interested in the gun, I didn't think I could fix that, but maybe I could fix the flashlight. That would make my explorations down here much easier. I grabbed some of the tools, including pliers and screwdrivers, as well as the flashlight, and stuffed them all into my pockets. Then, I glanced at the duct tape and hummed, grabbing it too. Pulling the step ladder out of the door, I waited until the door closed before climbing back up on the ladder and pulled out a healthy strip of the sticky tape to affix the infrared sensor back into its normal position. Scowling, the first strip of tape only adhered to the dust on the wall. Spending a few moments, I cleaned the dust off and tried again, and this time succeeded. I wouldn't need the stepladder to enter the room again. Strong skill jury rigging gained at LV1. /strong. I quickly focused on the skill. Strong, *** jury rigging, LV1 the skill to repair or assemble items quickly or from whatever is at hand, especially for temporary use. /strong. That is cool, too, although I would rather have had a skill that would help me repair the flashlight permanently. I didn't want to mess it up, as it was too important for my exploration. Still, I didn't have any more time to mess around. I had to get back home before my mom, or Mrs. Robbins started looking for me. I ran back to the elevator with my treasures in my pocket and rode it back up to the top level. This level was consistently lit. Although I made sure to enter the complex well away from the area I knew the Duke and his men utilized. Still, I glanced around furtively until I was back outside. Then, I ran full speed back to my house, and it appeared as though I was just in time as my mom asked, "Piper, where have you been? Oh, did you roll around in the dirt like a dog? How did you get so dirty and dusty?" She grabbed me by my ear, dragged me inside, and made me take a shower immediately, which I didn't complain too much about. Although our house in the country had running water, it was only because rainwater filled the cistern. Otherwise, someone, usually children, would have to fill the cistern up one bucket at a time, so the water was never wasted on a shower for only one person. Instead, we'd usually clean ourselves as best we could and then get into a bath one at a time. Although we didn't have running hot water, as some places did, I was still quite pleased with the concept of running water being so simple to have. Emperor willing, I would never take a bucket of water up on another roof again. The next day I woke up an hour earlier than I usually did and set off to school. I had a question for someone that I only usually saw if I was early to school in the morning, or if I stayed late after my mandated religious education. I didn't want to stay late because I wanted to run back home and try to fix that flashlight that I had hidden under my bed. Seeing the woman I was seeking swinging a sword in the garden of the church, I smiled. Strong? Sister Lucia de Simia, human woman. Lucia is the second in command of the permanent mission of the Order of the Sacred Oath. She would rather be on a mission with more combat, especially against Xenos. Strong? I called out to her, Sister Lucia, and ran up to her as she paused, swinging the giant sword around. It might seem insane to ask this woman for help if what Sister Jorah said was true and her main duties included tracking down witches, which I might be considered, but at the same time, I thought she liked me, and if judging from her behavior she might be the best one to teach me what I thought I would need to prevent myself from getting caught. Yes, girl? She asked in her usual brusque manner. I put on my best puppy dog eyes. Sister Lucia, do you know a way to, and can you help me train willpower and self-discipline? Wait, why did her grin look so predatory? The agonizer. As I approached the church in the morning, I reflected on the mistake I had made a couple of weeks ago when I approached Sister Lucia. I didn't know if it was because the scary woman was bored or if she saw something in me, but she took a personal interest in me. I discovered quickly that this was bad. I had spent several hours a day these past 2 weeks just running around the church over and over and over again. I told my father as much about my mistake, complained really, and he laughed and said that I was pretty stupid for a smart girl and that I wasn't allowed to try to get my mom to get me out of it unless I was sure I was going to die. I wasn't sure what percentage sure meant, but I thought the chances I would die were less than 10%. Seeing my stat and skill numbers and skill descriptions, which often reference percentages, got me thinking about them in many ways. Some people don't think it, but it is definitely possible to teach both willpower and self-discipline. But why would you care, little flower? Asked the armored woman. I definitely didn't tell her that it was because I thought it might help me hide the fact that I was a witch. Instead, I said something plausible, because I don't want my life to consist of just marrying someone my parents pick for me and having children, and I read in the library that willpower and self-discipline are necessary for success in whatever situation someone finds themselves in. She nodded. You will meet me here at 0500 every morning. If you don't show up or miss a day, then forget it. You will be wearing something suitable for running. Without knowing your own limits, you'll never know if you can push through. So, at first, your quest for discipline within will be enforced by discipline from without. I had gained quite a few levels in athletics, as well as 5 levels in a new skill called running, these past couple of weeks, though, so that was nice. Athletics was an interesting skill in that it assisted everything that I did that could be considered an activity that required physical stamina, so the combination of athletics and running was more than adding 2 things together. It was a synergy that was more than the sum of its own parts. Strong? Athletics. LV8. Your physical stamina is increased by LV*, LV* 0.15%. 9.6% /strong. Strong? Running. LV5. Your base running speed and endurance is increased by LV* 4%. 20%. /strong. If I understood that, then it was little wonder I hadn't noticed that big a difference, as it wasn't until I reached level 7 in athletics that the second part of the formula was greater than 1. At level 3, it was only increasing my physical stamina by a little over 1%. And even at level 7, the functional multiple of my level was still under 1. I used some of my precious paper to plot each level on an X and Y axis. Like this, it was an algebra problem. It was a clear nonlinear function, just like we had recently been taught in the church schola, and I discovered that it curved up quite a bit the higher the level was. At my current level of level 8, it was only a 1.2 multiple of my level, but at level 50, it became a 7.5 multiple or a staggering 375% increase. Plus, running also gave me an increase in my endurance while running, which I felt was exactly the same thing as physical stamina. I frowned, not entirely sure how to add 2 percentages together. I would think it would compound, though. If so, I would probably eventually be able to run a very long time. Indeed, already, Sister Lucia had commented on it, saying that I had a good aptitude for physical training and suggesting I seek a career in the Imperial Guard. I asked her if I could become a sword sister like her, and she smiled and shook her head. Apparently, her order militant only took girls who were enrolled at special scholas, and it was only orphans whose parents died in the service of the emperor who attended these places. She told me a little bit about her time there, and I was a little relieved I was not there. It sounded like every single child was inspected and monitored every single moment of the day there for numerous factors. I would have already outed myself with just the minute amount of witchery I had done a couple of weeks ago. Also, it would have become hard to hide my non-linear growth, even just running around the church every day for too much longer. Oh, and I definitely didn't want my dad to have died to let me get admitted, neither. I was a little bit disappointed that I could never be a sword sister like her, but if I had to be honest, I didn't feel as though that path would have entirely suited me either. When I asked her how her power sword worked, she frowned and just showed me the mechanism to turn it on and off, as well as a prayer she said when she needed to use it. Although the prayer was a little bit interesting, that wasn't what I meant. The sister's voice called me out of my reverie. Girl, you've done fairly well these past couple of weeks. I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle the actual training, but you've been doing better and better. I think it's time.
Sit, listen.
I was excited and sat in front of her as she paced. We weren't the only people here, as some of her subordinates also used this space, and occasionally, she would glance at or correct one. They only swung swords here, as apparently there was a different area for shooting. She said, lecturing, there are many ways to increase your self-discipline, but fundamentally, they all progress from a single principle. Can you guess what it is? I frowned in thought and remembered back to my last couple of weeks. Doing things you hate to do? She opened her mouth to correct me, her hands held behind her just like my dad did when he lectured his soldiers. She closed her mouth, paused, and then shook her head and said, no, but that is a pretty good guess. It's delayed gratification. Perseverance. Let me give you some examples of activities that will increase your willpower over time. Never eat to satiety. Never sleep long enough that you feel completely rested when you wake up. Prolonged physical exercise. Eat blander foods. Don't touch yourself sensually or have congress with males. She added the last as an afterthought, which caused me to blush bright red, and I sort of understood what she was saying now. If it felt nice, don't do it, I guessed. I really liked sleeping. It was one of my favorite activities. My expression must have shown on my face because she chuckled. If you hadn't noticed, these are all things that require a bit of self-discipline to accomplish themselves, which makes training them hard. That's why people rarely make good progress when trying to do this on their own. That's why we're here today. I can't follow you around all day, but there is a proven way to jumpstart this process, but I have to warn you that it is both painful and unpleasant. Are you willing? I blinked, considered that, and finally nodded, asking, yes, I think so. Well, we shall see, she said cryptically before saying, stand up. I did so, and she pulled out a device that looked like a small circle. I tried to observe it, but couldn't lock onto it with my eyes before she hid it in the palm of one of her hands. She then made an upwards motion with her hands. All right then, take your shirt off. I blushed and glanced around. This was public, basically. What was she asking? She rolled her eyes and said, none, but my sisters use these gardens until at least 2 hours after sunrise, and I assure you that you don't have anything they haven't already seen. In fact, I'd say you have nothing, full stop. Now off, girl. Now. Ouch, that last line hurt my budding self-esteem, but it wasn't inaccurate. Sighing, I lifted my shirt, and as soon as I had the shirt mostly over my head, blocking my head, I felt something cold on the center of my chest, under my mostly non-existent breasts. Immediately, I could feel something wrapping around my chest, something like a cord around my middle and 2 cords around each of my shoulders. She then stopped me before I had my shirt all the way off and pulled it back down to cover myself. Frowning, I lifted my collar and peered down at my chest. The little black circle was stuck to my chest. It sprouted cords or wires and wrapped around my body, holding it in place. I finally used my observe skill on it. Strong agonizer, programmed and deployed. Agonizers have a myriad of uses in the Imperium of Man, but functionally they all deliver a certain amount of pain to the wearer if certain conditions are met. Strong? Oh, poop. I asked, trying to sound curious and not afraid. What is this? Is this something you and your sisters use for your training? She snorted. My sisters?
No.
They're pretty commonly used in the Schola Progenium, though, yes, but I haven't used one of these since I was 8 years old. We definitely didn't have any with our equipment. I had to borrow this from the Arbeit's office. Then I had to track one of the tech priests around to assist me in reprogramming it. These devices are mostly used in peacekeeping. We'll have to return it in a few months. Strong? Quest, new quest, brutal training montage. Difficulty, D. Successfully complete the training as planned by Sister Superior Lucia until she is forced to return the agonizer to the planetary peacekeepers at year's end. Strong? Strong? Quest, rewards, 3 stat points, 1 level in willpower and 2 levels in self-discipline skill. Strong? Strong? Quest, on failure. Sister Superior Lucia will likely no longer assist you. Strong? The new year was over 3 months away. I briefly read the quest, getting an idea of the difficulty ratings it chose. I didn't know that I agreed. Instead of yelling about months, I asked, how is this useful in peacekeeping? What does it do? Also, I wanted to ask what a tech priest was. I had heard the term before in a couple of books in the church, but the details were very sparse. Ah, I was waiting for you to ask. You are a very predictably curious little girl. That might kill you someday. Let me demonstrate, she said, in a tone that I could only describe as evil. Immediately after that, my body was racked with pain, almost causing me to fall to my knees. As quickly as it happened, it stopped. I didn't quite have tears in my eyes, but that hurt quite a lot. I tried my best to glare at her. I like those eyes, girl, but you're 100 years too early to glare me to death, she said with a smirk, although her eyes seemed softer than usual. To answer your question, it causes pain, and safely. It can do this safely because it knows a lot about the body of the wearer, and it has an internal cogitator. The most common use is against lawbreakers. You can set any number of ways for it to be set off. For example, the most common is being too close to a specific person. Perhaps a man beat his wife unlawfully. This man is a productive member of society, though. A planetary Arbeits might put this on him and program it to go off if he approaches too close to his wife again for a period of time. This keeps the lawbreaker a productive member of society, instead of worse punishments which might tend to render his value to the Imperium minimal. She shrugged. But that is only the barest minimum of how it can be used. Your planetary peacekeepers weren't too much help. Emperors saved their incompetent skin. So I had to find one of the few cogboys in the city to help me. Remember all those things I told you not to do? Well, you can't do them now. She paused and then said, well, except taste. This thing doesn't know what food you eat tastes like. So continue eating as you like, but it can tell if you feel full. Don't. Is it too late to back out of this? Most of the functions won't kick in until tomorrow. It needs a baseline on your body, for example, how much sleep you actually need. After that, it will wake you up when you have received a healthy, not comfortable, amount of sleep. I don't think it will take you long to wake up on your own after that. However, one thing we can do today. She pointed like she had most days. Run? I sighed internally. Although this sounded more and more awful, I saw the logic behind it, but it was only because I had my secret numbers. If I didn't have any way to gauge my progress, I think I would see this as nothing but torture. I yelped when she gave my butt a slap and started running. As soon as I started running, I felt the device vibrate on my chest and wondered what the heck that meant. I didn't have to wonder long as Sister Lucia was running a pace with me. She wasn't wearing her armor this morning, and it looked like she barely considered this exercise. If it worked correctly, you should have felt a vibration, yes? I nodded and decided speaking was an unnecessary use of oxygen. She said, okay, now you're in exercise mode. It won't let you stop running until it feels that you're actually exhausted. Don't worry, it won't let you hurt yourself. I know you've run until you felt exhausted before, but I guarantee you had more promethium in the tank, and you just didn't know it. You're about to find out now, though. You'll have to do this at least once a day. This was going to be awful. I just knew it. It had been 2 weeks since then, and I was right. It had been awful. If I didn't run fast, I got shocked. So it forced me to run at close to my current maximum speed for almost an hour. When the circle vibrated again, I made the assumption that it was letting me stop because I couldn't really run anymore. Anyway, I had been correct, and I just lay on the ground panting for some time. I immediately went home and spoke with my dad, saying I didn't think I was strong enough to continue any of this. He sat me down and told me that both the sisters at the Scola, as well as Sister Lucia, had been incredibly impressed with me, and if I persevered that I might end up being much more important than even he was, but if I was sure I couldn't do it, he would talk to them. I told him I would try it as long as I could. Not only not to disappoint him, but I thought the sisters in the Scola hated me as they kept piling on more work I had to do. The first week was the most difficult, and I very nearly gave in a few days into it. It was only chance that stopped me. When I went to tell my dad that I wanted to quit, he was out of the house. By the time he got back, I had changed my mind. I had gotten a number of levels in both running and athletics, as well as gotten 8 levels in a new skill called pain tolerance and 7 levels in a skill called fatigue resistance. Strong, *** pain tolerance, LV8 reduces the sensation of pain by LV*2 plus LV*, LV*, 0.06%, 19.84. After level 30, you gain an additional sense, intellectually delivering the information about pain, and if it is resulting in actual damage to your body. Strong, *** fatigue resistance, LV7 reduces the amount you need to sleep to be fully rested by LV*5, 35 minutes. /strong. I had already noticed the difference that both of these skills were giving me.
The pain tolerance was a little confusing, but after doing the math, I figured out that level 30 reduced pain by over 100%.
That was a lot, and I guess the additional sense was supposed to be a replacement for pain. Eventually, when the skill got high enough that I could barely feel any pain, the skill itself might become a hazard, as it might be easy to hurt myself. Suppose I couldn't feel pain at all. Who knows what would happen if I accidentally put my hand on the stove? Would I only notice when I heard the sizzling sound of my flesh cooking? The fatigue resistance was already paying dividends, actually, but I noticed that the little circle on my chest wasn't recalibrating my optimum amount of sleep, so I was sleeping, in effect, longer each night. That was good if I wanted to cheat the agonizer, but if I could get this skill to about level 100, then would I not need to sleep at all? Although I loved sleep, that sounded amazing. I wanted to find out, so I set my alarm clock to 35 minutes minus the time I would get shocked, which was about 4 hours and 45 minutes. Then, every time I gained a level, I would subtract 5 minutes again. Taking almost half of my sleep time away from me did give me enough time that I had finally been able to disassemble my flashlight. I used Observe to look at each individual part until I identified the corrosion. I didn't really know what I was doing, but I just carefully cleaned everything, being extremely careful and working very slowly. It took about 2 hours, and when I was looking at the parts that appeared clean, I got another skill. Strong. Skill electronics repair gained at LV1. /strong. Strong? ** electronics repair. LV1 increases the speed and efficiency of repairing electronics by LV*10 plus LV*, 0.1. 10.1%. Every 5 levels, you will receive general electronics knowledge transmitted to your brain. /strong. That was very, very interesting. It was almost exactly the same wording as my cleaning and cooking skills, and I realized I did know a lot more about tricks about cleaning. I hadn't really noticed it, but I suppose that information had been added to my brain when I was unconscious. I had gained enough levels of cooking on the several week-long trips here that I did notice when strange information about cooking was added to my mind, especially when they were about ingredients I had never tasted and techniques I had never seen used. In fact, my mom had made me teach her a couple of the recipes that came to my head, especially the simple omelets that we could make over a fire and in quantity. I wondered why some of my skills, like warp resistance, were more ambiguous about the benefits they were giving me, whereas running and reading, for example, were very explicit. For example, I could read LV*, 25 words more a minute, although it did say that it would be reduced if I wasn't fluent. Maybe I would need to reach a certain level in those skills before it gave me precise numbers. I was beginning to really like precise numbers, I thought, as I reassembled my flashlight. Given my previous observe of the item, I pointed it well away from my face before turning it on. I still almost blinded myself with just the reflection of light off my bedroom wall. quickly turning it off before finding the correct knob and adjusting it to be very low. For the other knob, I had to press a button, and then the knob popped out and rotating it changed the color of the beam, which I thought was very interesting. The light disappeared both when I turned it all the way to the right as well as all the way to the left, but holding my hand up to the end of the light. I felt warmth when the knob was in the latter position. It was something to think about. For now, it was time to go to bed. Wait, the God Emperor is real? The last 3 months before the Neo phase, or Festival of the New Year, was something akin to torture for me. I received 26 additional levels in the pain tolerance skill, which both brought me past the level 30 threshold and reduced my total sensation of pain by 27%. So, while it was definitely torturous, it was torture that provided benefits, at least. I also gained the self-discipline skill in 3 levels during this time period. The new pain information, sense was quite weird, and at first, I didn't find it that useful because I was still feeling almost 3/4 of my normal pain at the same time. However, upon experimenting with it, there were a couple of super benefits. Although I didn't actually test this by actually hurting myself, I got the feeling that the sense would tell the difference between what is merely painful and what would actually damage my body. I got that feeling because the most useful thing about it was that it seemed to be slightly prescient. If I considered an action that would cause damage to myself, it would alert me. I got the feeling it was like, oh, you can do this, but here's what it will likely cost you. I had spent some time at home mentally considering touching the red-hot stove, and I got the impression that it would seriously damage my hand, not just cause pain to me. That was amazing and a little scary. Divination was the realm of witchery, for sure, but I didn't really know if this worked like that or if it was just using things I already knew, like touching the stove was bad and expanding on that in a hypothetical. I had also increased my running skill by 8, my athletics by 12, my fatigue resistance by 9, and some of my base stats, namely strength and vitality, by 2 and willpower by 4. I needed almost an hour and a half less sleep at night now, and that was starting to pay real dividends. It reminded me of Dad's former liege, who was very canny in merchant matters, once telling my father in my earshot that the most powerful force in the world was compound interest. I hadn't really known what that meant at the time, but this was a subject that both my mom and Mrs. Robbins agreed was vital knowledge for any girl who would grow up to manage a household, so I knew all about interest now. It might not be a direct pair-apples to pair-apples comparison, but I felt that the less I needed to sleep and still feel rested, the more this time would compound throughout my entire life as I would have more time to do things than the average person. Just the hour and a half less sleep now, over a year, was over 22 days of wakefulness that I would have but someone else wouldn't. However, my skills and stats increased so fast that I started to get rather worried that I would expose myself during my daily runs, as while the agonizer thingy on me didn't recalibrate how much sleep I needed, it could tell if I was really getting exhausted while running, and by the end, my athletic skill was giving me almost an 80% increase in my stamina, combined with a 68% increase in both speed and endurance while running. I was worried about this, but instead of suspicion, all I got was praise from the taciturn sister of battle, who was now standing in front of me to remove the accursed device. You've done very well these past months. Really, I didn't expect you to last 2 days, much less almost 90. You had the look of a frou-frou neobarb noble girl, Sister Lucia told me as she deactivated the agonizer, which quickly unlocked and fell off my chest. She had the look of something akin to pride and nodded. This has been fun. Mostly this is a boring detail. Even when there is the odd witch or cult to purify, we can't even use flommers or bolters on this planet. She sighed with the last, shaking her head as if she had a very hard life. Strong? ***, quest, brutal training montage has been successfully completed. /strong. Strong? ***, willpower has gone up a level. /strong. Strong? ***, self-discipline has gone up a level. /strong. Strong? ***, self-discipline has gone up a level. /strong. Strong? ***, you have received 3 free points. /strong. I grinned at both the notification and Sister Lucia. Then, I rubbed between my chest, under my tunic, where that cursed device had been affixed for the past months, and tilted my head to my side. Why can't you use flommers? Even I knew that purifying flame was a pretty big part of their culture. Sister Lucia scowled. Can't burn promethium in the atmosphere of this planet. For some reason, any combustibles that originate from off-planet have a very serious impact on the harvest of useful native flora, even if you burn them a continent away. I don't know why. It's why there are only 2 scheduled discretionary orbital flights per year, as the shipments exporting the processed plants use all of the remaining promethium budget. I didn't know very much about anything, but that seemed weird to me. So I said so, that seems weird. It is. The Muggos in charge of the cogboys on this planet has been claiming that he'd have it fixed, said that over a decade ago, and as of yet nothing. Despite huge expenditures, she shook her head. Although, I guess I have to thank him for the vehicles. They're powered from power cells. Before we had them, we had to use horses like everybody else. Horses? With their giant and heavy armor? I wanted to see the size of these alleged horses. I was about to ask about these cogboys as it had been the second time she had mentioned them, but before I got the chance, she continued speaking. Now, the real gains for self-discipline will be if you can continue all of this without the outside help. She got an odd look on her face before saying, I urge you to do so. I've talked to Sister Joris, and she is very impressed with your scholastics. If you work well, you could easily find yourself a commission in the Imperial Guard and get off this planet. Inwardly, I winced. Rather than be discovered by Sister Lucia, the closest I had come was by the kindly Sister Joris, who was amazed at both my ability in speed reading, my ability to memorize rote material, and especially my proficiency with the High Gothic language after just studying it on and off for several months. What she didn't know was just getting a single level of language. High Gothic gave me a 20% fluency factor. Strong? *** reading. LV 31 an increase in your reading comprehension. Also, an increase to your base reading speed by LV* 25 words per minute, 775 WPM, multiplied by fluency factor 0.0 to 1.0, and by a hidden brevity stat for each language known. For example, ideographic languages will generally be faster to read than phonetic languages. /strong. Strong? *** language. High Gothic, LV7 High Gothic, also known as Tech, is the oldest known living language of Old Earth. Your fluency in speaking, understanding, reading, and writing in this language is represented by 20 plus LV * 2.0%, current fluency, 34%, /strong. From what I could tell, calling High Gothic a living language was being very kind to it, as even the base 20% fluency I received from just getting a single level in the language was more proficiency than most people had. It was a language rich in idiomatic and technical expressions, and without my special numbers directly giving me a lot of understanding, it would have seemed arcane or mystic. As it was, it just seemed very anachronistic compared to the Low Gothic we spoke every day. Sister Joris was pleased with my work, and while Sister Lucia was implying that I should join the Imperial Guard, I had the feeling that this opinion was colored by her own biases in wanting to leave the planet. Sister Joris said that I might have a future as a clerk in the Administratum, or even working for the planetary governor on Orkney. That sounded a little bit better, as from what I could tell from my systematic examinations of the church and Schola library, the quality of life of even the lowborn on our planet was far and away better than what existed in so-called hive worlds. Here, a peasant might be poor, but they likely had a few hens for eggs, could trade for some milk or butter, and ate fairly well. I had read a misfiled list of caloric requirements from the Hive World Krieg that the High Autocrat of Krieg supplied to a regiment that was tithed to the Imperial Guard, which made me believe that neither Imperial Guards nor people in the Hive City ate that well. I stopped daydreaming and yelled, "Yes, ma'am. I will, ma'am." That caused her to muss my hair a bit and say, "All right, girl, get out of here. I'm sure you want to go have fun at the... What do you people call this festival?" "The Face, Sister Lucia. Neo-Phase, for the new year." I chimed. Sister Lucia scowled a bit, placing her hand on the hilt of her large power sword by habit, saying, "Can't say I like that you people have a different word for festival. Smacks of heresy to me. Tell me, girl, things seem pretty mild here at Landing, but do people do weird things, like dancing around and worshipping trees out in the wilds where you used to live?" I blinked. We didn't really live in the wild areas, although I supposed we were a little close to it. But I immediately felt that it was probably not a good idea to mention that people out there did get sort of attached to very old and large trees in villages. I felt it was because most trees fruited here, and people liked fruit. It wasn't out of any sort of worship. Still, I said, people always used to say that that was how witches got their powers. They'd go into the old woods and make deals with demons. But I've only seen the one witch, and I don't think it would have been a good idea to ask her, even if my dad hadn't shot her. Sister Lucia narrowed her eyes. Chlorophines, /M, no doubt. Then she shook her head slightly and smiled down at me. No, your dad did exactly the right thing. If anything, he was far too merciful. And you have exactly the right idea. Don't listen to the heretic. An open mind and compassion for the heretic is like a castle with no soldiers to guard it. It is folly. I could hear the capitalization at the end, so I replied rotely, yes, Sister Lucia. Sister Lucia did have a number of these slogans and anecdotes that she would tell me, and more than half involved burning something or someone alive as the moral of the story and correct moral decision. All right, get out of here, she repeated herself, and this time, I didn't stay around to see if she would have digressed again. I merely ran out of the church garden and continued running until I got home. I was devastated to learn that instead of aimlessly walking through the city face like I wanted, we were obligated to have dinner at the Duke's palace. This was mostly because the Duke was only on the planet half of the time, and he planned to leave shortly after New Year. I stared up at the sky on the short truck ride to the palace, wondering where exactly he stayed for the rest of the time. My big sister Alicia, though, was all excited, wearing her best dress. My mom forced me to do the same, and I merely had to sigh and wonder again why we were so different. At least the dinner was probably going to be good. We arrived quite early, and I took heart that, at least, I wasn't sitting at the main table. I hadn't expected to, being a child and all, but it was at least a happy confirmation. Unfortunately, one of the kids' tables that Alicia and I sat at featured a bitch of a girl that was going to make getting through dinner an ordeal. So, where are you and your family from? The stuck-up girl asked Alicia and me. I was content to let my sister answer her. That got a smirk and a reply. That would make you the very lowest of landed gentry I've heard tale of, right, Sarah? She asked one of her hangers-on. I was going to ignore it because I didn't care, but Alicia seemed to be getting red in the face, so I felt I needed to rescue our familial pride a little bit for her sake. If you think that noble rank on Orkney means anything, especially to those in power here at Landing, you're a fool. Sure, Dad is merely a knight, but you know what he also is? I asked rhetorically, not waiting for her to answer. The commanding officer of the 2nd Planetary Defense Regiment of over 2,000 men-at-arms, and therefore perhaps the 4th or 5th most important person on the planet after the planetary governor, the Duke. Now it was this girl's turn to get red in the face, and Alicia's turn to vibrate with pride next to me, with her smiling at me and squeezing my thigh in thanks under the table. It seemed like she just needed a little help because, after that, she went back and forth verbally against the other girl, which I didn't care to listen to. Our table was quite a ways away from the head table, and while I was attempting to ignore the bantering of my sister and her new rival, I noticed someone getting up and excusing himself shortly after the first course was served. I tried my best to hear what was being said up there and found myself getting a new skill. Strong skill eavesdropping gained at LV1. /strong. Strong? *** eavesdropping. LV1 increased the distance by which you can intelligibly hear distant conversations by LV * 2.0 meters, 2m, while actively attempting to eavesdrop. /strong. Oh, that was quite a useful one. However, all I could make out was the scratchy voice of the man, covered entirely in a red robe, say, "If you'll excuse me, Governor." His voice sounded off. Frowning, I aimed my observe at him and got a very interesting result. Strong Zephyrion Neurosage, post-human male, a genitor of Styges 8, and formerly an explorator. He has survived 3 credible accusations of tech heresy. However, the last tribunal resulted in the loss of his fleet and banishment to the planetary surface of Orkney 4 by the Stygian Fabricator General. Wants to leave the planet and regain his status as an explorator to resume his personal quest for knowledge, as he believes revelation is worth any expenditure of energy or life. /strong. I just blinked at the information because there were a lot of terms that I had no idea about. But this was a lot different than anyone else I had observed. This was the first person that was listed as something other than merely human. As I saw the red-robed individual walk past our table before leaving, I noticed that he had what appeared to be a full-face mask and what I could only describe as metal tentacles attached to something in his robes. One of the smallest of them even snaked out and grabbed one of the cherry tomatoes on that bitch's salad with unnatural grace and stealth, as I was the only one who noticed. I gaped as he brought the small tomato up to where his mouth would have been on his mask. He passed our table and seemed to be speaking to himself. 21st generation of admixture 171 yields acceptable levels of carbohydrates. Note to self, forward admixture 171 to orbital hydroponics for microgravity cultivar testing. So fucking cool. I wanted a metal tentacle hand. Where do you get metal tentacle hands? I could steal all of the honey nut bread slices from my stupid brothers, and they'd never know what happened. And even if they did notice, what were they going to do against my metal tentacle hand? Nothing. I used my observe on a few other people at the head table, including the Duke, but most were not that interesting, even him. However, I found one that made me frown. Strong Sean McGregor, human man, assistant to the Deputy Planetary Governor of Orkney 4, the 9th child of his father, and your father is his 9th least favorite person. Besides hating your father, he also wants to leave the party before 9 o'clock as he thinks it is a waste of time. Strong. Strong, observe has gained a level. Strong. He hated Dad. That automatically made him evil in my book. Also, observe had gained a level. That was the first time in months. The first levels were gained so quickly that I couldn't quite guess what I had to do to increase it further. Observing more things, or observing more interesting or rare things were two of my guesses, though. I narrowed her eyes at the man once more before the main course was delivered to the table, which distracted me. Still, I'll have my eyes on you, Mr. McGregor. The rest of the dinner went without much happening, although Alicia found her courage and gave as well as she got from the bitch and her friends, and it even looked like they were somehow hitting it off. I didn't really understand. Weren't both of them being so catty to one another just a little while ago? On the ride back to their home, Alicia told their parents about it, and even thanked me. I scoffed and said, that bitch had mistaken her farts for thunder. Piper Eversly. My mom yelled, but my dad? He laughed. I spent most of the rest of the 3-day break inside my secret place in the Hive, or rather, the 5th floor of the Orkney Auxiliary Accommodations Complex. I have wanted to increase the level of both jury rigging and electronics repair skills for some time now. The latter, especially, as not only did I want to get the free knowledge at level 5, but it was like my cooking and housework skills, which had the steepest rise of any of the ones I had plotted. That meant that these skills gave the most benefits and soonest, too. My cooking had already reached the realm where its efficiency and speed were over 250% of normal, which gave me a good idea about what I should expect. It wasn't a supernatural bonus, though. For example, it didn't make water boil quicker or reduce the time needed to bake a loaf of bread. That was a function of heat, and were all areas of cooking where you just had to wait until something was done. However, it did increase the speed in all of the preparatory phases. I chopped vegetables with slightly uncanny speed, for example, and I had ideas about how to stage things I wanted to cook to have the least wasted time. I also wasted very little in terms of materials. I would pour just the right amount of oil into the dish we were making. I felt that was the efficiency part. Although I didn't want to get pigeonholed as a cookery lady, I thought that I was going to offer to make the Sword Sisters lunch every day once school started again. The regular sisters at the church really weren't set up for the needs of soldiers, I felt. They served breakfast and dinner, but the Battle Sisters led a really active life and needed more food than that, just like men who worked all day. The food was available, but there was no one to make the meals. I thought it would be a straightforward way to increase my cooking skill levels while also earning a little extra money and the gratitude of the Sword Sisters, especially Sister Lucia. I didn't think I had a future in cooking for an occupation, but everyone needed to eat, and most of all, I was getting kind of addicted to seeing my special numbers go up. I liked it a lot when they went up. It was really difficult to avoid using my 2 unspent points on one of my stats right away just to get my numbers to go up, but since it seemed to be more difficult to raise the numbers the higher they got, these points, would be a lot more value if I saved them until my stats were already pretty high. I had gained another level in jury rigging by fiddling with the broken device that opened and closed that room, which I was using as a kind of work area. I made the device only open when I tapped it with a stick instead of whenever someone walked next to it. That would serve to keep my secret place secret. At first, I thought electronics repair would be more difficult to repair because all I had was my flashlight, the broken stunner, and a few other devices. However, when I started disassembling broken lighting modules, I discovered they were filled with electronics too. I had a table full of broken lights now, and I would carefully use both my minimal knowledge and mostly my observed skill to determine what was wrong. Even just a single broken bit and the light wouldn't work anymore, but they still contained many other working bits, so I could carefully take working modules out of one and put them into another, and I had created a stack of working lights this way. I gained a level of electronics repair for every second light I fixed this way, and I was just about to test this last one. Plugging the device into the wall, it flickered momentarily before lighting up completely. Strong electronics repair has gained a level. /strong. Awesome. That was the third level I had gotten in 2 days. I was just one more away from getting free knowledge about what I was actually doing in my brain. Pulling the working lighting module off the wall, I disturbed a layer of dust and started coughing. I cleaned around my work area fairly thoroughly, as even my limited level in electronics repair told me that dust inside the components was a good idea, but the room was fairly large, and I hadn't wanted to just spend days cleaning. Sighing, I waved away the small cloud of disturbed dust away from my face, wishing devoutly that there was some much easier and simpler way to dust thousand-year-old walls. I knew I had made a mistake instantly. I had a familiar tingly feeling in my head as soon as I made the gesture and felt my nascent telekinesis skill activate. I had been really good at not using it a single time, but now it wiped a whole wall clear of dust, but then it didn't stop. I felt something wrong briefly before I and everything else in the room started briefly floating into the air, like gravity did not have a hold on anything here. Strong telekinesis has gained a level. /strong. Strong warp resistance has gained a level. /strong. Strong warp resistance has gained a level. /strong. I started swearing instantly. Oh, feck, 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 feck. Was I going to stay stuck like this, floating in the air forever? I tried to think. What would Sister Lucia do? No, wait, that was a bad idea. Sister Lucia would kill me. She was death on witchery. She would be all sad about it, but she would probably think killing me was doing me a favor. Instead, I thought about what Sister Joris would do. She would pray. I suppose that couldn't hurt. I had memorized a lot of prayers by now, so I selected one that I thought had the most applicability to my current crisis. I held my hands together and prayed. Normally, when I recited a prayer, I just recited it like a reading primer in Schola, but this time I tried really hard to believe in what I was saying in language. High Gothic, oh, mighty Emperor, eternal light, guard me from the warp's foul blight. In darkness, shield my heart from fear. By your grace, keep me safe, keep me near. Strong, temporary effect, Emperor's blessing of protection against the Empyrean gained. Effect. If warp resistance is less than 2, you gain 10 levels of warp resistance. Otherwise, multiply the current warp resistance skill by 3. Maximum bonus, 25 levels of warp resistance. /strong. Strong, Emperor's blessing of protection against the Empyrean duration. 5 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. /strong. I would have normally read the lines right away, but instead, I, and everything else in the room, lost the floatiness, and I fell to the ground with a thud. Oh, I said, rubbing my elbow. I had hit it right on the funny bone when I fell, and it wasn't funny at all. I did a quick inventory of my body and mind. I didn't feel any different, and the vague sense of wrongness couldn't be detected anymore. I glanced down at the ground and saw the lighting module was probably busted again, as a couple of components had fallen out. I hadn't bothered to put any of the fixtures in place before I tested it. Reading the text in front of my eyes, I was wide-eyed and gaped. I said the only thing that I could think of, wait, the God Emperor is real? I shook my head. I mean, I knew he was real, sort of, but like a real god. Despite what everything was said in church and schola, I had been running on the slightly heretical assumption that he was just a really powerful, really wise man who just wanted the best for humanity. I held my hands up together and looked up and said a bit more devotedly, "Sorry, God Emperor, sir." Red letter day. Fidelius opened his sightless eyes in surprise. He had been getting ready for bed when he felt a stirring in the immaterium on the planet's surface below. As an astropath in service of the planetary governor of Orkney 4, his main duties were, of course, the transmission and reception of important messages. However, an important secondary duty of all astropaths, especially important on Orkney, was to always be on the lookout, pun intended, for unsanctioned psychers. He had felt something so far below, someone untrained, and that by definition meant someone unbound. He could feel the psycher's surprise, shock, and dismay, followed by nothing at all as the ripples of the immaterium turned quiet and still. Well, as still as they could be expected to be, anyway. Had someone, some poor child that didn't know any better, just killed themselves? Of all the things that could have happened, that might have been the best outcome. There were many, many fates far worse than death, and he was aware of many of them. As much as he wished, he couldn't delete his own memories like records from his cogitator. His exceptional skill at sensing the ripples of the immaterium was why he was placed on this detail. Orkney 4 was a mystery and always had been. The elderly astropath he replaced called the planet bright in the warp. She had said that the shadow it cast often reflected back onto reality, but instead of light and darkness, he envisioned the immaterium as flowing water. So, to him, Orkney 4 was a giant boulder flung into a river, causing perturbations in the laminar flow. White water rapids could be dangerous for anyone around them, so he felt his analogy was superior. He closed his eyes and sat still in the meditative posture he had been taught so long ago. The disturbance occurred there, and it was simplicity itself to adjust this for the current rotation of the planet before him. So that meant that it happened, around landing? He frowned. So, it was likely nothing to worry about. Well, that wasn't true. It would be a problem if one of the psychers in the cells turned into a demon host right in front of the God Emperor and everyone. The cells had, of course, multiple means to kill the occupants inside, but with the foul touch of the ruinous powers, even death might die. They perennially had issues keeping the sequestered psychers under sedation until the Black Ship made its biannual visit, and would usually have to liquidate 10 to 20% of them. He very much believed that those poor souls would have thanked them if they knew what they were being saved from, though. The senior astropath opened his cogitator and began tapping keys partly by touch and hearing, but mostly using his exceptional sense of the immaterium to guide his inputs. He'd make a report, and someone down on the planet could make sure all of the unsanctioned psychers were remaining quiescent. The chances of an unsanctioned psycher coming into his or her own powers and landing was remote but possible too. One datum would beget another, and that was how all unsanctioned psychers were caught in the end. Anyway, instead of immediately fleeing the area and returning home, I quickly repaired the broken lighting unit and then secured all of my tools. They were the only ones I had, most of which were found here in the 5th level, so they were irreplaceable. As I rode the disused elevator up to the ground floor, I thought about what happened. I had felt something wrong when my witch power activated. It was much different from the first time, but the circumstances of how it happened were similar. I had wanted to do something that I didn't think I had time to do the normal way, and it happened. The God Emperor's blessing was only giving me what amounted to 6 levels of warp-resistant skill. I seemed to be in a bit of a gully in terms of how that blessing worked, and it would have been more effective if I only had 1 level of the skill it was helping me with. Well, I thought the God Emperor probably had reasons for why he made it that way, but at the same time, I knew what I was going to be doing in approximately 5 hours. Praying. I would have to make a thorough test of both this prayer and all of the others I knew. Perhaps they had different effects? Also, how hard did I need to pray to get an effect? Would the God Emperor answer every time? I was going to find out. I felt my only hope was to continue to increase my willpower and self-discipline enough that getting sufficient levels of warp resistance was possible. That or turn myself in right now. But if the God Emperor was answering my prayers, then surely he thought I was doing the right thing, right? Well, I was going to take it that way. I glanced up at the ceiling for a moment, as if waiting for the God Emperor to say something. Then, grinning, I said, "Silence is assent." "Thank you, God Emperor, sir." Training warp resistance seemed very dangerous, though. I mean, it seemed to imply so in the description. I didn't think that the worst thing that could happen to you was floating up in the air like what happened to me. As I got home, my mom yelled, "Piper, where have you been? I need you to wash and chop all of the vegetables and peel all of the potatoes for dinner." I glanced up at the sun, gauging the time, and figured we must be having stew tonight as it would take hours to simmer properly, which explained why she wanted it done while it was still morning. Sighing, I asked as I walked into the large kitchen and started washing my hands. Running water sure was nice. I was out playing. And, well, where is Alicia then? Mom scoffed at me and said proudly, "She has a date with a gentleman's suitor this afternoon, so she can't be expected to help with dinner." "Oh, gag me with a spoon. I hope you don't expect me to act as a chaperone," I told Mom churlishly. "I'm much too young. I wouldn't know what I'm supposed to stop them from doing, as I am just an innocent maiden. And I had better things to do than to ensure my big sister doesn't mount her new boyfriend at the earliest opportunity. Or vice versa." Mom rolled her eyes, clearly not believing me for a second. But she said, "Your brothers will be escorting her." I smirked. "Oh, then she should be pregnant imminently, as they are both stupid," I thought, but I kept wisely to myself. Besides, Alicia could wrap both our brothers around her little pinky. If she had my special numbers, she would certainly have many more social-based skills besides just dissembling, acting, and lying. Instead, I started chopping the vegetables with the large-bladed chef's knife, and even my mom blinked at my speed, saying, "Wow, you're fast." I chuckled and tried to chop at my maximum speed, and was rewarded as I finished with 2 numbers going up. I loved that. Numbers should go up faster. And more. Strong dexterity has gone up a level. /strong. Strong cooking has gone up a level. /strong. Nice. I had been wondering when cooking would go up again, as I had occasionally been helping with dinner like this for some time, although perhaps not as much as I should. I didn't really want my mom to get the idea that I liked domestic tasks, so I usually tried to avoid them. Dexterity, though? That was the first time that stat has gone up. Twirling the knife in my hand, I thought about it. I supposed I hadn't been doing that many things that could be described as dexterous lately, except for repairing the very small parts inside the lighting modules these past couple of days. As if, on cue, my twirling of the knife slipped, and I cut my finger. This got an exclamation out of my mom and a swear word or two out of myself, which in turn got me a cuff on the back of my head. "Hey, I'm bleeding to death here, Mom. Have some respect for your dying daughter." Still, I thankfully managed to keep the bleeding away from the carrots. If it weren't stew, I wouldn't have bothered and would have just served the bloody carrots to my brothers, but everyone would have eaten them this time. I made a tisk sound as I looked at my finger, dodging away from any further discipline or sympathy from Mom. I didn't want her to fuss over me, but I had cut it pretty good. I ran my finger over some running water and wrapped it up in a clean linen bandage, and then continued cutting more vegetables after she left the kitchen. After I finished, I sat down and thought about ways I could make my numbers go up even more. I had ideas for cooking, and I already knew continued running would increase my strength and athletics. But what were some of my most useful skills? Fatigue resistance and pain tolerance were probably my most useful skills at this point, but I was already continuing my training of the former skill every day. I didn't have any real way to safely train the latter at this time, though. Although, I had accidentally shocked myself while repairing some of the lighting modules, and that had hurt, but I hadn't gotten the impression that it would cause me much damage. That was something to think about, but what else? I hummed, holding my bandaged finger up to my mouth, and nodded. Memorization. I only had 6 levels in it, but it was already one of my best skills. It provided benefits that were out of proportion with the current low level, and if I could keep increasing it, would I eventually max the skill out and then have a perfect memory? I shuddered in almost orgiastic delight at the thought of maxing a skill. I had wondered if skills had maximum numbers, but I had already realized that at least some of them did. Language. High Gothic would reach 100% fluency at level 40. Numbers going up were better than boys. My mom found me in the living room, doing jumping jacks while attempting to do tricks with a yo-yo I had dug out of my old toy box while singing a list of saints, off-key. Saint Arabella, the Liberator. Nobody knows where she is. Saint Dominica, Arabella's boss, shot the traitor Vandyre and was shot in turn by a traitor on Friedeswide's world. What in the world are you doing? Asked my mom while putting her hands on her hips. Her voice surprised me and caused my yo-yo to fly back and hit me in the face. Ow. Surely I should have gotten a level for that? It hurt. I stopped my jumping jacks and said simply, training my dexterity and memorization. Memorizing the names of all of the Imperial Saints was just the sort of task that should make my memorization skill skyrocket. It was pointless information that I didn't really care about, so I had to stretch my mind to do it. I needed to go back to the Schola and read more books about them. It was also almost impossible to memorize them all, given how many people have been canonized over the years. It also occurred to me, given how many of them were canonized posthumously, that our Imperium wasn't exactly the safest place. Plus, I was sure that God Emperor probably loved me singing and exalting them. If not, then why did he make them saints in the first place? We had a deal, me and the God Emperor. I would sing his praises, and he would keep giving me blessings. At least, he hadn't said no yet, so I figured that was binding on his part. She snorted and said, well, how about you go train your running, and take your dad his lunch? He is all the way outside the city, just past the north gates. Then why didn't he take lunch with him? I wanted to ask. But instead, I nodded because that would train my running. It also seemed like Mom was less opposed to me doing these less-than-feminine things. For example, running a league or so to bring your dad lunch. It wasn't a big deal. I woke up early and ran at least 2 leagues every morning. I ran a little bit more every morning, and I was eventually going to get to the point where I ran around the entire perimeter of the city, although that might take a few years. Eventually, though, this would reach a rate of diminishing returns as I would eventually get such a level in running that my speed would be a bit supernatural. Or at least, I hoped so. When that happened, I decided I would do sprints inside the secret place. Each accommodation level there was supposed to house 1 million people, so there were corridors that were leagues long, straight into the side of the mountain. I had already determined, with my giant brain, that there used to be these moving walkways that transported people in the long corridors, but they were not working, so I could use them for sprints. I yelled, okay, and secured my dexterity training device on the table before running upstairs to my room to change into clothes suitable for running. It was pants time. As I changed and buckled on my belt, I blinked at my finger. The wound was completely gone. I put it in my mouth and sucked on it, and I couldn't detect anything either, not even the coppery taste of a mostly healed cut. Wow, it had only been a couple of hours since I cut my finger. I knew my skill gamer's body said many injuries would be more rapidly healed, but who wanted to test that? And there was rapid, and then there was whatever this was. This was so rapid that I would have to be careful, as this was something that could easily be noticed. Glancing at my sword in its sheath in my room, I paused before I grabbed it. I was leaving the city, technically, and it was dangerous out there. I put it on my belt and ran out of the house with a rather heavy pail that contained my dad's lunch. Maximum speed, start. I yelled as I started sprinting down the street, heading north and gathering a number of stares from people as I went. I found Dad a little way outside of the city, where he was overseeing the training of his new regiment. Although he had a corps of competent sergeants, he had told us all that almost the entire regiment was comprised of brand new recruits, and he had been training, or rather retraining them for months. Fighting with las guns and grenades was a lot different than spears and bows. Even I knew that. One of Dad's subordinate officers, with a group of rankers, stopped my sprint with a held-out hand and yelled, "Halt! Who are you then?" I glanced at the man, not recognizing him, but he had the look of a man who came up through the ranks, which wasn't surprising. I started panting a little bit, but still put one of my hands on my hips, challengingly. "Lieutenant, I am Piper Eversly. I'm here to deliver lunch to your commanding officer." One of his men frowned. "Don't think we should let anyone armed near the lieutenant colonel, sir. Not regulation." That got an astonished look from the older lieutenant, who said, "Are you daft? That's his daughter. I think if his daughter wants to kill the colonel, it isn't any of our business." I didn't think you can stop me anyway. I am unstoppable. I yelled and darted past this group of men to a number of chuckles. I wasn't stupid, though. I didn't think I was stronger than a grown man. Yet. However, any one of my dad's men who had the bright idea to put their hands on his regimental commander's daughter was probably too stupid to live anyway. So I did feel I was unstoppable, at least, by these particular men. I found Dad, along with his headquarters element, set up next to most of the vehicles. It seemed like the core cadre of his regiment was drilling the rest in both formations, marksmanship and defensive emplacements, as they had targets set up for practice, and some of the men were digging foxholes. "Piper, what are you doing out here?" he asked, but walked over and picked me up a bit and spun me around as I liked. I grinned and said, "You must have forgotten your lunch or something because Mom had me run it out to you." I lifted up the thin tin pail and offered it to him. He chuckled. I was going to eat the field rations like the rest of my men, but honestly, now I think that was a bit premature. Our field kitchens and mess cooks are, perhaps, needing a little remedial training of their own. "Where's ye artillery component, Daddy?" I asked, and then continued. According to Manual of an Infantryman, an Imperial Guard regiment should have at least one battery of mobile or towed artillery. He blinked down at me. "Just what kind of books do they have in church? I expected you to be reading all about saints and the like." He shook his head, but to answer your question, we aren't an Imperial Guard regiment, and even if we were, I think that is more of a preference that the Astra Militarum puts out than a requirement, as tithed regiments can vary widely in both size and quality. I suppose that was true. I also was just reminded of what Sister Lucia had said. If bolters were verboten, then I suppose larger explosives were too. Still, they could have had large crew-served meltaguns or something. Anything more than a bunch of straight infantrymen. Something with more power to keep Dad safer. He grinned down at me. "While you're here, do you want to learn how to shoot a loss gun?" Was that even a question? He detailed one of his NCOs to take me over to the range, and after a brief explanation of how to operate a loss gun, it was incredibly simple. I got to fire it. The first shot was close to the target, and almost immediately I received a notification. Only minor heresy. Zephyrion Neurosage did not glance up from his work when one of his assistants entered the room. He was in the midst of examining the genetic coding of a slightly interesting marsupial that was native to the northern continent. Instead, he asked, shifting between Low Gothic and the lingua technies between words, "What is your purpose today? If you suggest the deadline for the activation of the atmospheric processor will be delayed again, then you will serve the Omnisia as servitor." He had been banished to this backwater and had his exploratory fleet confiscated after several dullards had reported him for studying xenotechnology. What fools! They had been absolutely correct, but still were complete idiots. Mankind's technology during the Dark Age was beyond the dreams of the Mechanicus. It wasn't uncommon for Xenos to steal human technology, so their logic was completely ridiculous. Even if one cared about the stodgy bastards on Mars, one still had to carefully study Xenotech in order to find the parts of it that comprised stolen human mechanisms and then free their machine spirits from subjugation. Styges 8 wasn't as hidebound as Mars, and he had a lot of allies in a secret society that studied Eldar technology. However, he had been a bit too blatant. His life was saved, once again. But this had been the third inquest in the past 50 Terran years. Everyone thought his future was over. But he was a genitor of Styges 7. Putting him on a world famed for its biological exports? It was simplicity itself to discover a way to maximize yields, even if he did not yet understand why foreign promethium, even in small quantities, reduced yield. He didn't know why, but that wasn't necessary to vastly increase yields here. The forges of Styges 8 had a vast repository of designs, including many that were suboptimal for various reasons, including power cell-powered land vehicles and Hydrox-powered orbital-rated spaceplanes, the latter being built even now in quantities in a small orbital shipyard. They would need truly large numbers of them, as they could only lift about half as much as traditional surface-to-orbit craft, but that was a small price to pay. But the biggest item he got approved, once he convinced a few friends back home, was a 700-meter-tall atmospheric processor spike that had recently finished construction in the middle of the ocean. The construction had been an incredible hassle due to the limitations on so many foreign energy sources, but he had persevered in overseeing the thousands of construction personnel. The Imperium rarely bothered with wide-scale terraforming operations, but it wasn't as though this knowledge was entirely lost, either. There was just no need, and it was costly. But a single atmospheric processor here would be enough to reduce the trace amounts of synthetic compounds in the atmosphere sufficiently that cogitator models suggested that yields could be increased 2 or 3 orders of magnitude, less than 6 months after the processor began operation. It was amusing. This planet would have a better environmental outlook than the best pleasure planet garden worlds due to the use of alternate technology and atmospheric processing. But that was just what was necessary. This increase in the productive output of multiple rejuvenat precursors would make this planet much too valuable for him to be chained here. But he couldn't be punished again. Therefore, if they wanted to take his new plum from him, they'd have to free and compensate him. Perhaps not enough to buy another fleet right away, but that would come in time. Negative, Muggos. They are performing the initial startup and sanctifying rituals as we speak. The atmospheric processing unit should begin filtering operations within the week. The assistant said much too quickly, entirely in binaric. Then he continued, I am here to report a possible hairtech. Zephyrion casually pulled out his gamma pistol with one of his mechandrites and held it in front of his body, hidden, as he continued to work with his back to the door. He'd had it with these hidebound fools. If this assistant tried to suggest that he was the hairtech, then he would just shoot him. That's how it always started. Oh? Who? He asked, endeavoring to mimic the sound of interest. The unnamed assistant chirped a local newsphere link, which Zephyrion casually opened with one thread of awareness. It was a vid-picked stream from a surveillance system and seemed to be live. What was being observed was a brightly lit room. His cogitator turned quickly, and he felt that it was over 80% that this was in the protohive of this planet. The auxiliary accommodations below the surface date to the dark age of technology and are mostly abandoned. The last level was used frequently, as it housed the large power station. The rest of it, aside from some cells for psychers, was abandoned. I observed an unusual power draw on this level of the hive for the past several lunar cycles. Further investigations narrowed it down to an area on the 5th floor, and I discovered this room that clearly was being used by someone. I installed a hidden surveillance device in the ceiling and observed. The other tech priest said, mechandrites gesticulating wildly. Zephyrion could see a small girl standing over an obvious work table. On the table was a small circular robot. He recognized it as one of the common models that were used for cleaning. It was obviously damaged, and he wondered where she got it. He immediately recognized the girl herself as the daughter of the new colonel of the Planetary Defense Forces. She had attended a dinner that he was forced to be present in, and he used his built-in auspex to get a geometric facial sample of everyone there. May the God Emperor forgive the crudeness of my repairs, and may my hands be sure and mind quick, the girl said in a quiet tone before she used a number of tools to quickly repair the motivator of the machine. She was pretty quick at this, even when she had to rewind the motivator. Do you observe? The other tech priest asked, almost frantic. She is not inducted, yet she performs holy maintenance. Her prayers are non-standard. Heresy. Zephyrion sighed, which came out as a mechanical rasp. He was still cloning a replacement set of modified lungs for himself, so he was limited to this mechanical replacement for now. The fact that flesh was weak was an axiom. However, as a genitor, he felt that it could be improved. Carbon-based materials could be as brittle as graphite or as strong as diamond. And what was flesh if not just a carbon-based material? Should he vaporize this man? It wasn't as though he was attached to him. He had lost all of his loyal staff when they took his fleet away and had been given these dogmatic fools as a final indignity. Even if he was in charge of the cult in this system, there was no reason to bother him with this drivel. Plus, this zealotry didn't bode well. It might be best to nip this in the bud before this man saw some of the other research items that he managed to save and bring planetside. Besides, the girl child showed proper deference while repairing the holy machine. She showed an affinity for the cog, which was very unusual on this planet. She should be encouraged, although it wasn't as though there was a real functional cult here in the capital. All of his personnel were either in orbit or working on the atmospheric processor. He was curious, too. Where had she learned any of this? It certainly wasn't from any of his subordinates. As he was about to engage his hardware-based random number generator to come to a solution, he noticed the girl move the repaired motivator aside. Apparently, she wasn't going to reinstall it inside the robot immediately. Instead, she fished for something underneath the workbench and pulled out a weapon. Finally, I think my electronics repair is high enough to finally fix you, said the girl. Zephyrion blinked several times as he identified the weapon, his partially organic and partially mechanical eyes widening. He stood up, turned to face the other priest and asked in binaric, query, location? The useless priest beeped out an answer, and Zephyrion was off, pausing only to grab a few things before running out of the room. As he left, he instructed his servitors to kick the other tech priest out. Whistling, I snuck back into the hive, going directly to the 5th level, which had become my exclusive territory. It had been almost 3 months since the new year, and in between school, which I was excelling at, thank you very much. I snuck away down here quite often. I had increased my electronics repair by 6 whole levels and got another skill called mechanical repair from fixing some door mechanisms while searching for things to fix or steal, borrow. It functioned exactly the same way as electronics repair did, except it covered purely physical mechanisms. I hadn't let my other training stop either, getting 10 entire levels in athletics and almost that in running and fatigue resistance. Running was high enough now that I ran twice as fast, and the combined effect of my endurance from both skills meant it took me a ridiculously long time to get tired. It was kind of getting difficult to level these skills without getting noticed, though. I had to actually exert myself doing whatever the skill covered for it to have a chance of going up, and I was already faster than some adults. I was considering cleaning the entire 5th level main corridor and using it for sprints back and forth, but that was a lot of effort. Prayer seemed to be a difficult skill to level, as I had been trying it continuously and only got 6 more levels in it. Most times, my prayers were not answered, but sometimes they were now. I tried to keep the prayer for warp resistance on myself continuously, but if the prayer didn't work, well, I didn't push it. The Emperor was a busy deity, after all, and I was just one girl down here. My looting of this floor was getting some benefits, though. I found a lot more tools and several dozen small cleaning robots, and I have been using some parts from the totally broken ones to repair the only slightly broken ones. I sat one of those robots on my work table and nodded, grabbing the set of tools that I would need to open its fasteners. I tried to pray this time, too. I didn't know if it took one special prayer or if I got credit for each one, even if they didn't work to increase the skill, but if it was the latter, then there was no reason not to do it often. Certainly, the sisters at the school were enthused with my new piousness. I'm not sure if my asking for stuff and sometimes getting it is actually piety, but they sure thought it was. I coughed into my hand and said, "May the God Emperor forgive the crudeness of my repairs, and may my hands be sure and mind quick." Nothing, this time. I shrugged and opened the robot up. I already knew what was wrong with this one. It was pretty easy to identify the broken components using Observe. I pulled out the broken motor and quickly unwound the copper wire, found the brake, fixed it, and rewound it into the motor, cleaning all of the mechanisms at the same time. Electronics repair has gone up a level. Nice. I glanced at the skill, seeing that I had over a 122% bonus to the speed and efficiency of repairs now. It was harder to quantify how much better I got at repairing in general because the skill description didn't say that, but it was a lot. I had gotten 2 dumps of electrical and electronics knowledge at levels 5 and 10, and that was allowing me to snowball now, fixing more and more things. I think it might be time to finally try to fix this stunner carbine that I had found here so long ago. The corrosion on the electrical contacts would necessitate me carefully cleaning it, which I already had. The damage to the waveguide was more serious and was the reason why I had been holding back. However, after digesting the information I got at level 10, I decided I could make the repair. I was just letting my gains digest by waiting for another level before making an attempt. I said with a grin, "Finally, I think my electronics repair is high enough to finally fix you." Pulling out the stunner carbine, I sat it on the table and barely got the case open and the waveguide assembly out of the gun before the door behind me opened up. I gaped in surprise, turning around to see the machine man in red robes that I remembered from the dinner so long ago. Eversly child. Cease disassembling that archaeotech immediately, he said in a slightly mechanical-sounding voice. Genitor neurosage, sir? I asked, aghast. Poop, was I in serious trouble here? I didn't even know what an archaeotech was. My levels in language, High Gothic, had increased, as well as my memorization. These skills were synergistic, and this seemed to be a compound word of archaeo and tech. The latter was obvious, and archaeo seemed to mean old, if I wasn't mistaken. Old tech? Oh, yes. Plus, it was kind of obvious. I was only disassembling one thing right now. The red-robed priest nodded and walked closer. However, he paused, and one of his metal tentacle things reached up onto the ceiling and grabbed something off the roof. Or seemed to. I didn't quite see what was inside the grippy bits of his metal tentacle. Frowning, I quickly used Observe, just in case. Surveillance Caster, a small device equipped with a stealth field and designed for temporary placement. This device streams audiovisual data using radio frequencies in the 93 GHz range. As such, this device has a very short range indoors. Skill detection gained at LV1. Detection, LV1, the ability to detect hidden, stealthed, camouflaged, or otherwise concealed objects or entities. You receive a bonus to the detection of hidden things based on 5 plus LV asterisk, LV asterisk 0.20%, 5.2%. I was being spied on. My face went pale. I hadn't done any witchery recently. In fact, I had been specifically trying very hard to avoid it. I had the urge to do it all the time, but I was attempting to train up my self-discipline skill and willpower stats with some success. It wasn't that I was against experimentation, but I wanted to give myself the best shot possible at not screwing something up. That time that I had floated in the air seemed really mild compared to what was written in the church about witches and psychers. So, this surveillance thingy couldn't have been here for too long. Otherwise, I would have already been in the witch cells or dead. The machine man pulled the mostly invisible surveillance device to his hand, fiddled with it, and put it in a pocket in his robes. Nodding, he said, "There. Now we won't be observed." My mind screamed stranger danger. So I stood up from my chair and backed up a little, giving him space so that he can look at my stunner carbine. I cough and ask, being very respectful, am I in trouble, janitor, sir? He snorted, which sounded like one of the plasfilm printers in the church jamming. That will depend very much on what you have done to this priceless piece of archaeotech and how you answer my questions. What is archaeotech? I asked. The word is a High Gothic one, and I already deduced its meaning, but I wanted to be more sure, so I translated it into Low Gothic. The word seems to mean old technology, but why is it valuable? There are tons of pieces of old technology in this hive. I think it is really sad to see it all sitting here rusting. His head turned around 180 degrees, like an owl, which almost caused me to yell, "Gross." I was able to contain myself, and he said, "You are getting more interesting, Piper Eversly. Archaeotech is lost technology. Lost technology is lost knowledge." His odd mechanical eyes bored into me with a religious zeal that made Sister Joris seem like an atheist, and he continued, "The recovery of lost knowledge is revelation, Piper Eversly. The sacred task of recovering archaeotech goes beyond mere acquisition. It is an act of worship, a sacred pilgrimage to unearth the forgotten blueprints of the machine god's divine plan. Each fragment, each recovered artifact, is a revelation, an opportunity to unravel the secrets of forgotten mechanisms and ancient innovations." I gulped and said, "I'm glad I waited until I was pretty sure I could fix it then. I wouldn't want to break it." "I would have killed you," he said simply, which caused me to giggle a little bit in fright. Then he motioned and said, "Come here. Show me what you intended to do to fix this machine." I didn't see that as a request, so I obeyed him. I showed him the corrosion on the power management system, as well as the damage to the waveguide, which was the biggest issue. I told him my plans to fix that, but admitted that I was just going to write off the power cell itself. Barely adequate, but with the tools you have available to you, not bad. "You have to make a choice now, Piper Eversly," he said. I tried my best to look confused, which wasn't hard. He made that mechanical snort sound again and said, "For those not initiated into the mysteries of the machine cult, Attempting maintenance and repairs on sacred technology is akin to a blind soul stumbling through the sacred liturgy without understanding its profound verses, like a parrot aping the sound of prayer to the omniscia without understanding the words. The intricate dance of gears, the divine resonance of circuits, and the subtle hum of sacred energies are not mere mechanical components, but the hymns of the omniscia, a language comprehensible only to those who have undergone the sacred rites of induction. He trailed off and then added as an afterthought, or so most of the Mechanicus believe. He stared at me and said, "There are more places in the galaxy than not where you would be turned into a servitor for this affront." One of his metal tentacles motioned at all of the repaired items I had collected. However, I don't care. More, I think it is good. But true enlightenment is rare. If you want to continue down this path, then I'm willing to allow your induction into the cult as an initiate. Your chances of being turned into a servitor are only 7.3% in this case. I had seen a few of these servitors. They were used in the church, not so much for labor but as simple data access systems. For example, one served the function of a card catalog in the library. Honestly, they looked more evil and witch-like than anything I could presently do, and I had no desire to join their ranks. I thought about this offer. I didn't know that much about the Church of the Machine God, except that the God Emperor was supposed to be the physical embodiment of the Omniscia himself, so it wasn't strictly speaking heresy. That was good because the God Emperor and I were tight, with him answering my prayers and all, and I wouldn't want to offend him. So my option is to forever stop tinkering with machines, or join the machine cult. And the God Emperor is also the machine god? I asked, clarifyingly. Affirmative, he replied before pausing. What do you want out of life, Piper Eversly? I'd considered this question before. There was only one reason I would do dangerous things like this, and trying to learn more about my witchery powers. I nodded and said, I want to know everything. The grin on the janitor's mostly mechanical face was terrifying. He said, the quest for knowledge is the reason we exist. But in the future, I would avoid saying that without some qualifiers that you'll be taught. Small-minded fools might take it the wrong way. I left the hive after Janitor Neurosage did. He took away my stunner carbine after reassembling it, which I wasn't surprised about. What surprised me was he gave me a Lost Pistol in its place. It was much smaller than my dad's Lost Pistol and looked a lot fancier. According to my observe, it was a compact Lost Pistol, Takara pattern, a superior quality Lost Pistol suitable for concealed uses. It barely weighed 2 pounds and fit in my pocket. I was pretty sure I wasn't supposed to have it, actually, but I didn't mention that to the janitor, nor did I really think he cared. I had to tell Mom and Dad that I was joining the Mechanicus as an initiate. It wasn't necessarily an irrevocable decision, as I could leave or even be kicked out without any real consequences until I was considered ready and offered real membership. To compare my status to what I understood, I would be like a lay sister, one who helped out at the church but didn't take official vows to the ecclesiarchy until then. I wouldn't be able to get any mechanical tentacles of my own until then. It was kind of a shame, as I wanted to freak out my sister Alicia with one. Flip her skirts, perhaps. About halfway home, there was a flash in my peripheral vision and a large boom. I blinked in shock, seeing a large fire coming from the east, in the direction of the Duke's keep and main governmental buildings. I started running back home. Explosives were highly controlled on Orkney, but that was definitely some kind of bomb. I had to get back home, as my parents would be worried about me. I bet Dad was going to be busy now. As I turned onto my street, I heard about a half-dozen reports. Obvious gunshots, and not the more distinctive crack of a lost gun burning the air. I increased my steps and saw 8 men standing in front of my house, and I fired off a couple of observes on them and pulled out my brand-new Lost Pistol as they appeared to be reloading their simple muzzle-loading rifles. That was suspicious, because lost guns were issued to all the Duke's men here. Jacob Murray, cultist of the Changer of Ways, he is quickly reloading his rifle so that he may finish off your parents. Sammy Byrne, cultist of the Changer of Ways, mutant, psyker, he is experiencing a premonition of extreme danger. Observe has gone up a level. I wanted to scream in rage, but it was better to surprise them. I had about 50 shots with this Lost Pistol, the same as a regular version. I continued running in their direction, raising my pistol and firing on the go. My first volley of 4 rapid-fire shots on the move resulted in only 1 hit, but it was a headshot on the witch. If he wasn't so consumed by his witchery, he might have been able to use his own fucking eyes to see the danger coming. How stupid. I quietly prayed that I would never become like him, either a cultist or stupid. Temporary effect Emperor's blessing of protection against the Empyrean gained. Well, thanks, God Emperor Omniscia Machine God, sir. That will be very helpful, especially if there are more witches around. Your servant appreciates your protection. This had to be a planned attack. I wasn't even an adult, and it was obvious. That explosion had to be somewhere important, followed immediately after by a decapitation attack on the leaders of the Planetary Defense Forces. I hoped my family was okay. I was keeping it together based on the observed telling me that the first guy was planning on finishing off my parents. I didn't run up all the way to the group of men who were turning to notice me. Unfortunately, Lost guns weren't very suited for stealth takedowns. They were kind of loud and visible when fired. Several men continued trying to reload, while 3 of them rushed me with swords. Fuck, I left my sword home today. Not that I thought my odds of facing off against an actual adult male arms man. I carefully aimed at the men reloading and began firing. I got 3 hits, with the last one dropping his gun and running for it by the time the first guy with a sword arrived close enough to use it on me. If I could turn around, I was sure I could outrun them, but that didn't seem like a good idea. Instead, I took a gamble and threw out my left hand and tried to push him away with my mind. It worked. He didn't go flying away, but it was like he was shoved hard by a really strong man and he went stumbling into one of his compatriots. Telekinesis has gone up a level. Telekinesis has gone up a level. Telekinesis has gone up a level. Warp resistance has gone up a level. I was shocked by the 3 levels, but I supposed it was the first time I had really tried hard to use that ability consciously and with full effort behind it. Instead of shooting the man I had pushed, I shot the guy who moved around the tangled 2 men. I shot him in the head, which was incredibly disgusting up close and made me want to vomit. I think I would die if I did. So instead I turned around and started running with the last 2 guns chasing me. Willpower has gone up a level. That was really stupid of them, because I just casually shot them one at a time as they chased after me. I was really fast. After they were all dead, I flat out sprinted back to my house. On the porch, I found my dad unconscious and bleeding, my mother sobbing and missing her left arm from the elbow down. She was sobbing over my big brother Willie, who was dead. Absolutely dead. Those guns had huge bores for rifles, and they'd scored a headshot on the first volley. I blinked past tears and looked around for anyone else. About this time, my other big brother, Pete, jumped over the fence from the neighbor's house and came running. He skidded to a halt when he saw everything, saying, "Dad, Willie." I could hear the despair in his voice and shook myself before running over to my mom. She wasn't an idiot. She had tried to attempt to make herself a tourniquet, but I didn't think she tightened it enough. I pulled it tighter, getting a complaint out of her before I looked at Dad. He wasn't dead, but he needed real medical attention rapidly. Pete followed me and, for some reason, asked me, "What should we do?" Dad had taught all of us, so I just repeated what he'd told us so many times in times of crisis. Take stock. Establish numbers, of us and the enemy. Where's Alicia? I then pulled out Dad's lost pistol from his holster and tossed it to Pete. He was a really good shot and could use it more than my dad right now. Then, I had a moment of brilliance and stole Dad's handheld Vox unit as well. There might be several different groups that had medici that could treat traumatic injuries like this, but there was one that would be really motivated to do so. Dad's regiment. Alicia is at her suitor's house. I was heading over there to chaperone, but she liked me to be a little bit late, he admitted. I bet she did. Her boyfriend was, amusingly enough, one of Dad's subordinates. I had thought for sure that Alicia would gravitate to one of the noble sons in the capital, but she was smitten by this captain, who was barely 2 years older than she was. Being there at the time he came to ask Dad permission to court her had been incredibly amusing. She wasn't here, though. That was the important thing. And she was likely safe where she was. I nodded and put the Vox up to my lips, pushing the button and saying, "Hello? This is Piper Eversly, Colonel Eversly's daughter." There has been an attack by cultists, and the colonel and his wife need immediate medical attention. Who is this? The voice interrupted me, probably because I didn't know the proper procedures for talking on a Vox, but quieted almost immediately. Then he said, "What's your location, Miss Piper? Are there enemies?" "We're at our house. There were 8 cultists, 7 are dead, and 1 ran off to the east. I didn't know where the last one is," I said into the machine. 2 squads are en route. Each squad has a medici and will take your parents back to the regimental headquarters for treatment. You need to get inside your house and lock the door. Everything is going crazy, and there are attacks across the city. We repelled one here, too. There are reports that some attackers made it into the 1st Regiment's armory, so don't trust anyone just because they're in uniform and have a lasgun girl," the man on the Vox said, surprisingly verbosely. Finally, he said, "Don't talk on this frequency again unless it's another emergency." 2 vehicles arrived fairly rapidly, and people jumped out. They took Willie, too, even though it was obvious he was beyond saving. From the glances of the medici, I think it was just so I wouldn't have to step over him going inside our house. They seemed very optimistic about Dad. Apparently, he was unconscious from hitting his head after being shot and not from blood loss or shock. Very rapidly, me and I were alone. We both looked at each other confusedly until he asked, "What are we supposed to do now?" He was staring at the spot where Willie had fallen. I shrugged. "Do you have an actual commission in the Guard yet?" He shook his head. So I said, "Then you don't have anything you need to do. We should go get Alicia. Her boyfriend is going to be busy, especially with Dad out of action." I glanced at the bloodstains and said quieter, "Maybe we should stay at his house with her. I don't want her to see this, and I don't see a way to clean it up before she comes without the 2 of us splitting up, and I just can't do that right now." Something seemed to snap Peter out of the funk he was in, and he nodded. "You're right. Let's go. I'll take the lead. Let's go." I felt much more relieved. That was much more like him. He was always the one to take charge and lead between him and Willie. I wasn't sure why I was more resistant to trauma than my big brother. I didn't have a skill for it. Row Epsilon 5. Our plans for immediate adventure and the rescue of our big sister were dashed as soon as we realized that Mrs. Robbins was still here, along with our baby brothers, peering out of the window of our house. That made sense, and we each shared a sheepish look with each other when we collectively forgot that they existed. Well, sometimes Mrs. Robbins would take them with her when she went to the church, but we really should have expected them to be near our mom. We each nodded, silently agreeing to never admit that we made such a blunder. I checked the charge level on my last pistol's power pack and casually replaced it with one of the 2 spares I had taken from Dad along with his last pistol. I had fired a good 25 shots or so it was half empty. I handed the 2nd spare power pack to Pete, who nodded and placed it in his pocket. "What do we do now?" he asked. He was a year older than me, but he wasn't stupidly arrogant to demand to be in charge because of that. He knew that Dad generally put me in charge when it was just us around. I sighed. I wanted to do something primarily so I wouldn't have to think about Willie dying. This was a hard world, and death in a fight or combat wasn't that unusual. We had been blessed that none of our SIB cohort had died yet. Still, I really, really loved my brothers, even if I teased them mercilessly. I could tell that if I started crying, Pete would be inconsolable. So I closed my eyes for a moment and steadied myself. "We'll stay here and protect the babies," I decided. My eyes still closed, and then, after a pause, opened them and added, "And Mrs. Robbins, I suppose?" Pete nodded and asked, "What about Alicia?" I paced a bit, ignoring Mrs. Robbins's stare at us from the relative safety of inside the house. The fact that Dad's regiment hadn't left at least a few soldiers here to guard the family of their CO was a bad sign. It told her that they couldn't spare a single soldier for the job. I glanced up at the skyline, the dim orange glow of a fire and smoke still present in the distance. The fact that the enemies knew the location of our house indicated an impressive insight into landing. But I hoped that such a decapitation strike wouldn't extend 3 people further down to the captain that Alicia was visiting. I didn't think it was likely. We'd already have lost if they had successfully attacked all of the officers of the Planetary Defense Forces. There would be much more fire, lost gunshots, and more explosions. I think she'll be safe. I doubt that her suitor will be able to stay with her, but he'll probably arrange for her to be somewhere safe for now, I finally decided. The only other option was for us to split up, and while I felt I might be able to do that, especially with my special abilities and high numbers in hiding, I didn't want to do it. It sounded needlessly risky. If I knew for a fact that Alicia was in danger, I would do it in a second, but from everything I could tell, she was likely fine. I glanced sideways at the spot where Willie was shot and sighed. I did want to clean up that spot on the porch before Alicia got home. Perhaps I was taking on too much responsibility. Maybe it was insane to expect a 12-year-old girl child to clean up the blood and bits of skull from her recently murdered brother, but I didn't think anyone else that could do it would be better. Dad, for sure, could do it, but I expected him to be busy even after he recovered. I didn't want Mom or Alicia to have to see it. I tried to think of what Dad would do, and finally nodded at Pete. First, let's quickly police up the weapons and anything of value the attackers had. Then we'll return to the house and guard it until we know something more. Pete nodded and followed me out of the property onto the street. Damn, Pipes. Did you really shoot all of these guys? I glanced at him and nodded. Now that I could see their dead bodies, I was a little more grossed out. The lost bolts hadn't caused as much blood as I thought they would, with the wounds mostly self-cauterizing, but I still had the urge to vomit. Where did you even get a lost pistol? He asked as he pushed the muzzle-loading rifle away from the first body, and I quickly relieved the dead man of his powder, ball, and pouch. I said, deciding to tell the truth as simply as I could. I was given it for discovering an important piece of archaeotech. I am joining the Mechanicus. We moved to the next body, and he asked, the Mechanicus? You're going to be a crazy bint in red robes, worshipping machines? I glared at him sideways, and he held up his hands in surrender. I didn't think we worshipped machines. Not precisely. It was more subtle than that, but I didn't know enough to gainsay my brother at the moment. I finally said, I really like and have a really high affinity for machines. As we moved to the next body, I frowned and held up my hand a couple of feet away. I had been using Observe continuously, as I did most days, and this next guy was still alive. It wasn't reading as a corpse, but a person still. However, he was clearly playing dead. Stop. Back up, this one is still alive, I said. There was a groan from the man who rushed to his feet, brandishing some sort of large knife. If it were in my hand, it would be closer to a short sword. I tried to avoid making an eep noise and started lifting up my lost pistol barrel. However, before I could bring the pistol up, I heard the quick crack of 3 shots and saw red lost bolts strike the assailant in the chest. This time, the cultist was dead before he hit the ground. I looked at my brother, who was shaking a little bit inside. I would have liked to have spared him that. While watching the soldiers take away my mom and dad, I wondered why I wasn't more upset about killing these men. Partially, this was explained by growing up where we had. A farm was, in many ways, a very cruel place. By the time we were 5 summers old, we knew the concept of life and death, including the cost of chicken soup. Honestly, I felt worse about the goat I had raised being eaten than these guys who had literally killed my brother. Also, although I had thought that I had no skill to help my mentality earlier, the truth was that I did. Gamer's mind. I didn't really know how it worked, and I tended to discount it since I couldn't increase it, but I think it was very much helping me overcome the normal response to ending another person's life. What was grossing me out now was just the biological factors that I didn't realize would happen but should have, like the smell of feces on the dead men. I reached over, steadied Pete's hand, and smiled at him. Thank you. I think I would have got him, but I just didn't know. He was close. You saved me. That got through to him. He blinked and then smiled. Then, he looked at the dead man and turned around and threw up on the grass between the road and our fence. Ugh. I always was weak against one of my siblings throwing up. If they threw up, then I would. I turned and quickly threw up right next to him. If anything, this seemed to make him feel better, but I smacked him a couple of times and stole the small canteen he had on his waist to wash my mouth out before handing it back to him. Then, I carefully raised my lost pistol and put at least 2 shots into each of the remaining down men, just in case. Except for the witch, as he didn't have most of his head and was obviously dead. I was sure they were finished as I observed them now, but I was doing this for Pete's sake this time. He'd remember this and proceed accordingly in the future. Both he and Willie had wanted to join the PDF or even the Imperial Guard, and I think Willie's death cemented that all the more, so I didn't want him to be killed by some enemy playing possum someday. Marksmanship, light has gone up a level. Pete saw me do it and nodded at me, and we quickly finished. The last guy we looted was the witch, and I frowned, holding my hand up and said, "This one is the witch. Let me do this by myself." "How do you kin him a witch, sissy?" Pete asked stupidly. I sighed, saying sarcastically the way only a sister can, "I dinny know, Pete. Maybe it is his blood-stained robes, with witchy fecking runes sewn into them. Or maybe it's the fact that he has 3 fecking arms." Pete realized that he was being kind of silly and raised his arms again in supplication, even chuckling, which made me feel good. I reached down, flipped the witchman over, and frowned. He didn't really have much on him, but there was a flintlock cavalry-style dragoon pistol on his hip. It looked almost like an antique, but well cared for, and I relieved the man of it. About to check his other hip, I stilled. There was something that looked like a giant chicken's shank, toes and claws and all, except that it was about 5 times too big. The top of the shank was wrapped in tin strips of leather, which also dangled over the animal part, with little charms tied into the leather straps. As my hand approached it, I got an unsettling alert. Warp resistance has gone up a level. I pulled my hand back as if it was burned and observed the giant chicken shank. Warp fetish, good condition, provides 15 levels to the psi capability stat, while possessed, but leaves your mind open to the whispers of the entity to whom it is dedicated to. Observe has gone up a level. I hissed and took a step back. The fact that it had some sort of effect even when I was close to it, and not even possessing it, was a bad sign. I stood up and said, "All right, we're leaving this one alone now. Let's leave." We'd only spent about 5 minutes out here, but I'm sure we'd get a mouthful from Mrs. Robbins soon. I'd like to use a stick or something to grab that chicken shank so I could burn it, but the explanation of how it worked I got from Observe meant that might not be enough. It could be argued that I didn't have to touch something to possess it. Instead, after Pete was far enough away, I pulled out my lost pistol, took careful aim, and shot the thing 5 times. The last shot caught it on fire, and it burnt with a fell green flame that quickly spread to the dead witch and, before my very eyes, burned the witch and fetish to ashes in less than 5 seconds. It was remarkable to behold, and I was glad to be well away from it as it continued to burn a hole in the very bricks of the road for a moment, creating a person-shaped blackened detente on the street. Pete yelled, "For feck's sake." I nodded in agreement and left right away. I didn't want to breathe in any witch dust or anything. That couldn't be good for your lungs. I was right about Mrs. Robbins. She had been haranguing us for a good half hour, but her heart wasn't in it. She had been there when Willie was born, and I think she was just yelling at us in order not to cry herself. When she yelled herself out at us, I told Pete to stay inside with Mrs. Robbins and the babies and then return to the porch in front of the house. I looked down at the pool of blood that had seeped into the wood of the porch and sighed. I didn't really want to do this, but I wanted Mom and Alicia to see this even less. I got some tools and was glad to find out that the running water was still working. First of all, I used the hose to wash away as much of the blood as I could into the grass and dirt of the lawn. Housework has gone up a level. After that, I used boiling water, soap, and a stiff steel brush to clean the rest of it up. It left a bit of an off-color spot where I had to brush the top layer of wood off, but it looked a lot better than before. Perhaps we should sand the whole porch and put a layer of varnish down. The wooden planks were still kind of new, so it might be worth doing that. Housework has gone up a level. As I finished cleaning, moving quite rapidly with my close to 200% bonus to my speed and efficiency in cleaning, I cleaned my tools and replaced them in the shed. As I was about to return to the house to get something to eat, the Vox that I had taken from my dad chirped and I heard Dad's voice ask, "Piper, do you still have my Vox?" My hands moved faster than they'd moved when I was trying to shoot that guy who jumped at us earlier. I grabbed the device, pushed the button, and said, "Dad." "Yes. Are you okay? How is Mom?" His voice came back quickly, "Switch to channel 34, and use your nanny's first name, along with how many hectares our farm was for the scramble code. Can you figure that out?" I blinked. I'd never received training on how to use a Vox unit, but I was an official member of the Mechanicum. Sort of. If I couldn't figure it out, then I would be in trouble. I replied that I could and sat to look at the controls of the device. I had seen my dad use it in the past, so the push-to-talk button was obvious. I observed every component and finally nodded. There was an alphanumeric code that could be entered using 2 knobs. Right now, it had a long, seemingly random code inside the window. Changing the code was clunky. You had to use a knob and rotate it through all letters and numbers one at a time. Mrs. Robin's first name was Clodagh, although how I actually remembered that I had no idea, and our farm was a total of 549 hectares. Memorization has gone up a level. This was a pretty large farm, and we leased part of it to a couple of other families for a share of their produce, but I assumed he meant the total area and not just the area that we cultivated ourselves. I twisted knobs until Clodagh 549 was in the window, hoping devoutly that capital letters were okay. If I used lowercase letters, I had to rotate the knob past the numbers and past even the punctuation and special characters. I then rotated the other knob until the channel displayed as 34. Pushing the push-to-talk button again, I asked, "Can you hear me, Dad?" "Yes," he said. "Good girl for figuring that out." I preened a bit at his praise and grinned. Then he continued, "Is everything okay at home? I'm not going to be able to come back anytime soon. Aside from what happened to Willie, everyone else is fine. How are you? Are you hurt badly? What's wrong?" I asked. I could hear the wince in his voice. "I'm not actually hurt that badly. Your mom lost the arm, but there might be options for prosthetics or even regrowing it later. I just had a concussion and a flesh wound. I can't say a lot, but the attack was a lot more effective than you might think. Please do not tell anyone, especially your brother, but the governor was killed, as were both the CO and XO of the 1st Regiment." I widened my eyes in shock. The planetary governor, the Duke, wasn't even on the planet very often. From what I learned, the conditions on the large orbital space station were much more luxurious than the conditions on the planet. He had to adhere to the restrictions on burning promethium, too, so he basically just stayed in orbit most of the time. To somehow sneak so many people into the island of landing unnoticed, arranging everything so carefully. I shook my head, and I said what was on my mind. "Treachery?" That got a snort of a laugh out of my dad, and he said, "Ye see to the heart of things, baby girl." Both the Palatine, who is in command of the mission here on the planet, and I agree. I can't say much more, but I think you all should be safe by now. We've eliminated over half of the enemies, but the rest took to boats and might get away, at least for now. Your friend Sister Superior Lucia is already on the move with a strong force, and will be following once we ensure the city's safety and security. I wasn't sure I'd call that terrifying woman a friend, but I didn't correct Dad. I could just imagine Sister Lucia's face when she realized she had an opportunity to chastise not only traitors but mutants, heretics, and unregistered witches. She would be so excited. Instead, I rushed inside and found Pete and Mrs. Robbins. I allowed them to speak with him for a moment before he had to go. He said he'd detail a couple of men to retrieve Alicia and return her to the house in a couple of hours, too. The next few days were a bit of a mess. Alicia came home and was nearly inconsolable when she learned about Willie. I was so glad that I took the time to clean up the porch so she didn't have to see the evidence of his death. The next day, Mom came home and was rather subdued. She was clearly upset, but worse, she was worried about Dad. He had become one of the most important men on the planet in one day. There was nothing I could say to her to convince her that he was safe, because I didn't really believe he was either. I wasn't sure how, but when they discovered I was the one who had shot all the men outside, things got complicated for me. Sister Joris herself came over to the house to talk to me, sitting me down alone in Dad's study. She asked, "You did something really amazing, Piper. I just wanted to talk about how you feel. Do you regret anything? Have you been having nightmares?" I blinked. "Are ye daft, sister? They had just killed my brother and were reloading. It was really gross, and I threw up afterwards, but I ain't going to feel sympathy for bloody cultists of the ruinous powers who were trying their best to kill me kin." And then I realized what I said could be considered quite ill-mannered when speaking to a nun, and I quickly added, "Ma'am." Rather than look offended, Sister Joris had an expression of pure satisfaction on her face as she nodded. "You're absolutely right, Piper. How did you know they were cultists, though? One of them was an obvious witch, a mutant too with a literal third arm, was wearing blue and gold robes covered in blood, with fey runes stitched into him, I explained. She frowned and said, I don't remember hearing about that one's body being recovered. Did he get away? I shook my head. Nah, ma'am. He was the one I shot him first, the fell-looking fella. But then, when my brother and I searched the man for any valuables, I noticed he had this giant chicken foot. Just looking at it made me itch behind the eyes, so I made sure not to touch it and shot it several times with my lost pistol. It quickly burned his entire body to ashes. You can see the black spot right outside the gate, ma'am. Sister Joris' eyes widened, and she nodded slowly as if remembering the spot in question. That was a good idea, Piper. Emperor knows what that was, but it certainly wouldn't have been good or healthful to have any contact with it. Just a couple more questions. Did this witch have any items that you took from him? I nodded. Aye. He had an old dragoon pattern cavalry pistol. Want me to go fetch it for you, sister? She looked unsure for a moment before nodding. Yes, please. I skittered back into my room, grabbed the pistol and returned. When I got back, I opened the frizzen with my thumb, demonstrating to the sister that there was no charge loaded in the pan, and then reversed the weapon and handed it to her, barrel first. I've already unloaded it, sister. It's actually quite a beaut, but I was only going to keep it for a wall hanger. It's not like these types of weapons have much utility in the grand scheme of things anymore. But if it's contaminated by warpfeckery, then maybe it's better if you dispose of it, ma'am. Sister Joris chuckled and shook her head, saying, Piper, you might be the smartest girl your age that I've ever met. I had wondered about that. My intelligence was 11, but until recently, I had no idea how that compared to other people. However, now that my observe was level 15, it was showing me the lowest stat each person had when I used it on people. Pete's lowest stat was intelligence, and it was only at a 3. Sister Joris' lowest stat was strength, at only a 10. She looked at the pistol and shook her head. This is a special pistol. See, here? She turned it around and showed me the butt plate where the maker's marks were stamped. It was made in the armory of Rousey. That was the largest city in the northern continent, and this pattern of pistol was only produced for their nobility. If you remember from your school, all the people there have been relocated to our continent. All other continents on this planet are, eventually, going to be devoted entirely to the cultivation of the special flora we're known for. I blinked. I had read about that, but what I read says that those plants can't be cultivated. She waved a hand. That was a poor choice of words. They can't be cultivated in a normal farming way, but they can be released into a new environment and allowed to grow wild. Human presence, especially permanent structures, seems to interfere with their life cycle, but now that we've relocated all the people away, it will eventually turn all other continents on this planet into a jungle where they can be harvested in a short 30 or so years, according to the Muggos. I nodded. That seemed to be quite fussy and picky for what amounted to a fancy vine, but I wasn't an expert. I then thought about what she was saying from a different perspective. I bet some people might be a bit sore over having their entire lives uprooted and shipped off to start over from absolutely nothing. She grinned. Yes, this was already suspected, but I will definitely let the Palatine know about this pistol. We might be dealing with a more organized insurgency than we thought. Last question. Where did you get your lost pistol? She nodded at the holster that I talked Alicia into making for me. She was a lot better at sewing leather and the like, and I didn't leave anywhere without it now. My new master, Janitor Neurosage, gave it to me. He was so proud of me for discovering a piece of important archaeotech that he gave me this pistol and offered me a place in the Cult Mechanicus. He said I had an uncanny affinity with machines. I told her proudly, only fibbing a little. Surprisingly, she looked quite disappointed. But it passed quickly. The Mechanicus is a very important part of the Imperium, and they worship the God Emperor, in their own way. The last sounded more like a grudging admission. Finally, she sighed. Are you sure about this? I nodded. I really love machines. Besides, if I hadn't made this decision, I wouldn't have had that lost pistol, and I might have been either killed or been forced to watch those cultists kill my family. Some might call that luck, but I think that was the God Emperor looking out. He answered my prayers, after all, so we were pretty close. She nodded and stood up, patting me on the head, and said, I think you'll do well, whatever you end up devoting your life to. Speaking of which, I had forgotten to tell Mom about that. I kind of wanted Dad to be there with us, because I knew he would support me, but I was less sure about Mom. I sighed. I'd get around to it. XXXXXX. The next day, a red-robed tech priest showed up at our door. I was the one to answer, and he took one look at me and said, "Good.
Come.
I frowned and said, "Who are you? And why?" Tau Alpha, 1000, post-human male, assistant to Janitor Zephyrion Neurosich. A dogmatic believer in all of the standard dogma of Mars, he secretly hopes to catch his boss out as a hair tech. He does not like you but has been ordered to train you. Lowest stat, strength, 17. He looked very annoyed, female child. I am called Tau Alpha, 1000. Mugos Janitor Neurosich has ordered me to collect you and begin your initial training. I didn't quite like Mr. 1000 here, but I nodded and said, "I'll have to tell my mom I'm going out. Give me a moment." Oh, I had forgotten to tell her last night about my joining the Mechanicum. This might be interesting. I tried to be as matter-of-fact about it, but all that got me was my mom chasing me to the door yelling, "Just what do you mean you've joined the Mechanicum?" Ahahaha. We can talk about it later, Mom. I can't leave Mr. 1000 waiting, I said in front of the red-robed tech priest, who thrashed a metal tentacle just like an annoyed tomcat thrashed his tail. With that, we left. As we walked, I asked, "What will this training consist of?" "A lot of reading. A lot of memorizing." The janitor, surprisingly wise in this case, said that you need to understand the proper dogma and liturgies from the beginning, lest you make terrible mistakes, he said tersely, and I nodded. That was good. I could do that. As we got to what I called the Wizard Tower, he turned to me and said, "It is traditional for a new initiate to take on a new designation that is in more keeping with the Mechanicum. You can still go by your old name when you leave this place, but I am demanding you pick a more appropriate designation now." I frowned. His name seemed to be 2 letters of an ancient Terran language, followed by numbers. This language was actually the root of the entirety of Low Gothic that we spoke today, and they even used similar letters. I had some knowledge of this language just from leveling up language, High Gothic 2. I thought about it, stretching my memorization to the max to remember what the letters for P and E were. Finally, I remembered them. Then call me Rho Epsilon, 5, Rho for P, my first initial. Epsilon for E, my last initial, and 5 because I was the 5th child of my parents who loved me very, very much. No matter what I did in the future, I would never forget them. Min-maxing. Strong E memorization has gone up a level. /strong. Strong. Acting has gone up a level. /strong. Strong E dogma. Machine cult has gone up a level. /strong. I received a pleasant mental ding of 3 skill increases as I finished reciting a litany against invidious fragmentation upon the cogitator that I was performing maintenance upon, overseen by the watchful censors of Tau Alpha, 1000. Increasing 3 skills at once was almost unheard of, but I suppose I was using all of them simultaneously. The latter skill was an interesting one, and I was kind of curious why I hadn't really gotten an equivalent version from the Ecclesiarchy, but I suppose despite spending a considerable amount of time in the Schola, I wasn't really being taught anything that an average, educated noble wasn't expected to know. With the Mechanicum, I was being treated as a member. I thought that must be the distinction that allowed me to pick the skill up. Strong, *** dogma. Machine cult, LV5, a knowledge-based skill. Every level of this skill provides you with more detailed insights about the dogma of the Mechanicum. If you are a true believer, it will increase your apparent zealousness by external observers by LV** 10+, LV**, LV** 0.075, 51.9%. If you are not a believer, it increases your ability to fool people into believing that you are by the same amount. /strong. I didn't really consider myself a devout believer the way Tau Alpha 1000 was, so I figured I was getting the second effect. Well, it wasn't like I didn't believe. I mean, I was basically on talking terms with the big guy, but I couldn't match the unrestrained zealousness of all of the members of the Mechanicum I had met thus far. It wasn't that big of a deal or much of a difference either way. The first effect that only true believers got was just a better, or rather more intense, version of the one I was probably getting, I thought. More importantly, every level up gave me a little bit of knowledge, but it also tied things that I already knew together in ways I hadn't thought of before so that I could give a pretty good summation of basic dogma and the reasons behind it, by now and in my own words, if asked. I never volunteered to do so, though, as my levels in the skill told me that this wouldn't be appreciated at all. Not for a quasi-initiate, anyway. Tau Alpha 1000 finished observing me for a moment before he nodded, his augmetics chirping something in binaric, which I could not understand before he stopped and shifted to regular speech. He did that to me a lot. I figured it was an intentional slight, as there was no way he couldn't remember I couldn't speak it. I wouldn't be able to understand or speak binaric until I had some augmetics of my own. People who heard it called it a language, but recently, Tau Alpha 1000 had admitted that this was an untruth that the Mechanicum allowed to persist. In reality, it was a heavily encrypted data transmission system that used an audio modulator to modulator to convey data in short bursts. I had to look some of those words up, but after doing so, I realized that it would be impossible to really learn without the aid of machines. My numbers seemed to agree, as I had never once gotten a level in it despite listening to it a lot lately. Tau said in a scratchy monotone, "Adequate, row epsilon 5. Your ability to memorize things is laudable for someone who is still wholly organic." I wanted to roll my eyes because he had always been kind of an arse these past 3 months. He oversaw most of my training, where I only saw genitor neurosage once a week or so. Tau Alpha wanted to keep everything purely academic, with me learning the dogma of the Mechanicum over a period of years, but they were really short-staffed, so I had begun what my dad might call on-the-job training. Now, begin the steps of the ritual of restoration to manufactorium defaults, all 59 steps, Tau ordered seriously. When you are done, take the cogitator to the brothers tending the reactor. After that, you may go home. After Tau left, I sighed. I wasn't entirely sure all of this was necessary. This wasn't the first cogitator I had performed holy maintenance upon by now, and I had received several levels of programming, imperial cogitators for my effort. The knowledge I had received when I leveled up that skill for the first time implied that there wasn't anything mystical about them, but this directly contradicted what I had learned from my dogma skill, as well as what I had been taught by Tau Alpha. However, I was unsure what to believe. I had, in secret, skipped most of the seemingly pointless parts of the rituals on one of the cogitators I had performed maintenance on. However, the same machine came back for maintenance again very shortly after that. So, perhaps there was something to placating its machine spirit. According to its user, a secretary in the Duke's office, it seemed almost irritated and wasn't performing as it should have. Since then, I performed all of the rituals by the book, even trying to utilize my prayer skill while doing so. I had gotten 2 levels on that skill since then, but I hadn't noticed any additional effects like the blessing that the God Emperor Omnicia tended to give me that protected me from the warp. Perhaps it was because the blessing was being applied to the machines, though, that I didn't notice it. Well, let's get you ready to go back into service, I told the cogitator as if its machine spirit could hear me. I wasn't sure it could, but Mom always said it paid to be polite. Anyway, I made sure that my mask-based respirator was seated tightly. In some worlds where the Mechanicum held sway, these were necessary just to breathe at all. Orkney was a paradise, by comparison, but here in one of the workrooms in the bottom layer of what I called the hive, it was necessary to avoid coughing on all of the incense that burned for many of the rituals of holy maintenance. I wouldn't need any of that to perform this next ritual, but it got everywhere, and personally, I was not too fond of the smell. Also, it made me fit in more. I was the only one down here who was still 100% human, as far as I could tell, and it helped that in addition to the robes I wore, I had a full face covering mask. My robes, unlike all of the tech priests working here, were white with red trim instead of red with gold trim, and this made my station obvious. Not a menial, but not one of them either. At least, not yet. After following all of the steps to restore the cogitator to its default settings, I took it down the hall into the large room that contained the main fusion reactor that powered the entirety of landing. There were about 5 tech priests tending to it, and I found one of them that I recognized and said, "Brother, this cogitator is ready to be returned into glorious service of the Omnicia." His voice was scratchy too, like Tau Alpha 1000. It was like their vocoders all needed maintenance, which was ironic. Praise, little sister row epsilon, 5. I shall take this machine from you. He grabbed it out of my hand with one of his metal tentacles, which I was still envious of. I didn't dawdle and turned around. As I was walking out of the large room, I received the fourth ding of the day, and this one was an entirely new skill. Strong. Skill radiation resistance. Beta gained at LV1. /strong. Strong. *** radiation resistance. Beta. LV1 increases your resistance to beta particle-based ionicing radiation by 25 plus. LV * 0.15. Plus LV *, LV * 0.006%, 25.2%. At maximum resistance, you become mostly immune to the damaging effects of incidental beta particles, except if they are utilized as a weapon, radiation gun, etc. /strong. I barely stopped and continued walking, leaving the reactor room. I didn't know enough to know precisely what this was protecting me from, but I already knew that I only got a skill like this based on exposure, like how I had to be exposed to repeated fatigue before leveling up fatigue resistance. I knew a little bit about radiation and that it could be either good or bad. The heat from the sun was a type of radiation, and Orkney would be a dead world without it. But I knew there were harmful types, too, but not precisely what they were. Perhaps it would be something I could ask the generator sometime during one of our weekly meetings, or try to research on my own. I used all the logic in my brain, though, and decided to limit my time in the reactor room from then on. Strong? Intelligence has gone up a level. /strong. 5. Wow. And I guess that was a good idea. I grinned. I returned to the workshop that I used and made sure all of my tools were taken care of and put away. However, instead of going home, I grabbed the short sword that my eldest brother had gifted me and took a long corridor to another lift. The large corridors down here use conveyor belts on the ground, in both directions, to increase the speed at which people could move around the hive. I imagine it was necessary when there were actually 10 million people living here, although it was all empty now, so only the belts on the bottom and top floors actually worked. I took the fastest belt about a third of the way into the hive before finding the lift up. As I stepped out of the elevator on the 8th floor, a familiar notice appeared. Strong? You have entered the Orkney Dungeon, Level 8. Clear the dungeon of Raging Rat, 162/221 and Vicious Void Vole, 190/201 for rewards. /strong. This was a new aspect of my numbers that I had found a month ago. I didn't understand why part of the hive was called a dungeon. The actual dungeon was on the first floor, where there were about 3 dozen null cells where the apprehended witches were kept. I'd be sitting in one of those if I couldn't keep my witchery hidden, and that would be real bad right now. I had heard both my dad and the Palatine talking, and the Holy Sister was incensed that the proper procedures had not been followed in the attack a few months ago. Apparently, in the event that any cultists were organized to attack Landing, the first step was to gas all of the witches in the cells to death, even if they had turned themselves in voluntarily. Dad had agreed that this was the correct thing to do, but was arguing that nobody could really be blamed in the heat of things that hadn't actually happened. The governor and a fair bit of his staff had perished. After all, were witches really that dangerous that the bare possibility that they could be freed by cultists meant that they had to die? Sister Joris would probably agree, but I felt a bit more biased on the subject. I shook my head to clear it and hummed as I looked around. If I had to look with just my eyes and ears, then I would have never found even half of these rodents. The voles were easy to dispatch, and I don't think they were all that vicious, actually. They were sneaky, though, but as long as I was in this part of the hive, then I could see if any were nearby. In the corner of my vision, a map would appear, miniaturized, and red dots would indicate either a rat or the voles. There were something like 300,000 rooms on each level of the hive, so I would never be able to track down even a fraction of the vermin without it. Except, maybe the rats. They attacked me on sight and were slightly dangerous. And why I had started carrying my sword, too. The last time I came here, I got swarmed by about 8 of them, each as big as a fat tomcat. Their bites were vicious and drew blood. Their little grabby little rat hands scratched, too. It had been the first time where I got to realize how effective the so-called gamer's body skill was, as it only took me a day or two to recover from a vicious bite to my calf that took a chunk out of it. I didn't even have a scar, either. As the red that I was approaching darted out of hiding, I took quick aim with my lost pistol and took 2 shots to put down a large rat. God Emperor only knows what they eat down here, but they clearly isn't missing any meals, I mused out loud, looking at the dead creature. I didn't leave any of these dead animals down here just to decompose either. After I killed a dozen or so, I would take their bodies up to the top floor and dump them out. A pack of wild dogs that lived on the outskirts of the city seemed to like that, too, even if it caused this task to take a lot longer. I nodded. I thought I could finish things today. I didn't have to be home until dinner, and if I moved with a purpose, I could perform a verminicide on the 8th floor. 3.5 hours and 2 vicious bites later, I hunted down the last creature, a vole, and put a laser bolt between its eyes. The voles would hide, mostly, rather than attack. It took me quite a while to find this last sneaker, and I had been considering ending the dungeon early. I could have done so ever since I killed more than half of each creature, but it told me my rewards would be commensurate with performance, so I wanted a perfect showing here. Strong, Orkney Dungeon, level 8 cleared. /strong, strong, rewards. For eliminating 50% of dungeon threats. 1 free point. /strong, strong, rewards. For eliminating 75% of dungeon threats. 1 free point. /strong, strong, rewards. For eliminating 90% of dungeon threats. 2 free points. Interactive map of Orkney Hive unlocked. /strong, strong, rewards. For eliminating 100% of dungeon threats. 2 free points. New title unlocked, Vermin Bane. Equipment upgrade token. Muse use now. /strong. Oh, lots of things. 6 more free points, which I could use to increase one of my numbers directly. They could be used to increase anything, but I thought it would be a waste if I didn't use them to increase one of my statistics. I had noticed that every time one of these increased, it directly affected my body or mind. My strength, dexterity, and vitality had all reached level 9 now, and I felt a definite difference each time one went up. My intelligence, with the latest boost earlier today, was at 13. I already felt a little brighter, thinking a little quicker. Honestly, I wanted to dump all of my points into intelligence, but I had specifically avoided spending them. My intuition was telling me that doing so would be a waste. Also, I wasn't sure if I would, in the end, be able to use them on intelligence as I fantasized about. The safest, given my witchery, would be willpower, without a doubt. The title was something I had noticed I had, but I didn't know what it did, if anything. But now that I had 2, I could swap them in or out, and when I did so, I realized they gave me bonuses. The Vermin Bane title gave me a 10% increase in damage done to any rodent. Not exactly the best benefit, and it wasn't better than Noble Daughter, which allowed me to learn things like etiquette faster. The last benefit was something odd. Upgrade token? I had the feeling that I couldn't take another step until I dealt with this, or rather, if I did, then I would lose this opportunity. Equipment could be considered anything I had with me, right? I had my robes, my flashlight, my lost pistol, and my sword. Would picking one of these things really alter them physically? Up until now, this was mainly an in my head sort of thing, despite the obvious changes to my body. I didn't know what upgrade meant precisely. I knew what the word meant, but just not in this context. If you got a pawn into the promotion square at the end of the board, that could be considered an upgrade when it turned into a queen. As such, I immediately discarded my robes. There was a chance it might upgrade into full tech priest robes, and I would get into serious trouble if I wore them. My flashlight, well, it was a tool. And my sword had value that was more than its utility to me, as it was a present from my brother. Nodding, I focused on my lost pistol. The weapon seemed to shimmer as if a rainbow passed over it. Frowning, I looked at it. It looked mostly the same, but there were a couple of differences. It had shrunk a little bit, I thought. I used Observe. Strong, compact lost pistol, Takara pattern limited edition, an excellent quality lost pistol suitable for concealed uses. /strong. That was different. The weapon itself seemed to fit better in my hand, and it now had a new switch on it. I tested it and discovered that it could fire a shot that had increased power, but it used at least double the charge on the power cell, too. It's not very useful for rats, but it would be good against people. I switched that mode on and returned the pistol to my pocket. This pocket wasn't so much a pocket but a slit that I had carefully made with some thread rippers so that I could pull my pistol out of an actual holster while not actually wearing one on the exterior of my robes. I noticed when I went up the elevator that the miniature map did not disappear, and I had a feeling that I could make it larger now to see the whole hive, but I left that feeling aside for the moment. It was getting late, and I had to get home. Both Mom and Alicia were still depressed, Dad was gone, and I tended to make much of the dinner arrangements, along with Mrs. Robbins, for the past several months. I was sad that Willie was gone, too, especially since I thought the last thing I said to him wasn't all that nice. I think I called him a dumb oaf and wished instead I could have told him how much I loved him. Still, I didn't think he would want me to wallow in grief, even if I could. I had remained as sad as the rest of the family for about a week, but then I just got over it. Perhaps Gamer's mind helped me there, or perhaps I was just naturally resilient. More likely, it was a combination of both, but I couldn't let some dirty cultists keep me down, no matter what they did. That would be doing the ruinous powers work for them, and Willie wouldn't want that. After I got home, I went upstairs and quickly changed into an everyday dress. I'd have to wash my robes before tomorrow, as that dungeon always got them really dirty, and the white fabric definitely didn't help with that. I found Mom in the kitchen, and she was looking surprisingly energetic. She still had a missing arm, although that would be changing soon. The janitor offered to replace her arm, either with augmetics or even a cloned version. I figured Mom would pick the latter option, even though it didn't come with retractable claws or nothing.
Mom.
You're up and about today, I said, pleased. She had been mostly moping. She did enough to make sure the little ones were cared for, and then just sat around in torpor for the rest of the day, sometimes not even getting out of bed. She smiled at me, waving her stub of a missing lower arm at me excitedly. Your father is back. He'll be able to be here for the service next week, after all. I brightened immediately despite a reminder of the impending depressing situation. When someone died on Orkney, we buried them right away but without too much fanfare. The immediate family, mainly the men, would be there for the burial, of course, but it was kind of difficult to expect anyone else to show up. That began the tradition of the dredgy, or a kind of party or celebration of the life of the deceased that would generally occur at their next named day or half a year later, whichever came first. I was a little worried Dad wasn't going to make it either, and I was glad that he would be here. His being here would help Mom a lot, too. I couldn't help but have my lips twist into a smile. Who was I kidding? I wanted to see him a lot, too. Who wouldn't worry about their dad when he went into battle? When is he coming home? I asked excitedly. I spared only one glance at the state of the kitchen. I could already guess what dish Mom intended to make by what ingredients were out and what Mrs. Robbins was doing. It was one of my dad's favorite dishes, including all of his favorite side dishes as well. He should be on his way now. I wanted to get dinner ready for him, but she trailed off, and I snorted. There was still a good hour of preparatory work before dinner could be served. None were particularly hard to make, not with my 23 levels of cooking anyway. I shooed her out of the kitchen and said, I'll take care of it, go meet him at the door. I was sure that they'd want to get reacquainted. You couldn't grow up on a farm and not understand the mechanics of how babies happened, but I was sure that they got up to the really lewd stuff like kissing and hand-holding, too, in the privacy of the master bedroom here at home. Wouldn't think about that. I first got to talk to Dad again after Mrs. Robbins served dinner. Not only was Dad back, but Alicia's suitor was too, which she was gaga over. Alicia had been boy crazy ever since she was my age, but in a general sense. Now, she reminded me more of one of those large forest cats, already stalking prey. The young man, who was perhaps a year and a half older than my sister, hadn't yet twinged to how much danger he was in. Oh well, I wasn't about to warn him. Alicia would never forgive me if she did. Pete asked the question that I was most interested in. Dad, did you get those rebels? His voice had a twinge of emotion behind it, like the answer he really wanted as a blow-by-blow of their deaths. I couldn't really blame him. He and Willie were always as thick as thieves, the closest of our sibling cohort. They weren't twins, but they were close. He sighed, some, but not as many as we'd hoped. The Sisters of Battle had better luck, as they could move faster than an entire regiment, but even they only got a few stragglers. I frowned. How could they escape? They don't have vehicles. At least, I didn't think they did. There was no way that a non-mechanized force could outrun Dad's regiment, which was blessed by many trucks from the Omniscia, even if they were of a slower type powered by power cells instead of promethium. They have some now. First Regiment didn't exactly cover themselves in glory, he admitted. Both the commander and executive officer had been killed, and their armories gutted. I guess I didn't realize that this included their vehicles. He continued, also, they set up what can only be described as landmines and improvised bombs in the road that slowed our pursuit significantly. That doesn't seem right, I said, feeling that this was a big clue that I wasn't quite understanding. Everyone pretty much agreed that the rebels were almost entirely from the population which had been relocated to our continent. Who taught them how to make explosive traps? Muzzle-loading rifles should be their state-of-the-art, as it had been with most of our continent outside of landing for 1,000 years or more. So, what is going to happen? I asked, curious. He shrugged. It's getting to be in the deep fall, so not much until the spring on either side. We have to reconstitute the 1st Regiment, and I've recommended that at least 3 or 4 more regiments be drawn up, but the deputy governor has nixed that plan, at least for now. I frowned. Why hasn't the Duke's heir taken over? He's a year younger than you are. The deputy governor will likely be in charge for at least a handful of years until he reaches his majority, Dad said, amused. Not everyone is as bright as you are at your age. Especially not boys, I nodded, completely understanding. After that, it was just a normal family dinner, even if one of the places was empty. It was nice. The day after the dredgy for Willie, I found Pete alone in their room. He was packing some things up, and I offered to help him. It wasn't like any of us had a lot of stuff, anyway, but I paused at a sheet of paper. It caught my eye because it sort of looked like my numbers. Specifically, I noticed strength and dexterity right next to each other. Intelligence was there, too. But instead of vitality, there was endurance, and instead of willpower, there was wisdom. What's this, Peter? I asked, curious. He glanced at it and sighed. Willie's character sheet. I asked the obvious question, and Pete explained that it was a game that he and Pete had played. The idea was that you'd pretend you were a character, and then go through a scenario where you smote the Emperor's enemy. Both Willie and Pete's characters were Space Marines. Want to play? I asked. He frowned. It's kind of difficult to play with just 2 people. Me and Pete were playing with a group of boys. I'm not sure they'll be willing to let a girl play with us, but I can ask. They were going to meet up today, but I wasn't sure I was up to going. I thought about it. I wanted to because I thought it might give me insights on how my numbers worked. They repeatedly told me it was to live my life as a game. I just didn't realize that there were games like this. Perhaps if I played one of these games, I would have better ideas. Plus, I didn't like seeing Pete so depressed. Maybe having a play date with his friends would help out. That would be reason enough to go with him, even if I didn't have Fey powers. I nodded, yes. The worst they can say is no. You can play, I suppose, but you have to play a Sister of Battle since you're a girl, ruled the slightly pimpled boy that had arranged these games. His name was Liam, and according to Pete, he usually played the role of the Crusade Master, which basically meant he oversaw the game and made decisions for the enemy and the like. I frowned, aiming an observe at the boy. Strong, Liam Connor, human boy. Liam is the son of the Duke's Exchequer. He has a very detailed-oriented mind, although he would like to lead men into battle in the Imperial Guard instead of being an accountant like his father. He's likely to get his wish. Lowest stat, strength, 5/strong. I sighed. I specifically changed into my Mechanicum robes to come over here because I thought they would be impressive. I wanted to play either a Muggos or Tech Marine, obviously. While I had the utmost respect for the Sword Sisters, on a one-to-one basis, they'd never match up against the mythical Space Marines, or a Muggos, if you counted all of his support equipment. When I complained, he explained how things were balanced, because otherwise, I would be correct. For example, one of the boys was playing an Imperial Guardsman, so he got to have a couple of squads of soldiers in addition to his character. The Sisters of Battle were similar. Fine, I'll be a Sister Superior, then. My squad will be armed with bolt pistols, chainswords, and jetpacks, I decided after looking over a list of equipment and their point value that I could select from. The game itself was kind of interesting. Not surprisingly, the Emperor's side always won. It would be a little bit too heretical for children to play games where the good guys lost, even if I thought that possibility would make for a more interesting game. Still, there was uncertainty because you definitely weren't guaranteed to survive through the game. The Emperor would win, but maybe your character wouldn't make it. That happened almost half the time, too, so nobody was too attached to their characters. Liam had let Pete play Willie's character in addition to his own, and Willie's Space Marine saved the day in the end against Green Xenos, at the cost of his own life. It was quite moving, I thought. I patted Pete's shoulder, still in character. I considered what a real sister would say and settled on a psalm that I hadn't quite understood until now. Lives are the Emperor's currency. Spend them well. This caused Pete to sniffle and nod, quite un-Space Marine-like, I would say, but I didn't hold it against him because I wanted just to hug him anyway. A few days later, I was back in the Orkney hive. I tested things by returning to the spot where I had conducted a vermin genocide, but nothing changed. I didn't think it would. It would be kind of implausible if all of the rats and voles had returned. It seemed that these dungeons were only single-use. It was kind of a shame because I would have just collected an infinite amount of points here otherwise. But things couldn't be that easy, I guessed. I sat down in one of the cleaner rooms and pulled up the full map of the hive. I could zoom in and zoom out and move around, and I was surprised to find everything labeled carefully. That gave me an idea. I had found that Archaeotech's stunner carbine by luck. Perhaps I could find another or other things through careful exploration. It was almost impossible to consider before I got this map, as there were hundreds of thousands of rooms per floor. It would take me decades to search the hive if I just went door to door. But now, I could go directly to security offices. They weren't labeled outside the door, but they were labeled on this map. It might be possible to find more treasures. I said, noticing something. There were multiple security offices on each floor, but I noticed that one of them was different and larger. It was in the very center of each floor, and also had an attached room that was labeled Armory. Jackpot. Well, perhaps not. It was very likely that these had all been looted tens of thousands of years ago when my ancestors spread out about the continent and started a more agrarian lifestyle. But I'd check these first, and then each individual smaller security office. I turned on my trusty flashlight, set the brightness to borderline blinding, and started walking to the nearest lift. I appreciated the games I played with Pete, Liam, and their friends. I had also asked Liam for advice in a hypothetical sense. For example, I asked him what the optimal choices would be in a hypothetical game that just happened to resemble my actual circumstances. I was glad that I listened to my intuition about not spending my free points because he told me how valuable they would be in a game like mine. If mundane practice could increase your stats, then you would get more value per point if you waited until it was very difficult to increase your stats naturally before utilizing them. I pretty much knew this intuitively already, but it was nice to get told this by an expert. He told me that such a character would have to be careful and not get trapped in that mentality, though, as many games were designed to force you to use these types of resources. You'd want to save them for later, but doing so might cause a game over, depending on how the Crusade Master balanced the adventure. I didn't think I had one of those. At least, I hoped I didn't. But it was a good point, and I decided to spend at least half of my points the next time my willpower gained a level. That would get me to either 19 or 20 points in that stat, depending on how I split my free points. Willpower was harder to level up than most, but I had been following the sister's advice. I never ate until I was fully satisfied. I never slept until I just woke up on my own, and the other things too. I think it was a slow but sure progress, as I had gotten a level up in it 2 months ago, so I thought I was getting due for one. Rather than take a lift down to the 10th floor in order to use the express belts where they still worked, I just ran the whole way to the center of the hive. It took a while, but I was a really fast runner these days, and I could do it for quite a long time. Finding the correct door took a little longer, as they weren't labeled at all. But I just followed the miniature map until I was sure I was outside the correct place. This one was cleaned out despite my carefully searching it. It took me 3 more floors before I found something. On the 5th floor, the door to the armory was stuck closed and obscured with several stacks of drop ceiling panels, which sort of hid the door, at least from casual inspection. I popped open the service hatch for the door and hummed as I saw that the power connector for the door servo was carefully removed. The whole cable, which wasn't normal. Sometimes they could jiggle free, but the cable would just be dangling. I could probably repair it by cannibalizing a cord from a working door, but I just reached in and yanked the manual release, which popped the door off of its motorized guides. I pulled out a can of sanctified penetrating oil, held under pressure, and applied a goodly spray to the rail guides on the door, speaking a quiet prayer for the holy lubricant to protect the door from unnecessary friction. Testing the door, I nodded as I was able to push it into the wall fairly easily. I pushed it all the way in and stepped back instead of in. I'd noticed that sometimes the air could get rather stale in some of these rooms. My respirator didn't have a supply of oxygen, just being a filter, so I just waited a couple of minutes to be safe. This looks different, I immediately said as I stepped in, changing the flashlight settings to the widest possible beam and increasing the brightness to compensate. All of the armories looked pretty much the same. It was a fairly large room with about half of it behind a cage. In the 3 examples I had looked at before, the cage had been opened and emptied. Here, it was closed and only partly emptied. I had found a set of keys in the first cage, but none of the keys on the ring opened this cage. I sighed, very much put upon. 3 months ago, I would have just shot the lock with my Lost pistol, but that wouldn't have been very respectful to the poor mechanism that was just doing its job. As such, I spent the time to backtrack all the way down to the 10th floor, got tools from my work area, and returned. I didn't really know how to pick a lock, although I was quite interested in learning, but I wouldn't really need to. Locks weren't really designed to stop a motivated person with a toolbox from getting through them, especially one this old. I just used a mallet and a screwdriver to pop the lock's core out without damaging it and open the cage. If it was full, I imagine hundreds of weapons could be stored back here, but only a fraction were still there. Still, it was a lot more than I thought to find. A dozen of the stunner carbines that I had recognized with its unusual bell end, and maybe a gross of each of a type of weapon I had never seen before. I aimed and observed at each type. Strong, Mark IV thermal ray rifle, poor condition. The design for this rifle was licensed from the Royal Small Arms Factory and produced on Mars. Purchased by the Orkney Enterprise LLC for its colonial security forces, this weapon fires a highly coherent ray of thermal energy capable of immense destruction despite its size. Strong, General Service thermal ray pistol, poor condition. The design for this pistol was licensed from the Royal Small Arms Factory and produced on Mars. Purchased by the Orkney Enterprise LLC for its colonial security forces, this weapon fires a highly coherent ray of thermal energy capable of immense destruction despite its size. Strong. I giggled with glee. Who knows? Perhaps these machines were as rare as the stunner carbine. If so, I was about to be in real good odor with the genitor. The condition of the weapons was not good, but I thought they all might still function, which meant that they were in better condition than the original stunner I had found. I cleaned off a large table in the cage and sorted each of the weapons into rough piles of condition. There were several that were in fair condition, but most were in poor condition. As I was about to leave, I searched the armorer's desk on a lark and found a thick plastic binder. The front cover was eaten away, but the pages within were still legible. The table of contents read, Axon Glock Air Taser Carbine Maintenance Manual. Ooh, I kind of wanted to flip through it right now. In fact, I sat down and did so. I didn't have anywhere to be until dinner. The book was full of exploded diagrams of the weapon, showing each individual part and subassembly, as well as detailed instructions on how to perform routine maintenance and repair. It was all written in tech, so I wasn't completely following everything, but it was still quite illuminating. Strong language. High Gothic has gone up a level. Strong. Nice. Finally, I sat the binder aside and left. I pushed the door closed and mused as I walked to the lift for what seemed like the 100th time today. How would I report this? I didn't want to tell Tau Alpha 1000. Not only was he kind of a dick, but I thought it was likely he would take the credit. A couple of days later, I found my opportunity. Mom was coming to meet the janitor to have the first consultation for the regrowing of her arm. She already declined an augmetic prosthesis unless that was the only option, so I would go with her. Otherwise, I'd have to wait maybe a week for the next time the janitor checked in on me. Or perhaps even longer, He had been in a most wroth mood, as apparently some of the supplies he needed for the continued operation of his atmospheric processor were damaged when the rebels attacked the spaceport next to landing. "I still can't get used to you looking like that," Mom said as I walked next to her. I wanted to chirp at her in Binaric, but I was unable to, so I just huffed. I thought I looked quite fetching. Instead, I turned my head away and said quietly, "It's quite important to me." She surprised me by reaching over into my hood and rubbing my head, and I flinched, complaining, "Mom, don't do that. The brothers won't take me seriously if they see my mom patting my head. Most of them were cloned and don't even have mothers." She laughed. "I'll never stop." Still, I found myself smiling. The janitor's office was in what I called the Wizard's Tower, which was situated right on top of the hive, but was nowhere near its size. It was a building that was, perhaps, only 5 times larger than our residence, but it had 10 stories to it. I assumed it was centered on one of the express elevators so that the janitor could use the lift to go down to the 10th floor or wherever else when he wanted. Mom seemed unnerved by the Skitari that guarded the front entrance to the Wizard Tower and asked in a hushed voice, "You're not going to end up like that, are you?" They can hear you. Their cranial audio transducers can definitely make a whisper audible "Mom." And no, probably not. But there isn't anything wrong with them, except we don't have enough, I said, amused. The janitor only had 1 maniple of Skitari to guard himself, and that was barely any at all. Still, they were all equipped with their traditional galvanic rifles, which marked them as elite. It was clear that the janitor had not followed the letter of his restriction on only having 1 maniple of Skitari, as they were all rangers. It might have been my imagination, but one of the Skitari seemed to glance at me and wink its optical sensor at me. Tau Alpha wasn't assisting the janitor today. It was someone else, and we didn't have to wait long before being ushered into an exam room. Janitor Neurosage walked in with a flourish, but seemed a little surprised to see me. He chirped and said, "Initiate Rho Epsilon, 5. Unexpected. This is your genetic contributor?" "Yes, janitor. This is my mother. She was injured in the attack," I told him. "I'd like to speak with you alone after we're done here. I have found more of that thing I found before." The janitor swung to face me and rasped, "Query. Is it secret? Is it safe?" "Affirmative, janitor," I said formally. I could see him tapping one of his mechadendrites on the floor like an impatient man might tap his foot. It was obvious he wanted to just leave my mom right away, but he quieted after a moment and nodded. I tuned out his consultation with my mother, which only took about 20 minutes. However, I turned when he said, "May as well begin rejuvenate treatment for both of you while you are here." He then gave Mom a shot with a hypodermic needle attachment on one of his mechadendrites, which he was clearly quite afraid of. I tried to dodge the same mechadendrite when it came my direction and said, "Negative, janitor, sir. I am already rejuvenated. I do not need to be rejuvenated. God Emperor Omnicia, help me if I got younger. People would never take me seriously." Gah, the hypodermic got me in the arm, and the janitor looked at me quizzically and said, "Negative, Rho Epsilon, 5. Basic life extension technologies have effects on slowing aging. The utilization of this therapy at the onset of puberty is the most effective. You have begun menses, AF?" Oh God, I did not want to talk about this, but I croaked out, "AF." He bobbed several of his tentacles in a nod. "Good. You will simply age slower after your physical maturation is complete, then." He then turned to Mom and said, "I have some business with Rho Epsilon, 5. Please excuse us. Your appointment is scheduled for the next first day." She seemed a bit confused but nodded and left without me. As soon as she left, I had the full attention of the great man, which made me a bit nervous. He said tersely, "Where?" Follow me. Can we use your elevator?" I asked nervously. "Affirmative," he said. As we walked, I asked something that had me curious. If the materials for life extension therapies are so valuable, then why is the therapy available for free for anyone in landing? He chirped and answered matter-of-factly, "Informative. Materials have a flora origin. The refinement process of native flora creates several grades of materials. The lowest grade materials have a very short shelf life and cannot be shipped, will be wasted if not used within several weeks." Oh, that made sense, I supposed. I mused, It would be nice if it was available to every person on Orkney then. More efficient, too. Elaborate, he asked, and I didn't know if he was curious or just humoring me. I shrugged. Everything tells me that activity in this world will be increasing by orders of magnitude if the harvesting increases by the same amount. There aren't actually that many people on the planet. It would be more efficient if there were more of us. Is there something wrong with that logic? Negative, he said, but didn't say anything more. I pushed the door to the armory open and let him in. He swept through into the cage and started scanning each of the weapons with some attachment on one of his mechadendrites. Volkite weapons. Curious, he said. I asked, excited. Are they Archaeotech? Negative. They are produced in small numbers on several forge worlds. They are very rare, though, he said, although he had already stopped looking at them and was scanning each of the stunner carbines carefully. Oh, well, I suppose I couldn't get thrice times lucky and discover 3 types of Archaeotech. Remembering the maintenance manual, I walked over and pulled it out of the desk drawer. I also found this. It is a maintenance manual for the stunners. The janitor froze and carefully turned to face me. He reached out with one of his mechadendrites, paused, and then decided to take it from me with his hands. He sat it, very gingerly, on the table and opened it carefully, as if he was afraid it was going to fall apart in his hands. Perhaps I shouldn't tell him that I accidentally tore one of the pages when I was looking through it earlier. The janitor started randomly chuckling, then laughing, which sounded quite unsettling. I asked, Janitor, sir, are your functions nominal? Affirmative, child, he said, calming down. I realized that I wasted decades of my life here. If I had found this when I first arrived, then I would have been welcomed back with open arms. Although this is not an STC printout, it is almost as valuable. We will likely be able to begin production of these air tasers. Once again with both the examples and this manual. Well, that's nice, I suppose. At least you've used the time to improve Orkney as well, I said, realizing that he might be a bit annoyed with himself. This hive was his responsibility, but it really was too large to search through systematically, especially when it had been here for thousands and thousands of years and was assumed to be empty by everyone. The janitor shook his head. My success has trapped me. Now, there are high expectations for the increased output at Orkney, so I will be trapped here for years. It is just funny. He was being sarcastic. I didn't think he was capable of it. I will have to think of some way to compensate you. Rho Epsilon 5, he said thoughtfully. But instead, he made me stand there for an hour while he arranged for some servitors to come and collect all of the loot. Figures. Initial user configuration. Well, I know how much you love to burn people to death, I explained to the tall woman, blushing as I opened the lid of each of the 2 crates containing about 20 Volkite weapons I had repaired. It was a small amount compared to the nearly 300 total weapons that I had found, but it was as many as I could repair in such a short amount of time. I then thought back about my activities over the last week or 2. Janitor Neurosage didn't care one whit about the Volkite thermal ray weapons despite the fact that he said they were both very rare and valuable. That hinted to me that we probably had vastly different ideas about the worth of things. Well, it wasn't like I could take them and sell them to people, but he didn't care if I gave them to people, so long as they were people who could be trusted with such weapons. He personally walked me through the repair procedures for each type of weapon, the rifle and the pistol, and allowed me to fix the rest myself, which I was very pleased with. I received 6 levels of electronics repair and 2 in mechanical repair, but I also got a brand new skill that I was excited with, which was simply called fabrication. Fabrication, LV2, increases the mental ability to imagine and spot errors in parts in 3-dimensional shapes by LV*10 plus LV*, LV* 0.1%, 20.4%. Utilizing non-automated tools also increases the speed and efficiency of fabrication by the same percentage. This skill had a similar scaling as did many of my technical skills, like electronics repair, which meant that it scaled rapidly. By level 20, I would have over a 200% increase, and by level 75, God Emperor Omnicia willing, it would be over 1300%. And that was providing a mental effect, which I thought was much better. Although it was nice to see how my hands moved with almost preternatural speed when I was repairing something, I was much more pleased with something increasing my imagination by a similar amount, even if it was only about 3D shapes. I received this skill when we had to totally replace some of the parts, like the pistol grips, from scratch. The janitor repaired a rifle and pistol in poor condition to almost perfect condition and wouldn't allow me to give away the weapons until they reached at least good condition, according to my observation. As Sister Lucia smiled beatifically at me, I was brought back to the present. She saw that I was giving her weapons, and even though she hadn't figured out what kind they were, she was already so pleased. She stepped forward and said, "What are these?" "Thermal ray rifles and pistols," I declared proudly. "We call them Volkite weapons." "Ah, they are actually quite rare, so I wasn't able to provide enough for your entire mission. At least not yet." All of these had been repaired by myself over the course of a couple of weeks. I had found over 200 of the weapons, which was only about 1/5 the capacity of that armory. I had a deep personal interest in ensuring that the sisters here at their mission were as deadly as possible. They were likely to do much of the fighting, especially in missions to seek out and destroy the rebels. The more rebels Sister Lucia and her sisters eliminated, the safer my dad would be. I had kept a few of the Volkite pistols, too. One for my dad, one for Pete if he joined the PDF or Imperial Guard, and one for myself, although they were too large for me to carry comfortably at the moment, so I preferred my compact little Las pistol. She looked immediately interested and reached down, asking, "May I?" I nodded. "Of course. Would you like me to explain its operation? Have you seen, heard of, or operated this type of weapon before?" She pulled out one of the pistols, which was unloaded, and one of the power packs and made an interested half-humming noise. She clearly didn't really need my assistance as she all but field-stripped the weapon, making sure it was safe before examining it closely. She said, "It seems pretty straightforward, but no, I have not. Is there anything special I should be aware of?" I nodded solemnly. I carefully pulled out one of the rifles, which was really large in my hands. It wasn't really that heavy, though, as I had figured my 9 levels in strength were close to what an adult male had available. I didn't know that 10 was an average level for each stat, but it did seem to be an average for an adult strength. Anyway, as I loaded the rifle, I explained while carefully pointing it at the ground, "Yes, the weapon fires a beam of coherent thermal energy. The pistols only give you a brief pulse, maybe twice as long as what you might expect from a full-size Las gun. However, with the rifles, you can fire a beam of about a second at a time before it needs to cool for about the same amount of time." I inclined my head to the targets at the end of the firing range, and Sister Lucia said, "Go ahead." I nodded and jumped up onto a milk crate that I had prepared in advance so that I could easily aim over the firing ranges table, then casually aimed at the first target and depressed the trigger. As the beam hit the first target, I quickly swept it horizontally across the entirety of all of the firing lanes, striking 10 targets before the beam shut off. The targets were steel, and I hadn't held the beam on any single target long enough to penetrate. Yet still, a few molten drops of the stuff sizzled onto the sand-covered ground of the backstop of the firing range. Lucia looked amazed, sat the loaded pistol on the bench, pulled out a second rifle, and repeated my demonstration. Then, afterwards, she fired again but maintained the beam on one of the targets, quickly burning right through the steel target. As you can see, with just sweeping the targets there isn't sufficient. I paused, thinking of the correct word, before finding it in memory of the janitor discussing the weapon particulars as he repaired it, reciting almost from memory, thermal energy transfer to defeat any kind of armored opponents, but just a brief exposure to the beam would be either lethal or incapacitating to your average unarmored human or non-orc xeno. The large weapon was uncomfortable in my hands, so I hopped back down onto the ground and sat it back on the crate. I had 2 servitors carry the crates for me, thankfully. By now, we had the full attention of about 24 sisters who had been practicing with swords in the large area next to their small firing range. Sister Lucia sat her own rifle down and tried with the pistol, nodding in satisfaction. Even a single pistol shot totally demolished one of the thick steel targets, enough that she seemed to realize that she was destroying things and paused, setting the weapon down. She started chuckling and said, "These weapons are glorious, little Piper. I think perhaps they're a little too much for our small 30-meter range here." Even this pistol would be very effective even against the most puissant of armors. I tell you now that our carapace armors would not withstand a full beam of these rifles, and maybe not even the pistols. It would depend, and even if it didn't penetrate, it might cook the sister inside. I considered that and thought that while she might be right, anyone wearing power armor would likely not just stand around while you focused a whole 1-second beam on the same spot, either. She nodded. But even better is its effects against unarmored foes, as we're likely to face on this planet. You could decimate an entire rank of enemies foolish enough to stand before the Emperor's might in the blink of the eye, much like our heavy flommers, which we sadly had to leave in orbit. She let a few of the other sisters come and try out the weapons but made them only target the lane where she had already totally destroyed the steel target, probably seeking to avoid further damage to the targets that were probably only designed to handle lasers, stun guns, or maybe bolter pistols. Well, actually, using bolters of any kind at this range was probably not a good idea, either, but maybe they angled the steel so that the explosions wouldn't damage the targets overly much. I wasn't an expert on explosions, yet. Sister Lucia and I stepped aside, and she asked, "Where did you get these glorious instruments of the God Emperor's will? And is it permitted for us to have them?" I nodded rapidly. I found them myself in the depths of the, I almost said hive, but remembered that's just what I called it, auxiliary accommodations block. They were in pretty poor condition, and I was able to repair them with the help of the Muggos. He said I could give them to you. I paused and then added, although, subject to a couple of requests. She grinned and seemed more at ease now that there were favors being traded. Oh, what did the Muggos desire of the ecclesiarchy? You may have to speak to someone else. I just kill things, you know? I waved a hand. He wants assistance searching for other things down there that have possibly been forgotten. Like this? Oh ho ho, perhaps I can help then. I certainly have a number of bored girls when we're not in the field. But how long could that really take? She asked, confused, reaching down to take a sip of her canteen. I blinked and said, I don't think many people realize how large a complex is beneath our feet, sister. Nobody really enters it except our people on the bottom floor. I shook my head and said, there are more than 3 million rooms down there. She did an honest-to-goodness spit take, thankfully turning before spraying me with water. She coughed a little and said, I don't have that many girls, little piper. I shrugged. You don't have to search it all, ma'am. Just some help for a couple of weeks. It'll take years anyway, but we'll probably have everything that is useful found in the next few weeks. After that, we won't need any help. The janitor gave me the authority to call upon over 100 servitors and even 10 skitari to perform this task when he talked to me today. He was also considering redirecting many menials that had, until recently, been working on the atmospheric processor. Now that it was working, their labors weren't as much necessary. Realistically, I wouldn't want the sisters' help for too long. It would be far too complicated to carve up individual areas of responsibility on an ongoing basis with people who weren't in the mechanicum and couldn't access the local noosphere. Not that I could yet myself. I'd have to get a brother to help me create a model of the hive, and then a cogitator-based system to allocate work areas. The sisters would then have to check in every day to find out which areas they should search. It just wasn't worth it for a dozen or two helpers. It was simple to have the sisters help me search all the obvious areas while having the servitors, and, perhaps menials, conduct a systemic search during and after that for completion's sake. They could follow directions and know how to do an optimized search pattern, or they could at least follow directions from people or cogitators who did. I didn't think we'd find anything in that type of systemic search, not after we had searched all the obvious places, but I had perhaps underestimated how important the maintenance manual printout of the stunner carbines was. He would search every inch of the hive now, because not doing so would be tantamount to heresy. The only reason they had yet to before was everyone told them it was empty, and cursory searches bore that out. But now that actual archaeotech and more were discovered, well, it would take a lot of time, but the mechanicum would spend as much time as it took until they knew nothing else remained. We'd be lucky if roaming tech priests didn't show up in historical villages, demanding to root through the local nobles' keeps now. Various families had taken a lot of those steel desks, so I could see a brother asking to look through their drawers, just in case. I was a little curious why he put me in charge of the search, at least nominally. And when I asked him, he seemed to be almost embarrassed and finally just said that since I had found Archaeotech once, then twice, then it was likely that I would find it again. I think he realized that what he said wasn't logical because everything in the hive right now would be found regardless of who was in charge. But I had noticed that the fellow brothers and sisters in the Mechanicum could be remarkably superstitious about certain things. It was a little funny, or maybe even cute. Let's sit down for a moment, and if you can tell us where you'd like us to search, I can dispatch some women right away. Plus, it might be good training if we ever had to go against a space Hulk. If it's as large as you say down there, she said, and I nodded with a smile. I had brought a carefully drawn map of the largest thoroughfares of the floor. Every floor was a mirror image of the one above it, so that took a little getting used to, but they still had all the same rooms in it, so it wasn't hard to navigate even if you only had a map of one floor. Row Epsilon 5, the janitor said as he walked in. I had been shifted to a workroom that was next to his so he could supervise my activities more closely. I thought a number of people were jealous, actually, especially Mr. Tau Alpha 1000. Yes, sir? I asked, eyes still on the Volkite pistol I was refurbishing. He glanced at my workbench and said, I want to discuss what type of augmetics and genetic alterations you consider optimal. This might be an in-depth meeting, then. I nodded and said, let me set this job aside, sir. I then fished out a grease pencil and marked where I had stopped on a sheet of paper that I used for the checklist for the Volkite pistol refurbishment jobs. Then I gathered up all of the free parts and slid them into a small burlap bag, about the size of a coin purse, and sat it on top of the sheet of paper so that I would know exactly where to restart the process and wouldn't lose any of the small little bits and bobs. Electronics repair has gone up a level. I grinned. That's why I really liked fixing these thermal ray weapons. They were much more complicated than a lost gun. Those were dead simple. A lost gun was so simple an illiterate peasant could build them with very little training. Even bolters were dead simple. The only technically sophisticated part of them was the huge variety of specialty ammunition options, some of which could only be produced on the most sophisticated of Forge worlds. Volkite weapons were much more complicated by comparison. You actually had to have the knowledge of how to repair them and a little skill to do so. But they weren't super complicated. Nothing that could be considered as an infantry weapon would be. It was just by comparison to the standard Imperial lost gun. I hadn't yet gotten to take apart a melta or plasma weapon, but I bet the Volkite weapons weren't any more complicated than that. The janitor quietly watched me put away my current job and rumbled with approval at my following of procedure of what to do when interrupted mid-job. I then followed him into one of his workrooms and sat down on the offered stool. I asked, what are the options given my age? He shrugged his mechadendrites. Theoretically, anything, everything. Cloned neonates receive significant augmetics as a matter of course in every Forge world. If we couldn't implant bionics with a mind to your future growth, where would we be? Besides, I'm handling your surgeries. You'll receive top-of-the-line equipment customized to your biology. I blinked and was a little surprised. I thought I might have to wait years to get anything interesting. That made me kind of nervous that I would actually be making a life-changing decision. According to your likely genome expression, you'll only grow a further 15 centimeters at the very most. So most bionics would be possible, anyway, he said finally. What? I cried out in shock. I would never break the 170 sims mark? Well, the janitor was a janitor, so maybe that could be adjusted, I hoped. What do you recommend? I asked, curious. He chirped thoughtfully and produced a small device from his robes that looked somewhat like a thick plate. He sat it down on the clear work table. The machine blinked into life, and a three-dimensional image was projected above it. I realized it was a hollow projector. Gah! I yelled, wanting to suddenly cover myself as I realized the image being projected was my completely naked body. Just where had he gotten this image from? I definitely was never naked here. The image wasn't a photograph, as it looked more like a green wireframe shape, but the resolution was very high. I could see I had a pimple on my butt. As if he were reading my mind, he mentioned, there are scanning pylons at the entrance to my buildings. I use them to scan for weapons and explosives on visitors, but it is simple enough to generate an image like this as well. Efficient. He waved a hand, and the image changed. It was still my naked body, but a number of visible implants were now attached to my body, and I frowned. It was kind of what I expected from seeing all of the brothers, but it seemed to be a bit radical. There appeared to be permanent, fixed augments on my face that obscured much of it that I didn't think my mother would be very happy with. The image was of a human-shaped thing that wasn't quite human enough to relate to. He said, this would be what could be expected for a normal initiate to receive over a period of years. Standard cranial circuitry, respirator, vox, cybermantle, cheap, reliable, dependable. Then he shook his head, however. I do not believe you understand actually how much I personally owe you. Perhaps I didn't. I tilted my head to the side and said, I know that the quest for knowledge is all important, but then I trailed off, not really understanding. He did that bob of some of his mechadendrites that I had come to associate with a nod, clarification. You came to me with this discovery because there were no other options. I, too, have taken this discovery to someone for the same reason. The adept I am giving the discovery to will take it to the Fabricator General of Styges 8. There is an 89% chance that we will have the device in limited production within 2 years. This has the advantage of being both revelatory as well as practically useful and not. He frowned, pausing before continuing, not so excessively useful that a band of old seniors would like to conceal it. The number of effective ranged non-lethal weapons in service in the Imperium is low. I expect the Arbites to find the device useful. Useful enough that we may build hundreds of millions of these devices within 10 years. Every piece of lost knowledge is a revelation, but the revelation that likely will be put back into production is sublime. I considered that and nodded. The Mechanicum was extremely hierarchical. I had known that, but perhaps I didn't put 2 and 2 together. Not only did he have whatever personal debt he felt he owed me, but what happened was public. He had to compensate me to keep his own subordinates pleased, because just like you were socially expected to hand over such a discovery, the person you handed it to was expected to compensate you in a way that at least appeared fair. I then thought about what he said about how he put more weight on it because it was a piece of archaeotech that might be produced again. I didn't particularly like that he implied we just sat on discoveries if they were excessively useful. I understood his feelings, though. It's like these Volkite weapons. Seeing them brought back into serviceable condition felt nice, but the idea of them being used again feels even better. I think a machine's purpose is to be used. He snorted, half out of his nostril and half out of his vox, in a sound that sounded kind of like a servo motor jamming, turning to face away from me. Advisement? Do not repeat that opinion. Although he turned away, he wasn't quick enough for me not to detect that he seemed amused in profile. The fact that I could easily detect the machine man's most common emotions, such as they were anyway, belied how much time I had spent with him in the past couple of weeks. My dogma skill told me that nothing I had said was heretical. In fact, I thought it was very orthodox. Spirit was the spark of life, after all, and a machine kept in storage and not utilized didn't have the same capacity to express its sparks. Its motive force would be stifled. But I sort of understood what he meant and made a note to be careful of what I said in the future. I generally used my knowledge of dogma to self-censor, but that didn't take into consideration the effect powerful people would have on organizations like the one I was now a part of. Powerful people could say whatever they did not like or was inconvenient to them was heresy, even if it wasn't supported by dogma. Anyone who disagreed with them would be a heretic, after all. He turned back to face me and said, digression complete. My recommendations. Observe. He waved his hand again, and the image shifted. This one was clearly me, and I looked much closer to my original appearance. The large, bulky exoskeleton scaffolding that wrapped around my back and ribs, which I presumed was the mounting point for the mechanical tentacles, was gone, replaced by a strip of metal going down the center of my back. There was no faceplate or respirator at all, but there was a small metallic bulge at the base of my skull. Rather than an uncanny humanoid, it still had a rather feminine appearance, especially when he shifted the image to show myself at projected full maturation. While I would never come close to catching up with my sister in the chess department, apparently, I might escape my fate as a flatboard and still look like a lady. A dangerous machine lady. Firstly, Your biology will be modified so that the composition of your bones will slowly be replaced with an organometallic alloy of titanium. Selected cranial circuitry has been adjusted to a superior version, which includes a high-bandwidth new-sphere connection and a supplemental VOX rather than a total larynxal replacement. A full Electa network configured as a high-speed data transmission bus will be installed parallel to your central nervous system. Fingerport-style electrograft for direct wired data connection. The standard cybermantle has been replaced with a reinforced spine style for now. This spine can handle several low-duty mechadendrites and can be expanded in the future, but none will be installed now, he explained, highlighting each part of the image in turn. I stared. It sounded like a lot. I said so. That sounds like a lot. It is a solid foundation. Everything here is designed for future expansion, he said simply, shaking a mechadendrite, but I would not call it a lot. Did I need to talk with my parents before serious life-changing surgery? I mean, I was 13 years old, so probably not. Still, Mom at least would be a little upset with me if I just came home with all of this stuff like it was a kitten I had found on the street, so I should probably explain to her. I nodded and asked, when? 72 hours, plus or minus 3 hours, he said in a way that was both incredibly precise and not. Still, 3 days was good. That would give me time to tell Mom. Elspeth sighed as her most troublesome daughter left the room, walking back into the den. Years ago, she had accepted the fact that the girl was nothing like her. Her life's ambition was to marry a good man and be a mother, and while her older sister was similar to her in that way, little Piper was reflexively against any such ideas. Still, she would never have expected the path the girl had chosen. At first, she had a mind to stop her, but the girl seemed excessively happy when she was tinkering with things that Elspeth just couldn't bring herself to do it. She looked so happy when she was taking apart whatever gadget she had brought home. Plus, as Elspeth rubbed the scar that separated her arm from the pale white skin of her new lower arm, the girl had saved all of their lives due to her fixation on machines, so it might be fate, which was something she devoutly believed in. She just wished that Piper wasn't in such a hurry to grow up. The girl might put on a good face, but she knew her daughter better than anyone. She was scared, and who wouldn't be? Elspeth herself was scared when she went in to get her arm fixed, and that was apparently much less invasive than what was planned for her little girl. She stood up and walked into the den, noticing Piper's hairbrush on the table, and tried to hide her smirk. The girl was more intelligent than most adults, but she was still a girl. Piper didn't misplace things. If she left it there, it was because she wanted Elspeth to see it. Piper did a lot of things like that. Over the years, Elspeth had gotten good at decoding these signals. She wanted Elspeth to offer to brush her hair. It was the same as whenever she cooked dinner. She might prepare the dinner, but she didn't put any on her plate. The girl wanted her mom to put a portion of food on a plate and place it in front of her despite the fact that she would never admit to it. If there was something that the girl could do for herself but she chose not to do, it was because she really wanted her or her dad to do it for her, especially her father, although he was kind of dense to the heart secrets of girls, regardless of their age, so it mainly fell to Elspeth to notice these things and do them. Elspeth picked up the hairbrush and asked, "Would you like me to brush your hair, Piper? You're going to have a big day tomorrow." To Elspeth, her daughter's smile was as bright as the new day sun. I woke up groggily. Did something go wrong? It was just a moment ago that one of Genitor Neurosyg's surgical servitor assistants told me in a recorded voice to count down from 10. Observation. You have regained consciousness, row epsilon 5, said the gravelly, mechanical voice of the janitor, and then I saw his face as he observed me, his optical sensors switching various colors as I suspected he changed to various vision modes. There were unusual things hanging in front of my vision, which would have startled me if I wasn't so used to that by now. But now, as I fully awoke, I noticed that they were not my numbers but something else. It was the half-mechanical skull logo of the Adeptus Mechanicum and text in High Gothic. ++ awaiting initial configuration ++. Oh, maybe the surgery happened after all. I coughed, my throat very dry and a bit sore. In fact, I was sore all over, now that I thought about it. Yes, janitor, sir. How are you functioning? He asked. I tried to move all of my limbs and extremities and found that everything was working, well, I think. He bobbed his mechadendrites in a nod and said, his tone curious, Extremely well. Your recovery from surgical sight wounds is remarkable. He chirped. Interrogative. Cranial cogitators functioning and status? Oh, I could understand that. I didn't know how to reply back in the same way, but my head felt heavier, so I assumed the additional bits, including a Vox speaker, were attached to my lower head as planned. I said out loud, I could understand that. Good. Rest for now. I will return and perform the initial user setup. He chirped again and turned around to depart the small room I was lying in. As he left, I examined everything else that was floating in my vision, and suddenly, my face went pale. I hadn't noticed it right away, but this wasn't coming from my new implants.
Astronaut experience.
I tried not to hyperventilate. I was in a recovery room, and my every heartbeat, respiration, and additional vital signs I wasn't even aware of having were likely being recorded by the janitor. I just would put it out of my mind for now. I put my willpower to the test and was able to just ignore it for the half hour, or so that the janitor left me to rest. Pretty good, if I don't say myself. Strong self-discipline has gone up a level. /strong. Thank you. Numbers. I'm glad that you agreed. I would have preferred the willpower statistic, but beggars couldn't be choosers, and I had been doing a lot of self-discipline training lately. This was a skill that was really hard to level up, unlike some others, so this must just have been the feather that broke the trickset's back. I had noticed that things seemed to work like that. It wasn't that I had to necessarily perform some great, singular feat to increase something, although that did sometimes work. It was more like I got varying credit for each action that exemplified the statistic or skill, and eventually, this credit exceeded a threshold, and I got a level up. I think it worked very much like the DVP, or devotion points, in the game where my brother and I had played, which allowed you to increase your character statistics based on how well you serve the God Emperor. Janitor Neurosage swept back into the room, carrying a thin black puck, about the same radius as one of the tall glasses I used for juice back home. He nodded at me and said, First, I'm a little bit interested in your body now. Please take off your shirt. I will place this device on your body, and I'd like you to keep it here for the next 2 weeks. I eyed it suspiciously. It looked sort of like an agonizer except a little bit smaller. I shot it an observe while I asked, That isn't an agonizer, is it, janitor? Strong. Custom psi detector. Excellent condition. Zephyr Neurosage created this device in the hopes of detecting certain Eldari artifacts. It proved a failure, however. It can detect and gauge the power levels of psychers using the minute perturbations in the Empyrean when a psycher uses his or her power, if it is in close proximity to them. He constructed it using human technology and parts from an Eldari aspect warrior helmet, specifically a Manda Blaster triggering system. /strong. I hissed in spite of myself, but got a handle on it immediately. The janitor tilted his head to the side, assuming my outburst was directed at my assumption of the device's provenance, not the fact that I just read something incredibly shocking. He asked, Why would you think this is an agonizer? And what experience do you have with them? It looks about the same shape. It also went on my chest, and Sister Lucia used it to help me train my self-discipline a few months ago. I told him truthfully. He paused for a moment and said, That is interesting. But, no. This is just a sensor. Now, up. He made a desorbing motion, and I sighed. I'd prefer to put it on myself if it is all the same, janitor, sir. I told him. He frowned, glanced at the puck, then up at me again, and after a moment, extended his hand, giving it to me. He said, It should go just under your breasts, right at the edge of your sternum. It will stick there by itself once it calculates it is in the optimal position. Although he was a Medikai, and I was sure he had seen any number of people naked, myself included, actually, I didn't want him to see me naked any more than he already had. Although his auspex could probably go straight through my clothes anyway, it was just to make me feel better. At least he spoke of my breasts in the same tone that one might speak of a tool or their fingernails, totally devoid of the creepy desire that I had noticed in a few men when they spoke about my sister Alicia years ago. While we lived on a farm, Dad was technically the landed noble of the area, and we saw a lot of different people at our house when people came to him to gripe about a neighbor stealing a sheep or land boundary disputes and the like, to say nothing about the 4-year festivals at the village. I hadn't particularly liked the way boys, and even men, had started looking at Alicia a few years ago when she was only a year older than I was now. Of course, I would never be as pretty or feminine as she had been at my age, but still, it was nice to have reassurance it wasn't in a creepy way when someone started talking about how interested they were in your body. I oriented the puck in the proper direction and slipped it under my shirt, finding the correct spot mostly by feel. I didn't particularly want to wear it, as now I was more than a little concerned I might accidentally telekinese something, even though I hadn't used that power since I used it on one of the cultists. I felt pretty good about that accomplishment since I always had the urge to use it. It felt like another limb I had, and I had to consciously stop myself from opening doors or grabbing a tool I needed with it on a daily basis. So I wanted to refuse him, but the fact was that I could not. It would be like one of my father's soldiers refusing an order. He had framed it as a request to be polite, but not only did I not take it that way, but I also thought trying to make a big thing about it would be a bad idea. I'd just have to be extra careful with my self-discipline and not use any of my witch powers. Ingesilling. Telemetry is good, he chirped. Now, let's go through your cranial circuitry setup. /M. Setting up my neural circuitry was super fun on the one hand, but also disorienting and a little painful. Being able to do things like take notes and communicate with just my brain was incredibly cool, but my heart wasn't in it at the moment. When I was done, I asked if I could return home. Honestly, I was still quite sore. Everywhere, but after a brief examination of me, he said it was fine. Rather than return home, though, I took the Genitor's Express elevator down to the first floor of the hive, and then sat on the express belt all the way to the south. This was faster than running back home, and it also allowed me to find a relatively clean room that still had furniture to sit down and think for a time. Genitor Neurosage is a hair tech, and I think he knows I'm a witch. I thought because there could be no other explanation. Could there be? The alien mechanism was a perversion of the true path. Combining a human machine with an alien mechanism would be like grafting a human's brain onto an orc, an abomination to the spirit of the human parts. Strong dogma. Machine cult has gone up a level. /strong. I tapped my foot rapidly on the floor and hesitated to ask myself the obvious question. Namely, did I believe that? I had a bit of an odd relationship with the traipsings of faith with regards to both the Church of the God Emperor as well as the Mechanicum, because I didn't have faith. I had the bone-deep knowledge that the God Emperor Omnicia was real. Perhaps I shouldn't trust what my numbers told me so much, but honestly, I was way past the point of no return at this point. If they were some trick by the ruinous powers, then I was so way past screwed already that I just chose to believe that they did not lie to me. I hadn't detected any lies yet, although it wasn't as though they were all-knowing, either. I thought about what I knew about the Mechanicum's dogma. It really wasn't that complicated at its core, although there were endless interpretations about both individual mysteries and warnings that it taught. The mysteries were a lot more open-ended and had a lot more interpretations compared to the warnings. The warnings were more about specific things one should look out for or abjure. For example, the first warning was about alien mechanisms. When could an alien mechanism be permitted? I thought furiously, and came to the conclusion that the answer was never. Not really. However, strong dogma. Machine cult has gone up a level. /strong. I blinked as I came to the conclusion that the only way an alien mechanism could be tolerated was if there was some question if it was a xenomachine at all. I nodded and then said out loud, "Continue this line of logic." I thought back to when the Sisters of the Order of the Crimson Oath discovered a few more Volkite weapons and stunner carbines in their first week of searching under my direction. They had also found a number of documents that excited both the Genitor and me at first, but it turned out that they were almost all regular correspondence. There had been a partial maintenance manual for the Volkite weapons, but Styges 8 already had a few complete STCs for these types of weapons, so it wasn't the same coup as the maintenance manual for the stunners had been. It was very interesting to me, though, and I had read every scrap of plasfilm document that was found. Some of the correspondence was from the very beginning of the colony, which I found amazing. Reading the words of our ancestors 15,000 years ago, when it was already almost the 40th millennium, strong 6456.980. M39 Holy Terra time.
Chronocogitator's synkok.
/strong. I winced. Some of the user interfaces for my new implants would take some getting used to and functioned on an intent basis. But this way of keeping time wasn't going to work for me. I closed my eyes and focused on reconfiguring the device to show Orkney 4 standard time. Strong, 1311, 295 D9, 90 YM, 39, Orkney 4 coordinated time.
Chronocogitator's syncok.
/strong. That was better. It was a little after 1 in the afternoon on the 295th day of the year here. I wasn't used to using fractions of 1,000 for the year. Plus, we were so far in the boonies that the Holy Terra time was really more of a hopeful estimate. While the Orkney system never received the depredations of warp storms that sometimes plague the sector, it wasn't uncommon for storms or disturbances to exist around Orkney, such that the passage of time wasn't exactly on a 1:1 basis. Although I thought Orkney's clocks were probably more accurate than average, we often increased or decreased our clocks a few hours, or even days every time a ship arrived in system. I shook my head and went back to my thoughts about some of the correspondence from the very first colonists, specifically from their security officers. The security guys were complaining about the quality of weapons they had available, and a reply from their commanding officer said that they just had to make do. The Orkney Enterprise was only a third-rate colony co-op, and they could only afford those thermal ray weapons as a lethal option. While Volkite weapons weren't the absolute pinnacle of Imperial technology, they were pretty high up there in terms of man-portable weapons. These days, only the Astartes used them in significant quantities, and they had been disparaged like they were barely a step up from a pointy stick by our ancestors. It was clear that these Volkite weapons weren't even second-line weapons, more like fifth or sixth line if a budget-strapped civilian company sourced them for their security forces. I let out a long breath. It made my heart ache to see frank proof of how far we had fallen. How did this correlate to tech heresy? Well, I had the epiphany that since we have lost so much that we wouldn't even recognize our peak if it fell into our laps. Perhaps the only way to know a piece of alien technology wasn't human in origin was to study it carefully. And maybe this piece of technology at the center of the puck on my chest was based on a human design that the Eldari themselves stole? That was pushing it. My observe didn't mention anything like that, but if they had originally stolen the technology so long ago and incorporated it for their own devices for so long, then I didn't think observe would mention it. Strong dogma. Machine cult has gone up a level. /strong. I blinked. Twice so soon? Did that mean that my hypothesis had something to it? Perhaps, at least in part. I reached my hand under my shirt, held my palm above the cool machine, and mentally spoke a long prayer to all of the facets of the God Emperor Omnicia individually and then one that combined all of his avatars together. I asked for wisdom and added at the end, and if I am making a huge mistake, if the machine spirit in this machine is in pain, please give me some sign. I peeked open one eye and glanced left and right, going once, going twice. I nodded, removing my hand from my shirt. Silence was assent. The Omnicia was with me in this. I let out a breath and felt a little relieved, even if I had only solved one of the huge issues I had before me. But it meant I wouldn't make any attempts to report the janitor. Not that there was really anyone here to report him to. Anyway, Tau Alpha 1000 hated the janitor and spoke to me several times about how the janitor had been brought up on charges in the past, and Tau Alpha was a dick. So I was glad I wouldn't have to go to him with what I knew. What do I do about my quest failure, though? To me, that implied that the janitor realized I was a witch. I thought back to when I first received that quest notification and realized that the janitor could be considered an imperial authority. So it wasn't odd that his discovery had caused me to fail the quest, at least in the strictest definition. Wait, I remembered the exact phrases very well. I had always had a good memory, and the skill of memorization had only increased it, but this was something else. I pulled up my character sheet, as my brother would have called it, and gaped. A new list appeared next to my stats called Equipment. It included some of my augmetics, but not all of them. The cranial circuitry had given me 15 levels of both memorization and calculation, as well as 1 level of intelligence. 15 levels might not sound like a lot since I had 21 in that skill already, but it was one of the skills that had a slow start and then went through the roof in terms of benefits. At level 21, I received over a 200% benefit, but at level 36, that trebled to almost 650%. No wonder my memory felt so much better. It was 3 times better than it had been before the operation. My slimline version of a low-duty cybermantle, which consisted mostly of a replaced and reinforced spine, gave me 1 level of vitality, and that was it for now. Although there was an entry for my bone replacements that seemed to imply that, eventually, I would get a bonus there, too. That was a biological process, according to the janitor, and was also probably the reason all of my bones ached like I was about to have my monthlies, except everywhere. My pain sense told me that I wasn't in any danger, but I expected to get at least another level out of pain tolerance from this. Shaking my head, I returned to what was important. The janitor knew. But how? I thought back and zeroed in on what he had said when I woke up. Of course, I healed from wounds in a borderline supernatural way. One of those rats had taken a chunk out of my calf, and that was an injury that shouldn't heal at all. You don't regenerate muscle and flesh that was taken out of your body, as far as I knew, but I didn't even have a scar there anymore. Poop. That was perhaps the worst, at least in terms of me remaining undetected. There was no way I could hide that. Psi capability was the only of my stats that allowed me to move in either direction, up or down. Although I had thought at one time that my numbers or character sheet was just an expression of witchery, I didn't think that at all anymore. At least, not entirely. It was just too special, and the fact that it would let me reduce my psi capability without warning me made me fairly certain of this belief. Honestly, I would like to reduce my psi stat. I didn't like witchery at all, and it was nothing but a hindrance to my life. However, I could only bring it down to level 20, but I didn't think the levels for this stat were uniform in the amount of power they granted. I think adding 1 level, going from 29 to 30, would be more than going from 27 to 29. This was also why I had never even considered raising this stat. Just my present level of witchiness was already a real threat to my soul. I hadn't lowered psi, though, because it was difficult to diminish oneself when you could theoretically solve the same issue by making yourself greater. If I had enough willpower, then it wouldn't matter what my psi level was. I just wouldn't feel a strong desire to misuse the ability at the wrong moment or listen to the whispers of the ruinous powers if they found me in the warp. Granted, a 13-year-old girl pondering that might be proof that I had some hubris issues, but I couldn't discount the logic. If I knew that 9 levels would remove my witchery completely, I would do it. But I didn't. Who knew precisely what level 20 would mean for me? It was possible it would just make me weaker while still remaining a delicious treat to something terrible. Perhaps that was how the witch I had met so long ago went crazy. Maybe she increased her psi level due to quests. Or maybe she was just always insane. It was moot, though. If the janitor had discovered me due to my unnatural healing, as I suspected, then that would not change if I lowered my psi capability. That came from Gamer's Body, a skill I couldn't affect at all. Not that I would, anyway. It was very useful. I spoke a standard prayer to the Omnicia to reveal any flaws in my logic, and once again, I did not notice any kind of manifestation telling me I was being stupid. Nodding, I flexed the mental muscle that allowed me to increase myself with free points, and immediately added 5 points to willpower, as I had always intended. Strong willpower has gone up 5 levels. /strong. I didn't use all my points because I still had a desire to perhaps spend some in intelligence, but I left them there in case I had an emergency, despite the fact that this was exactly what Liam warned me not to do, but I didn't take his discussions about min-maxing very seriously. Life wasn't a game where the encounters and difficulties I would face were designed around a specific amount of resources each character should have, like the game chain and Bolter was. While I could detect subtle differences every time one of my stats increased, willpower was one of the hardest to detect a change. However, adding 5 points all at once hit me suddenly. It was like I was much more comfortable in my skin. I stopped fidgeting, accepted my decisions, and did not second-guess myself. It was like I was a lot more calm with everything, although that wasn't quite a good way to explain it either. It was more like I instantly understood and accepted the consequences of my decisions rather than fretting about them. I stood up and walked out of the room. I had already known what my decision was going to be when sitting down. There wasn't anything I could do. Confronting the janitor wasn't a good idea, but now I realized that doing nothing could be a conscious, informed decision on its own, and I felt better about it. "You'll need a hat, a hairdress, a wig or something," remarked Alicia. peering at my shorn head after I returned home. Then, she asked, "Did you ask to keep your hair?" Oh,
No.
that would have been smart, wouldn't it? I often received reminders that there was a large gulf between intelligence and smarts. We could have maybe made a wig out of it. I had no doubt that it was in the trash unless the janitor had kept a small lock for the purpose of having a genetic sample of a subject that interested him. My guileless expression made Alicia sigh and shake her head. "No matter, now. I have already started making you something. I'll just need to take measurements of your head and metal thing. I don't want you to go out looking like one of the Outland barbarians scalped you. I'll have it ready before tonight." Outland barbarians? Did she mean the rebels? I was pretty sure they had the same culture as we all had. From the records I had seen, the original colonists of the Orkney came from 3 different islands on Holy Terra. Islands that had a population with a history of trying to kill each other off and on, amusingly enough. However, if there was a different culture among the original Orkney colonists, there was really no sign of it today. It had all coming led and shifted until it was all just Orkney. The closest I could think of was some parts of the continent had a really strong accent. Any accent at all, compared to the neutral low Gothic of missionaries, was considered very provincial here in Landing, but I didn't bother trying to perfect my diction with all the rest I had going on. I didn't think they practiced scalping, was what I was thinking. I opened my mouth to correct my sister, but my smartest self closed it just as fast. I realized that I couldn't exactly say what I had intended because the influence of the ruinous powers might very well have made them scalp happy. Scalps were possibly the least of what they might cut off a person, but there was no reason to say that either. Instead of correcting her, I nodded, relieved at my sister's grace here. I hadn't looked forward to walking about in front of God Emperor Omnicia and everyone with a nearly bald head and healing surgical wounds, but I had been prepared to do so. "In exchange, you have to cook dinner for me tonight," Alicia demanded primly. I snorted and agreed. Preparing the family meal was something I did more often than not, although Alicia generally did help me. As an incorrigible tomboy, my cooking levels had perplexed her, and she demanded I teach her everything I knew, so she, more often than not, assisted me. I was trying to make my numbers ding while she was training to be a wife. We weren't the same, but I still wrote down all the recipes I knew and tried to teach her one every night. But if she was demanding that I do everything, that meant she wanted a specific dish and wanted my maximum effort. I asked slyly, "Is Captain Blair joining us for dinner tonight?" She nodded quickly, just the faintest blush creeping onto her cheeks. That made me want to pinch her. Did she have levels in the pretty skill? Whenever I blushed, my entire body turned beet red. How did she have the ability to just barely color her cheeks? She looked like she had stepped out of a holodrama. I stopped myself from huffing, checked the time on my internal chronometer, and sighed. I already knew what dishes she wanted. As she had told me all about her suitor's favorites, I better get started. XXXXXX. I adjusted my head covering. The thing Alicia made for me looked a lot like what the sister missionaries, like Sister Joris, wore, except in the colors black and red that Alicia must have noticed that the janitor and most of our contingent that came from Styges 8 favored. I wasn't sure if it was appropriately called a bonnet or veil, but combined with my robes, it made me look vaguely nun-like. My hair was still too short not to wear anything, so I had asked my sister to make several copies, one of which I wore every time I left home. It was better than having a mostly shorn head, at least. I had been playing with the noosphere functionality in my implants since I received them. It was hard to describe it. In more developed worlds, it would be an instantaneous, global network. But here, it was off and on, with even areas in Landing that had no connectivity. Every device that could connect to it would act as an extension of its coverage area in what was like a complicated webbing. If you wanted to send a message to a particular person or device and they weren't connected, you could still do so, though. The message would automatically be sent if they returned into proximity of the noosphere, but that wasn't all. Even if they never returned, if some node that received your broadcast did find them, then there was a good chance the message would still be delivered. From what I could tell, it wasn't the most efficient way a network could be designed, as a lot of transmissions could be wasted or duplicated many times, but it was remarkably error-tolerant. Even if only 2 tech priests were alive on a barren planet with no other machines, there would still be a noosphere network of at least 2 nodes automatically. It was also the domain of what I might have called hazing or bullying. Some prankster had somehow accessed my augmetics and programmed my Vox speaker to play a fart sound whenever I sat down. From the janitor's perspective, I was at fault for not reading every word of the user manual, as well as all of the litanies against unauthorized access. Despite how mortified I had been, I suppose that it was rather mild compared to some of the things that could have been done to me. I hadn't really considered the idea of another member of the Mechanicum maliciously accessing my cogitators at all, which might have been pretty naive. I was sure I hadn't eliminated all of the ways someone could get to me, but I hadn't had a fart incident in days. The effort also got me 2 levels in a brand new skill I hadn't even realized I would be needing. Strong, *** cybersecurity, LV6 increases the efficacy and thoroughness of any cyber defense or attack you create by LV*10 plus LV*, LV* 0.1%, 63.6%. Additionally, every 5 levels, you will receive general cybersecurity knowledge transmitted to your brain. The level of this skill will receive a penalty if it exceeds the level of the programming architecture skill you possess, e.g. programming, Imperial Cogitators, /strong. The skill description was worded oddly, but I took it to mean that if I ever attempted to utilize it on pre-Imperial or Xeno computing systems without gaining the appropriate skill, then it would not receive the same benefits. That would mean that even if I got this skill very high, I likely wouldn't be able to exploit the huge percentage bonuses it provided to gain unauthorized access to an Xeno machine unless I had a little knowledge of their computing architecture, too. Even with that caveat, it might be one of the most powerful skills I have gotten so far since the bonus applied to attacks. At the 5th level, I got an elementary grounding in both defense and attack, not just in the noosphere but also using hardwired vectors, like my replacement pinky finger, which could connect to most machines past a certain level of complexity. However, even with the bonus, I couldn't find out who was responsible for the fart incidents. As I started to frown, an email arrived. Row Epsilon 5, attend, D/M, said a digital message, in text, from the janitor. Since he started giving me a lot more attention, I had been starting to think of him as my master, in the traditional trade sense, that is. That wasn't exactly how the Mechanicum was structured, but even so, it wasn't unusual to have patrons or benefactors. That was the norm, actually. I closed the file I was working on. I had been writing up a maintenance guide for the Volkite weapons that I was going to present to the Sisters of Battle's personal tech priests. They were all engineers, which was considered a kind of a dead-end career pathway in the Mechanicum. It wasn't uncommon for such dedicated servants of the Omnicia to get excessively specialized upon the war gear that they maintained year in and year out, so much so that many found it difficult to stretch their spirits around new equipment, especially if it was of a fairly advanced type like the thermal weapons. I had seen just about every malfunction this type of weapon could have, not just from neglect, but a number had been brought back from the field that had been used heavily or damaged in some way. They weren't designed to be used as clubs, at least not when the person using them as such had the strength of a powered exoskeleton. I was slowly writing a quick reference handbook on Volkite weapon repair. Everything was standard, all approved litanies of repair. However, my intent was to organize it with the most likely malfunctions indexed to the ritual of repair required to fix them. The actual manuals and hymnals from Styges 8 were thousands of pages long and not indexed like this in any way, so I wasn't actually surprised that there were some issues where engineers that were unfamiliar with the weapons. They may pick repair rituals at random, hoping for the best. It had even taken me quite a long time to read everything, and I could read it close to 1,500 words a minute, fast enough that if I was reading a regular book, I barely had to glance at the page for less than half a second before flipping it, even if it was one of the huge tomes in the Scola or church. I didn't delay anymore. I just ran out of my own area, triggering the door to one of the janitor's workrooms, the one I knew he was in, from the noosphere and sliding into his room as the pneumatic door opened. I opened my mouth, then paused and chirped instead. Yes, janitor, sir? /M? I still wasn't as quick, speaking binaric as I was just talking normally, but it was supposed to get second nature after a while. I was also told that my speech sounded mechanical, and I had taken that as a compliment proudly for weeks until I realized that, in this case, it wasn't talk about sending mixed signals. M Ruro Epsilon 5, are you interested in going to orbit? M, he asked me, with no useless small talk. That was one of the nicer things about my brothers and sisters. They mostly were direct to the point, although there could be just as much small talk, but only if it involved machines. One wouldn't be asked about how they were doing or the weather, though. I raised an eyebrow, my hand going up to adjust the respirator mask that I wore. Yes, sir, but I thought that the promethium used for orbital flights was budgeted carefully and almost all taken up with our exports. M. The janitor exuded an aura of smugness before chirping back. Ye, the first block of the Orkney 4 dedicated surface-to-orbit craft have been produced, and the pilots trained. These air and spacecraft do not use promethium as a fuel. M. Interesting. Had he mentioned something like that before? My memory indicated that he had, but only in passing. I used my mouth to speak. This time, what is its fuel and why haven't we been using this type of vehicle before? Hydrox. And because it is, overall, inferior fuel, energy-intensive to manufacture, it leaks out of everything. These crafts will only have half the lift capacity as a traditional promethium-fueled craft of the same weight, he said verbally. But then his mechadendrites shrugged. But the exhaust for this type of propulsion is H2O in its vapor state, so it is perfectly suited for this unique, ecological concerns on Orkney 4. I brought up my daily to-do list and added an entry to look up hydrox with a fuel context, which probably meant chemistry. I didn't recognize the word, and I didn't like that. Anytime the janitor said a word I didn't recognize, I made a note like this to look it up later. Something he said made me a bit cautious, though. Fuel leaking out of everywhere in an aerospace vehicle sounds dangerous. He waved my concern away and chirped, I exaggerate. Besides, this aerospace craft should be, on average, twice as safe as an Astartes Thunderhawk craft despite being almost twice as large. E/M. There was something about what he said there that seemed a bit wrong. By the time I realized that he might be using statistics that included being shot at in opposed combat landings, he had already moved on. Right, and need you to take half my maniple to orbit and meet the ship-directed motion XXXIV. It's already in system and will be arriving at orbit in a week. It carries sufficient industrial capacity so that we can produce a number of things locally from now on, including new Hydrox shuttles. But it has a separate consignment for me that I will need you to take charge of and bring directly back to me/M. I squinted. That sounds like a lot of responsibility, sir. I'm not even 14 yet, sir. He snorted. It's nothing. Besides, an independent assignment while in command of Skitari will look good on your record. It's important to start accumulating things like this if you don't want to get stuck in a rut in the future. Also, I do not trust any of my assistants. D/M. What do you mean? /M, I asked curiously. He squinted at me, his mechanical optical sensors zooming in noticeably. He said aloud, "You'll definitely be designated a transmechanic." Why? I asked, more curious than anything. Transmechanics were very similar to engineers. I do not have any experience with communications technology, yet. Honestly, I was much more interested in studying in the Legio Cybernetica, but it wasn't like we had many blessed robots on Orkney. Or any, as far as I was aware. He paused and seemed to be thinking before saying, your body has an anomaly. All those with this same type of anomaly are designated transmechanics, if they survive. /M. I shrilled. If they survive? Do I have cancer? /M. Although after I said that, I was getting the idea that he might mean my witchery. It had been months since I had worn his little sensor puck on my chest, but I remembered it clearly. He shook his head. Although it can be considered a congenital disease, I believe you are in no present danger. You do not presently require corrective brain surgery. Do you understand now? /M. You're helping me not get stuck in a dead-end job, I said. Finally, if everyone with my condition was shunted into being a transmechanic, well, they were very similar to engineers. Not where you really wanted to end up if you had ambitions. He nodded. Correct. You will have to begin applying yourself if you do not wish to spend the rest of your existence calibrating or quality assurance testing Geller field generators. Not that this is not a glorious purpose, but I expect more of you, Rho Epsilon 5. Geller Fields? I didn't know much about how our spaceships worked, but I knew that was the element that protected ships from the predations of the ruinous powers while traveling in the immaterium. I didn't think that had anything to do with a traditional transmechanics core competencies, but the janitor seemed to be implying, without directly stating, that my witchiness wasn't exactly unprecedented in the mechanicum, that anyone with psi powers was shunted, if they survived, as a putative transmechanic while actually performing different tasks. Maybe every newly built Imperial ship required the efforts of a witch tech priest to calibrate the machine that protected them from the warp. That made a certain kind of sense if my witch powers came from the same place. Were there other types of machines that directly affected the warp? The God Emperor Omnisia's Astronomicon, of course. I rubbed the back of my neck and didn't think they'd let me work on that. You probably had to be specially cloned on Mars for that job, but perhaps if I became famous, they'd let me? I still wanted to help. I nodded. Okay, sir. Zephyrion Neurosage watched what he was now considering a young protege slide out of his workshop as she ran down the hallway, headed back to her home. She might have to stay in orbit for a few days, so she wanted an extra set of robes and toiletry items. The girl never seemed to walk anywhere, and she was fast. Before she got out of the building and perhaps outside the Noosphere network, he carefully penetrated her newly developed cybersecurity and programmed her Vox speaker to play a recording of flatulence, but not until her onboard cogitators and accelerometers detected a microgravity environment. He was attempting to push her into developing her skills even more. He had a strong suspicion that she had the rarest and most valuable of all psi abilities, namely what the Mechanicum referred to as technopathy. The most famous use of this type of ability came from the Omnisia himself, when he famously touched a damaged Titan and spoke, "Machine, heal thyself." There was no sign of this type of power from the girl, and that wasn't surprising either. However, her capability to learn about machines was unnatural. She was basically an expert on Volkite weapons now, and while she didn't know more than he did, she had only a matter of months to gain this experience. Her hands moved at unnatural speed while repairing them, too. Based on his goals, this type of technopathy was better. Anyway, the Mechanicum was a sovereign nation and didn't give its members to the black ships unless they were incapable of controlling themselves, even with assistance. There were simple ways to control psyker abilities mechanically. There were parts of the brain that were known to activate when a psyker used his or her powers, and psi booster implants could be configured so that a neural shock could be delivered if that part of the brain activated without the user intending to. Painful, but much more civilized than whatever the black ships did, he felt. He'd be sure that Rho Epsilon 5 understood the necessity of such implants in the future. The fact that she volunteered to use an Agancier for merely physical training seemed to indicate that she would understand, too. This girl was important to his plans. He wouldn't be on this planet forever. The girl might have to go to Styges 8. His political capital was pretty low enough that there would be questions if he tried to certify a psyker in the faith on his own, but he was confident that she would succeed and rejoin him. He would have his fleet back, and a psi-sensitive technopath was exactly what he needed in order to fully study certain types of Eldari technology. A lot of their machines only functioned for psykers, after all. He had seen ruins, destroyed vehicles, and even starships that he was sure were full of the Omnisioa's sacred knowledge, if only he had a trusted and competent assistant with at least a modicum of psi ability. A few tons of Eldari machines in various stages of operation was exactly what he was sending her up to orbit to retrieve. There was no way he could trust Tau Alpha 1000 with such a mission, as there was over a 99% chance the ass would inspect the goods and report him. He didn't understand the fool. It was like he wasn't a Styges 8 man at all. An internal beep caused him to pull up a message, and he wanted to groan. It was as though if you spoke his name, then he would appear. What was Tau Alpha 1000 doing? Wait, you fool, what have you done? He screamed. He was going to kill him. Strong? Name. Piper Eversly, aka Rho Epsilon 5/Strong. Strong? Title. Noble daughter, /strong, strong, strength, 9, /strong, strong, dexterity, 9 slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk vitality, 10 slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk intelligence, 15 slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk willpower, 19 slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk psi capability, 29 zeta slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk unspent points, 4 slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk equipment, superior grade cranial implants, plus 15 calculation, plus 15 memorization, plus 1 intelligence, bone replacement, in progress, and reinforced spine, plus 1 vitality, slash strong, strong, asterisk asterisk skills, gamer's body max, gamer's mind max, reading 47, memorization 36, pain tolerance 36, athletics 35, fatigue resistance 35, running 32, calculation 26, electronics repair 26, cooking 23, housework 17, hiding 16, language, high gothic 15, observe 15, marksmanship light 15, acting 14, mechanical repair 14, dissembling 13, self-discipline 12, sword mastery 11, prayer 9, dogma, machine cult 7, embroidery 6, sewing 6, programming, imperial cogitators 6, cybersecurity 6, marksmanship, ballistic 5, teaching 5, horse riding 5, jury rigging 5, telekinesis 5, warp resistance 5, etiquette 4, lying 4, archery 3, eavesdropping 3, detection 2, fabrication 2, and radiation resistance beta 1 slash strong. And P.S. In this story, there are psychers in AdMech. This is kind of ambiguous in the source material. There are Muggos Psychana, of course, but it isn't clear if these mean a Muggos that is a psyker or a Muggos that studies psychers. Here, the AdMech has a sort of parallel training system for psychers where they mainly use cybernetics to control them and or help them control themselves. If a psyker is too strong for this type of control, then they go to the black ships, but otherwise they all end up as a transmechanic and generally work on psychic technology, like Geller fields, warp drives, psi-based augmetics, etc. They're intentionally sidelined in a dead-end career path, though, so it takes dedication to escape that fate.